signs, that's amazing how you control that firmament above my head here. And what do we got going on here? Turn that down a little bit. All right, so just awe-inspiring to think that you spoke, you visited John at the island of Patmos at the gold mines, and you gave that revelation to John, that through that sign in the celestial, and that was over 2,600 years ago. You talked about a celestial marker in the celestial firmament, and it was put into the scriptures as in the last, part of this remnant generation that would be in Matthew. It said there would be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. In Genesis, it lets us know those are for times and for seasons. So it's it was over 2,600 years, and you talked, twice you gave of a celestial sign in the firmament in the stars of the birth, the birth of Melchizedek, right? Melchizedek in Scripture is a representation of Christ, the Hamashiach, and the Redeemer. And you came and visited as a messenger, as an angel, and you gave that revelation to John. And he wrote first the letter to the 7 churches, but in the revelations, in that book, the book of Revelation, in that witness you gave first in the stars, that would be a sign of your return in the stars. You'd already been birthed in flesh. This second time would be a celestial birth, and it would be that's that Revelation 12, the great sign in the firmament, the virgin clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet, in pain, in pain because of labor, because again Jupiter entered into the belly of the virgin, and it says that she will have a crown of 12 stars, which was Leo, which crowned you the high priest of the church back at the time of your birth of the flesh vessel. This was a sign of the birth of the Hamashiach in the celestial firmament, and this was of a virgin, Virgo. And again, it said she will have a crown of 12 stars. And it was that was Leo that crowned him as Shiloh, the Shiloh sign, what is known as the Shiloh sign. Not many people are very aware of the celestial markers that are left to tell people not to look at the stars, but he said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. So maybe that just means take your head out of your fourth point of or maybe out of your phone, but no, that's not what he meant. So he meant look up, the Redeemer, the one who's going to come back and redeem the bride, the one who's going to take him to the wedding feast of the lambs, to Father's house. He was preparing that place. It had been over 2,600 years, and he's still preparing that place today. So hope you're being celestially prepared, wise, spiritually, biblically, extra oil, That's what he said. Be girded in my service and have your lamps trimmed, because nobody knows the day or the hour. So, of the great and dreadful day of the Lord, where there's one judgment. Dead people don't go to the sky. I'm not sure why people think that, but they used to worship balls. People love their ball camp or band camp or whatever. They stick their pan gods or their flute, whatever they're sticking in their American pie, whatever. I don't know, whatever. They're movie buffs, I guess you call them, like the Vampire Slayer or something. They love their vampism, and they're eating of flesh, cannibalism, the masse, the eating of human flesh, masse. That's what that word means, M-A-S-S-E. But the Christo, the Christ masse, their orgy. This is like Rome. Here we are again. At the time, they remember Rome. They loved orgies and they had all their rituals and celebrations. But anyways, this is a birth, and we're not supposed to celebrate anything. But the firmament left a celestial marker. Again, back to the scepter sign was Shiloh, who became the high priest, not just Aaron. After he destroyed the physical temple, he prophesied of the destruction of that temple with no stone to be left upon another, fulfilling all prophecy. There are no modern prophets to walk this rock. The word prophet is teacher, but it's already written. So put the word on people. Love thy enemy like thy neighbor, like thy love thyself. So many people are not celestially wise to the star firmament markers above your head that have been left in the past, and the ones that have been left right over the top of your head here recently in the past, decade or two. More importantly, the ones that, the one I'm speaking of happened in 923. This was the actual after. Well, let's go back in time where, again, these three wandering stars. Let's go back even further in time to this Shiloh sign. This is the sign that the Magi, the wise men, they were looking up at the celestial firmament at Jupiter, and when they saw it birth, the morning star, Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. People are idiots, but there's no such thing as Lucifer. Lucifer doesn't exist. That's not a word in Scripture, and not biblical, nor is it Satan, and nor is it anything it has to do anything. It's about as real as Chewbacca, so or Anakin Skywalker. So, but once again, people love idolatry. They love to add to the text. He warned us that's the very thing he said not to do. Don't even add a jot. That'd be like a period. And now they've added whole space farce balls. They add like a planet. You don't live on a planet. Father didn't create never one planet. So you're not on Planet of the Apes. So you don't want to get out of here and go somewhere else if you think you're living on planet. Where does it say in Scripture there's a planet? So this is what he said not to do. A jot, and now they've created a whole ball in the sky, or they're living on this ball, dot, jot, period. Anyways, they're out of their minds, so that's okay. They're lunatics. They live by a lunar calendar, and they worship, and we're not supposed to celebrate or worship anything. We're supposed to edify his agape, not pornea, right? Or phileo, but agape. But most people don't speak the agape. They speak another shem. Traditions, mammon, traditions of men, women of men. That's what they go after, these worldly. He said, be not in it, right? Be not of it. Be in it, but be not of it. So don't be in it. Do not partake in these worldly traditions. Ball gods in the sky and fairy tales like Ewok, and Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, so now we got big feet, because that's what it says in Scripture, right? So if they're not in line with Scripture, throw them out, reject them. So this great celestial firmament marker is not a Anakin Skywalker, or there's a clock above your head, and he spoke of a time, an astrological, astronomy, an alignment of where these stars are. I'm not sure if you know what the word Magi means, but I'm a Magi. That's what I have been sent here to declare the birth of the age, and we're welcome to the new age. Welcome to the apocalypse. Welcome to the book of Revelation. You are the remnant, the firmament star marker declared, not some fake nation of Israel in 1948 off a triple conjunction in Aries of both Saturn and Jupiter. Like Jupiter and Venus was the birth from fire to water. These star conjunctions, markers, they are very important if you're celestially wise. But most people don't have celestial eyes. They play visual and verbal voodoo in the skies, and he tells us to meet him in the sky, but that doesn't mean over your head. So most people twist, change, or the word froward, F-R-O-W-A-R-D, means to warp or pervert, like Godspeed or warp speed. You tell me. I don't do the worldly things. He said, come out of her, my people. So what do? You call it out. You shine the light on it. You put it in the narrow way. If you don't want it, don't worry about it. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. You're just trying to be like Father because he's the ram. David declared him the Lamb of God. That makes him Father again, the ram. Remember that triple tabernacle conjunction back in 1939 so they could form the fake nation of Israel? Well, the modern day Israel is spiritual, so they're going outside and bombing the living piss out of Iran. So he said no foreign entanglements. Oh, wait, that was George Washington that said that. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. We're not supposed to go outside our borders. So we can protect our own house, our own purses, papers, houses, or effects under the Fourth Amendment. God protected right. Warrantless and search or seizure. And they have to execute the warrant properly too. Remember that. They screw that up, they're going to go to jail. So hold these pigs accountable. People in government, okay? All of them. Clown cops, all of them. He said, do not cast your pearls before swine, so swine are pigs. So careful. He stood up and stood against the pigs. Christ stood up against pigs. Well, they made their own law, perverted pig law, like corporate law, mandates, codes, ordinances. Those are all for corporations. Those aren't constitutional. Those are not adjudicated through the House, Congress, or Senate. Those are called repugnant. You know, we have a judicial, legislative, and executive branches. It says in the Constitution, if it's done not been through that constitutional process, we're not supposed to follow these laws because they're not lawful nor legal. They're for corporation, open for business on the New York Stock Exchange of the bond. They're bonded debt slaves. You ever heard that term? Corporate debt slaves to the clock. But not above their head. They go to the stopwatch like 9 to 5, working 9 to 5, whatever. Graveyard or swing. I don't care where they swing. Anyways, they punch the clock and they think a clock is because there's a number on a wall and that's analog. Hold on, everything's digital now. So on a wall. Yeah, I guess you could put numbers on a wall. But a hand pointed to a number on a wall is time. There's a clock above your head. That's time. Time is not... at the tone, the time will be. Does anybody remember that? No. All right. We'll just keep going here because we have an abundance of our time. Apologize. We need to be charitable. He said, love is patient. Love is the word agape. Remember? Supposed to love. They didn't love him, and he divorced his bride Israel for going after gods in the sky. So careful. He leaves celestial markers, but there's no balls up there. There are gods, or there's no gods in the sky. Nothing's in the sky. Why do people think things are in the sky? Because there's Sky Daddy Jesus, and they're she, they, them, booby Jesus, or she, them, titty Jesus, whatever one you prefer, whatever dialect is gloss, or he's got boobies. My father didn't have breasts nor flesh. He had to birth a flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentile nation, and when he birthed the Hamashiach, Christ, born of Bethlehem, David declared him, right, the Lamb of God. David was from Bethlehem. Christ was from Bethlehem, also from the house of David, and he was the Lion. Remember, he sprang out of Judah. That was Leo in the celestial firmament. Are you celestially wise? There's many markers of our Redeemer in the firmament. Pisces, remember? But Father is I am. He is fire. He is Aleph. He is Aries. He is the Ram. David declared him the Lamb of God. That makes Father the Ram. See? Our Father who art in heaven is not in the sky. Hallowed be thy name. That means to edify, lift up, glorify, like he raised Lazarus from the dead. Jonah raised out of the belly of the whale for 3 days in darkness to warn of the coming of the destruction in 40 days of Nineveh, right? The coming destruction of Nineveh. Interesting. Are you seeing any correlation? They put this Revelation 12 sign on the U.S. debt calculator. Why? Ask yourself why. Do you even know about this Revelation 12 sign? Well, it's just part of the cycle. It's part of the sun cycle. So it's part of the Yuga and the Kali Yuga, part of the, not the raising of the Jurassic, the Jed spine, Nanu, Shazbot, but we'll all be, in a sense, divided, separated, but those will be elevated, lifted, a harpoza, a calling up, if you will. Not no Rapture, like Rapture, Indiana. Imagine how many people showed up to Rapture, Indiana on April 8th, stood on the X. There we go again with their stand on the X-ray. So they thought they were going to get out of here without going through tribulation. So Paul said we must go through much thalipsis. That's the word tribulation, to receive that kingdom, to have that lifting. So it's within. The kingdom of heaven is within. So it's not some place in the sky. It's not some sky daddy God or Jesus balls in the sky. Or you get out of here. There's nobody in the sky. Why do people think there's things in the sky? Because that's what Babylonian brainwaves do. They got a low energy like swine, you know. He cast the unclean truth out of the church. Not demon. The man said he was legion. People love to add balls in the sky. Oh, Cronus is Saturn, and that's the it has the slowest rotation. Anyways, people just don't know the difference between geocentric or heliocentric. They think they're spinning around on a block. I mean, on a rock. Well, third dimension. Think of a block. If you're stuck in the third dimension, that's like you're stuck in a box, right? You ever heard of the dimension? Are you dimensional? How many dimensions are you? You one? Like pantomime? Or never mind. Are you two? You know, there's another side of the paper, right? That would be 3D, right? There are dimensions in a block, right? You're stuck in a block. They think they're on a block, right? Third block, rock, ball from the sun, corkscrewing and spinning. The Hebrew word to change, twist, warp, pervert, or yes, corkscrew is froward, and to time and space. And we haven't hit anything yet. And all the constant elations, constant, and none of them are still, they're still in the same place. Why? Have you ever asked yourself that why? Are you on one of these ball camp? You sticking your Peter Pan flute in the American Pie? Keep your pan guts to yourself. Keep your square peg and keep whoever's round hole you're sticking that in. I don't care about shapes or squares. Or we're all adults here, so this should be a adult stream. So let's not talk about shapes. One, that, these guys like talk about numbers and shapes. It's like playing bat soup alphabet, you know. Like there's no letter J at the time of Rome, nor was there, you know, in the Hebrew language, but they come after this Jesus. Who the hell is Jesus? Hell's not below your feet, too, by the way, and neither is, you don't live on Earth and planet. He didn't create one planet. Heaven is not above your head. God is not in the sky. There's nothing above your head in the sky. Who told you that? Oh, you're going to tell me that Anakin Skywalker had, you know, well, he raised the Jurassic dead spine, right? Yoda used the Force, right? Luke, I am your father. You sound like a bunch of bumbling idiots. Too much Star Wars, too much Starlink, or I mean, Star Trek, Nano, Shazbot. Maybe it was Mork from Ork. That's the high priest of the Satan Church, MAGA. That's what kind of society I live in. Balls in the sky. So that's all right. People like to play with their little reindeer games, and well, they're lunatics. You know, they go by these celebrations, and we're not supposed to celebrate anything. Under this covenant, we fulfilled all the rituals and celebrations and dietary laws and fees and fines, and they ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, not Cadbury eggs, or little fluffy marshmallow bunnies, or I don't want to hear a little sugary peep. They make hot cross-top buns to Semiramis, the wife of Satan, Apollyon, the sun god. Mithra, at the time of Rome, Apollyon, he died and she had sex with their son. Oh, like rabbits. Tammuz loved rabbits, the son of Satan, Apollyon, the sun god. There you go, Mithra. These nutsa. Oh, man. This guy's nuts. Grab him. No, hey, keep your hands to yourself. Don't be grabbing these nuts. The man's nuts, grab him. All right. Hey, now, this is spiritual gospel, not a, hey, let me give you a testament here. Keep your hands, we're under the physical, so keep your hands inside the ride until it's come to complete alto stop. Stars, sun, and moon. Stars, sun, and moon. All right. Anyway, so Revelation 12. Have a good night. Dr. Seuss. Listen here. Dr. Seuss. That's some writing right there. That's some creative writing in there. All right. I feel like I live in that book right now. It's very these snakes up a pole, doctors, they're what do they call that? Jabba, bow to the altar of Jabba. Ah ha ha. Oh wait, that's Star Wars again. We'll go back on the Star Trek. Shazbot, Nanu. Oh wait, that was beam me up, Scotty. Like Scotland, like the Scottish Reich. Maybe. Oh, that's like blood related to the Queen. Oh, purple people eaters. Here we are again. Their crowns, they did the Snow Kings, and then have you ever noticed what's up with this, guys? Anybody Bueller want to make a comment about this? What's all this about? The crowns here. He said in Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. You tell me. Oh, nice. Well, I'm from over here in Spring, Tucky. Not from. I was birthed in the concrete jungle. But I'm here in Spring, Tucky, or Oregon. Is that the Simpsons? Is that the Spring, Tucky field? We call it Spring, Tucky over here, but it's actually, oh, really? Is it that late there already? No. What are you talking about? Actually, it's Revelation. Oh, Massachusetts. All right. My mama was birthed in Massachusetts. We're all gods? No, I'm not a god. He said, you will be as gods. But little deity gods, little g gods, that's the word demon. So, demonion. They used to pray to their ancestors, have communion. They could communicate, open up portals, offer burnt offerings after an orgy to give them after a pump and dump sex ritual orgy, and they would eat that flesh, eat the flesh of a... How did that go there, Kiki? Will you report back? And I don't care which lesson you listened to and wherever you listened to, I'm sure it was very... Did you unlearn and relearn something? Was it as enlightening as I said it would be? Outstanding. All right, good. It just, you feel centered when you know that somebody's had much more study than I. He's got 40 years of studying on me. I just mirror Oligas, a fraction of the gospel that he obviously, it should hopefully, okay, cool. Cool. So, hey, I'm telling you, Brother Jim, you want to start learning about each one of these blasphemous religions? Go see Brother Jim. God's on the way. Well, Father ain't coming here, right? He birthed the flesh vessel, and it's Shiloh that meets the angel and gives him the key to the place of no knowledge. Hell, abyss. So he's not coming to this rock. So enchanted enchiladas. Now that's speaking my language there. Now that's almost as interrupting as the word tacos. Explain to me their enchilada. This guy's the whole enchilada here. I want to hear about this. I'll always take a break for some tacos. Heck yeah, rolled, carne, asada. I like, hey, I'm addicted. Lengua. All right, anyways. I don't need pastor or adobada. These guys got enchilada. Are you queso? Pollo? Enchanted, though. Hey, look, you can tell me I'm freaking lose my mind over some tacos. So maybe I should move to Ecuador. I'm trying to get out of here. I want to eat Ecuadorian tacos. The The giant tree. Hey, he's right out in my backyard. They're all over this rock. You ever notice that? The trees that reach to the firmament? Oh, well, were they that high? Oh, higher than a hippie and helicopter. All right, well. Ahoy. Me matey. Are you one of these pirates? You're not a road pirate. You're not a cop, are you? We don't allow cops or pigs in here. Or if you work for the government, get out of here. Leave. He tells us don't sup with vipers, no cash or pearls before swine. Pigs, people in government. You just thought I was talking about them clown cops, huh? Road raiders. Yeah, we don't want your cracker Jesus in here. Take your other Jesus somewhere else. He said before Abraham was I am, and he required fee, fine, sacrifice, blood, war, ritual. He had a favorite as Evans. Yes, he did. But under this covenant, on earth as it is in heaven. Oh, yeah. Kados, baby. As is above, so is below. Oh, what do you know, Joe? Skip Joe and we'll be 47. 4 plus 7 is 11. Let's go back in time. Well, we'll reverse like a card game, like Uno. 4 plus 5 is 9. Skip Joe and 4 plus 7 is 11. So, the angelos of the pit abyss. No knowledge. So, we don't want you coming in here trying to put your Jesus, other Jesus in here. You're sit down one day, Sunday. He said, who shall ever come after me? Deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. Carry your cross. I didn't say sit down. You worship that sit down Jesus, don't you? We're dressed normally, but we're wearing some sort of mask. Uh-oh, where were they wearing masks at? We have another. You ever notice when you go to the orgy sex rituals from these elite, they always cover their face? Your little masquerade parties. One of my favorite things about I am is that the tense is I am what I am. Simply word. Nice. That's right. Good. That's hallelujah. 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 Good stuff for that, man. Remember? He said, be comforted. I am. He said, before Abraham was. I am the Aleph. I am the Aletheia. I am the Hados. He said, I am. He said, I am the Alpha and I am the Omega. A deer skull. You're a little seasoned as well, huh? No, I don't do I only go after the gospel. I only go after I am through Shiloh, through the covenant that he made under the meek 490 gospel with his bride. Only those he chose from the foundation of the world, only he knows, only he myself will they have their names blotted out of that book. So I more concentrate on the gospel, and I'm very gospel. I've studied so many things, but anymore it's quite boring if it's not gospel. You have to stay up on current, because these are cycles that just cyclical things are all like Father Nature and Father Time. Where the hell Mother Nature? Who said to you Mother Nature? Where? Let's have this conversation real quick. I didn't mean to interrupt the old reason for the season here, but where do you get Mother Nature? Well, what is Mother Nature? Who says that? Why do they say that? Well, where do you get Mother? Where's Mother Nature? Oh, Disney. Oh, the Disney old Jiminy Crickets in your conscience and the Lion, right? King. Oh, they love to mock you with their wizard, How about we'll poke some holes in the old Steamboat Willie? Oh, wait, never mind. That's right. It's called fairy tales. Celtic demons. And I wish upon a star. Uh-oh. Starlight, star bright, oh, the first star on the sea tonight. Oh, wish away, I wish away. I don't wish for nothing. Father created all things. You're an idiot. There's no such thing as luck. Not you. Hey, you with the nose on your face, not you. So, I've asked to leave this ritual quietly. What is brought forward to heed the church. The man in the red robe put an inverted cross on my forehead with blood. That was years ago. I'm still following my evil. Well, I don't know about all that. There's no such thing as demons, and so evil, Father created that just to taunt you with. And he does. He creates all things. He creates evil. So he created evil to test his bride. And evil is not some red pokey red kitty devil. Evil mirrors and performs all the same miracles and wonders as Christ and says it's not evil. What do we got there, guys? We got some freaking wind coming up here. Some of them straight line winds. So, man in red robes. Who are you hanging out with? Why are you hanging out with dudes in robes? That doesn't sound right. They're enchanted. That's all right. I won't go there with you. I don't think you were going there. You need to read the scripture. You know, we're all filthy rags and we've all fallen short of the word. So, sup with the word. Sup with definition. He said, I am. So, in the beginning was the word. So, if you defile the word, then you're raping his word then. If you add your own version, start adding, you're forcing yourself on his word. That's idolatry. It'd be like rape. You're forcing yourself upon the word. He doesn't want you to do that. He said, don't do that. So why are you forcing yourself? Don't worry about it. Soul's all right. It's either destined for the abyss or it's destined for the wedding feast of the Lamb. You can't change that. So let your soul rest. Your soul's fine. Ain't nobody following you. It's always around you. There's evil, not temptation, around every corner. It's just the way the world we live in. This place was given unto the adversary, Satan, to reign over the hearts of men. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. Not one of us. So let your rest at ease. The word is what sets you free. You need more of the words, what you need. You need more Jesus, but not the other cracker transgender Jesus with 3 genders in one God. That's Catholicism. That's Satanism. All your isms, your Calvinism and your Mormonism and your insanities. Yes, your Christianity. Them too. They follow the communion ritual. Eat my body, drink my blood, crackers and grape juice. That's vampirism and cannibalism. We're not supposed to drink blood. And remember, he told them to go out into the wilderness, Anak, the land of Anak, where the Anunnaki were, Gaza, and killed the giants because they were eating human flesh. Get with the times. There's no such thing as Anakin Skywalker. So, nobody's following you. Father's inside you. You should be more worried about what's inside you than anything on the outside of this world. He said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. Crosses. What are you, Ash Wednesday? Remember they put ash crosses on the, what the hell is going on? You must have been hanging out with a bunch of Catholics or Christians. Sounds like a bunch of Christians or Lutherans to me. Maybe Presbyterians or Protestants or Calvinists. Maybe them too. Those people think that the children never even sin in their life go to hell. How's that even possible? Calvinism. I rebuke your isms. Satanism is what all they are. Satan is the adversary. Don't start adding or taking away from his book. Remember? Adding. You're raping his word. You take away. That's theft. Porneia is a Greek word. That's not like rubbing your own chain or pulling your own chain. That means to self-will. By yourself, you distribute lies to yourself. You're a transfer like technician of oil. Well, you're distributing fortunes or lies to yourself. You're an idolater. That is the Greek word porneia. And the reverse of that is the word demonion or demon. This is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. There's another word exactly in the hados of that word is the word Nephilim. Same thing. Not a giant. A Nephilim's not a giant, and the Nephilim's not a fallen angel. Okay, Anakin Skywalker. You got it there, Darth Maul, Chewbacca, Mork from Mork. Hey, where's Mindy? All right, leave Mindy out of this. So, I hope you haven't fallen for these ball gods in the sky. Think that you're spinning around on a block, on a rock in the third dimension from the sun, corkscrewing and spinning through time, and get out of my space. That's so old in MySpace. Remember that? I've never had MySpace, but anyways. Book you're reading, that none of it where what I read doesn't say anything of that. It says absolutely the quite opposite. Doesn't it say something about something that can't be moved from its foundation? Not earth tilt like bend over Harley Halo Davidson. Those are art discharges, and he should know better than that. But he likes to do the earth tilt. Remember, you tilt over to one side of his property, and you're right next to the feds. Yeah, Mr. Well, bend over. Now space weather. Why not shellspicious anymore? We were all shellspicious of his little observatory, and maybe I asked too many questions on what he was observing. But anyways, man, all the money that man brought into that whole motorhome thing. Now he's got a whole camp, work camp. Oh wait, it's a ranch. Remember, it's a observer ranch or whatever. So, hey, we had Silver Rock Ranch before there was ever a ranch out there at Coronado. That place is the new Washington, D.C., if you will. NORAD. Yeah, the new state capital. Watch, you'll see. Under the airport, under the sea. Oh, wait, that's under the airport. They fly sky boats, right? Space boats. I think that what they call them? What's Elon fly up there? They fly space boats? Rockets, right? Oh, here we go with the ring around the rosy ritual again. Apollyon, the sun god. So, but anyway, all right, let's keep it real here. Revelation 12, 9:23, 2017. After 40 weeks in the belly of the Virgin, Jupiter exits Melchizedek in Scripture. Not 4 days, not 4 weeks, but 40 weeks, and 3 wandering stars, Venus, Mars, and Mercury, stood still, just like Jupiter did at the birth of the Virgin. Remember, Jupiter and Venus, and then the scepter sign. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Leo, the lion, like Disney mocks him as Lion King, till Shiloh returns. So, see how unwise people are celestially, and that's not, don't worry, there weren't wise men. Although they were wise, they were called a magi. And Christ was almost 3 years old when they came into Bethlehem, not a baby. That's Satan, Apollyon, the one Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Call the tea kettle black if that's what it is. If not, leave. Take your polyticks, many ticks, bloodsuckers, many bloodsuckers, and get out of here. You and your MAGA idiots and your Joe and your Kamala Allah Akbar, your JFK, your George Washington was a 33-degree Mason. I don't want to hear it. They're all blood related to the queen. Just like Rome, they had red and blue. You mix it, you get purple people eaters. So move on from here. This is not a place for you to rest. He said, don't sup, don't eat. You're not welcome here. Good to know you, but no, that's not good. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. You're supposed to call something out and not like it. If it's evil, you call it out like it is. You don't give somebody a trophy if they win or lose. All I got to do is win, win, win. Look at they got kids doing it. Now they got adults doing it. And how fast did that happen? I told you in the twinkling of an eye. At the last thump, 3 bodies away, Hillary Clinton sat at his inaugural dinner. Lock her up. Campaign. Remember? He sold tennis shoes, Bibles with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Do you pledge your allegiance to the flag? I say we make an oath that we burn all nations' flags. Who cares about stupid pieces of rags? They started wars over red and blue. Democrat, blood begin. Remember that? Colors. I am a nightmare walking, psychopath talking, king of the jungle, just a gangster. You remember that? Colors. I watched all that grow up. All of it. Seen all of it. It's called Divide and Conquer. So they did it in Rome. Now they're doing it in Americant. Well, no, I Americant. But They're the Americas and I American. So I go to South America, but I American North. So no, I can't. I can't do it. This place is an apostate nation. It's a disgusting, filthy nation that has just done atrocities and committed mass murder, MAGA murder, under the hat of 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. They're still touching kids at airports, and I'm not okay with kiddies being touched. Never, ever, ever, ever. Don't put your hands on kids. I have a problem with that. I do. Normally I can, I let Father, and I'm not going to, condemn and do anything to you, but probably don't want to touch kids and go get locked up in a prison. That's not a place to be. They normally handle that pretty quickly in there. So, yeah, don't touch kids. Man, I'm still so frustrated at how many little girls have their slots touched every single day, and Americans don't care. America can't stand this. Little boys and girls, these little tomatoes, I'm going to juggle them like little cherry tomatoes or something, trying to pick tomatoes. It's disgusting, filthy, and over 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, and there was never, that's not right. There's never been, since the Wright brothers, ever a child strapped with an ordnance and run into anything. Why would they do that? These people don't care. How long was that ago? A long, decades, right? 2000 what? Nobody cares. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes justifies touching your child's genital region. How about, no, if you don't want to do that, we'll radiate them for you. So why doesn't anybody talk about that? Let's talk about that a lot. Let's talk about that till it just irritates you so much that maybe you'll actually speak up about it. And I won't be the only one talking about 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, which doesn't math to me. And it's never right. I don't care how you can't justify it. It'll never add up to ever touch a child's area down in that. Traumatize a child for life. Oh, this is normal. We have normalized this for how many decades now? For safety. Remember those who give up a little promised, liberty, right? For a little safety, right? Or security deserves neither. So you're a filthy swine to have not spoken up about this, and I rebuke you. You should speak up now. Now's your chance. Don't go down as a silent majority in history. You're seriously justifying for over 2 decades we've been touching. Not me. I don't work for the TSA. Okay? I'm not okay with that. Ever. So it happens. Wait a minute. I have $5 and travel frequently. No one touches my dollars. Okay, well, I'm not sure where you travel, Monkey Man, but since Blind 11, they have been touching children's slots and juggling their, don't act like it don't happen. Absolutely. So, Monkey Man. Oh, hey, man, evolved from apes. Why are there still apes? That's kind of it. What's the Monkey Man mean? Are you one of these? Don't say nothing, go down as a silent majority. So, tell me where they're not touching your daughters. Which airports are you traveling through? You can see them doing this to children on the daily. What makes you so special? What do you mean? Did they just stop doing this or something? I don't know. I don't fly. But I know this has gone on for decades. I've seen and watched tons and tons and tons of videos that just frustrate the living piss out of me. It's never okay to touch a child. So, what do we got here? So, okay, anyways, it don't matter. Like I said, you can go look through all this footage, and you can see. I don't travel. I haven't been on an airplane in an airport for several years. So if something's changed, you can let me know. But I know I've, for decades, have seen plenty of footage of the TSA putting their hands bam in existence. What are you freaks talking about? Oh, okay, Bob, you're going to be able to stay in here calling people freaks. Well, you can pound sand, okay? Goodbye. Yabba dabba doo. Let's bring the bam to existence. What? Sharp and pokey. Uh-oh, he must work for the government. Well, got to have change in life, so sometimes change is a good thing. So I'm not afraid of change. I need more change in my life at this point, but that's okay. Father brings and wills all things of his in my life. Hopefully it's not by my own, so it's okay. He brings all things to close. Eventually he pours out a just measure. So it's like an accountant, and he makes sure that all the wrongs are righted and all the rights are wronged, and all the pain is healed. So looking like an old school skateboarder. Uh-oh. I grew up riding skateboards, and I grew up on boogie boarding and skimboarding and bodyboarding and surfing. So you got me nailed. I have a thing for the water. Not so much anymore, but I definitely like to do the ocean and get thrown around like some, rag doll and get pounded into the sand, and don't take a breath because you'll die. But it's pretty exhilarating, springing up off the bottom of the ocean. So, and yeah, we built half pipes, and I built pipes at Lance Mountain, skateboarding, and Tony Hawk and Eddie Martinez and Guerrera and all Danforth. Well, not Danforth, but hey, when they declared your status, did they ever call you into court? Status. No. So I didn't have any status hearing as of yet. I think they've supposed to be something. They got something coming up, but it's all a sham. It's all a big rouge. I got their ears pinned back. I'll be either one of the more wealthy men on this rock, or I'll spend the rest of my life in prison. No, I won't, because I can still have the right of appeal, but it doesn't matter. Everything's good, right? Father knows. I can't do a darn thing about anything. I have tried and nothing. Hey, they even open the case file, so what do you want me to do? Okay. The AF Society, when you're preaching the gospel, I know, Master. I'm still in a learning process, okay? I'm just filthy rags like anybody else here. We're supposed to sharpen iron with iron, go in, reproof the word, and go back and make sure we're staying over the true aletheia, the true gospel, the thalipsis, the 490 gospel. Are you part of the 490 generation? Hey, they didn't let the land lie fallow rest for 490 years. 7 times 70. You do the math. I got a little ahead of myself there. You're starting to add. Don't add 2 + 2 = 5. That's some common core math there. What time is it here? Hold on. I got to see what time. You guys got to wait, puppy dogs. This guy's whining. You don't want to go out there. It's windy. You ain't going to want to stay out there. You're going to be on out there for 1 minute, and you're going to want back in here. Listen how windy it is. We're getting some straight line winds there, knucklehead. Oh, my goodness. I wasn't talking to you. Oh, my goodness. He's taking over. Oh, my gosh. We're getting attacked. We're getting attacked. Would you stop it? What's the dad doing? What are you doing here, Dad? What are you doing? You're like a fox wrapped around my neck there, like a scarf or something there, buddy boy. Oh, you loved a dad. He was a dad. He's a dad boy. Only do dad boy. No kisses. No kisses. No kisses. Thank you. All right, watch out. He's a dingo, so he's a little silly from time to time. He gets a little crazy. He gets it from his dad. He does. All right, you all done? Oh, he's going to go crazy. Going to be okay? Are you going to be all right? Are you going to go crazy? Go crazy? He's gonna go crazy. Oh, we got one down here too going crazy. Oh, we got more puppies. Oh, more puppy. Oh, get out from underneath me. Get out. And I got the craziest puppies ever. Are you crazy dingo boy? Are you crazy dingo? Are you crazy dingo? Yeah? Are you crazy? Are you crazy like dad? Are you crazy like your dad? Oh, you're a handsome boy. Bone, bone. Bone, 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 bone. Dad's talking about you, buddy. Hey, what are you whining about? What are you whining about? Okay, that's the other boy. Had to come up and steal the show. So it's super windy out. If I let the dogs out, they're going to want in less than 3 minutes. So do you think you'd be able to recognize your creator if they, who's they? Oh, they, you're speaking they, is it is he. It is I am. He said before Abraham was I am. If they were walking around in the flesh, well, that's not, I don't understand what's your point of that. That does, I mean, that's, you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. I mean, he left this flesh. He said he's going to go to where his father's house is at, which doesn't exist in flesh. So why would you bring him back into the flesh? I'm not sure what this means. Okay, walking around in the flesh, and if what they were was not something given in the scriptures that are allowed today. Iron sharpens iron. You're a one-sided sharpener. Okay, Jesus, would you like to explain yourself? There, Jesus, the letter J didn't exist at the time of Hamashiach, Rome, Christ, Hebrew. Who the hell is Jesus? Once again, Rubio. Which Jesus are you speaking of, Jesus? You're one-sided Jesus. You're damn right I'm not going to let you fall for some other Jesus. So which Jesus are you speaking of? Question mark, dot, dot, dot. I don't use the exclamation point ever. I don't need to have to do that. So who's your Jesus? Who's your Jesus? Accelerationism. What do you mean? Like in the end of the days, if you do not shorten the days, no flesh would be survive? No flesh? So which Jesus, Rubio? Are you Mark Rubio? Which one are you? The same one you're talking about. You just acknowledged him. The booby Jesus. Okay, you go after the transgender Jesus. Good. So the other Jesus Paul spoke of, Christ one of many. So I know there's several, and you obviously don't know the Hamashiach. So I'll ask you this. Jesus Rubio, tell me this. If you know the Hamashiach, tell me what the word halakha and haggadah is. Because if you knew Christ, you would definitely know those two words. So Christ is a pagan term, which means anointed in oil. So taken out of paganism, rooted out of paganism. So Jesus Rubio, the letter J didn't exist at the time of Rome, nor did it in the Hebrew. So he said, don't even add a jot. So you've already violated what he said. So to do, and he said, show them to the light. If they're in the, they're in the broad way, and they're the Broadway Jesus, show them to the narrow way. So your Broadway Jesus, your transgender, let me she, they, them, booby Jesus. Go ahead, tell me what halakha and haggadah means. Come on, hurry up. You would know that. That would be part of your life. It would be a big part of your life. If you knew the Hamashiach, you would definitely be able to spit some truth right now, wouldn't you? So tell this Rubio, Jesus, the letter J didn't exist at the time of Rome, so I don't know who Jesus is that you speak of. La Vida, you would. Hello, sorry to interrupt, but what? Says lesson. Oh, we're just bouncing, Jordan, off of the comment of Jesus Rubio said I was one-sided sharpener with a exclamation and then a question mark, and I don't remember what he said after that. It didn't, but So I was trying to explain that he's a Pharisee or a Satanist or an Antichrist because the letter J didn't exist at the time of Rome. So he's already doing exactly what the scripture said not to do. And then I asked him what the word halakha is, Haggadah, if he knew who Christ was, the one who was anointed and oil. He'd already been able to answer that. But he's another Jesus. He made that clear. He is the let me she, they, them, booby Jesus. That's the Jesus I think that pretty certain he goes after. So, because if you would know what that word means, you would have a good understanding. And if you don't know what the word halakha or Haggadah is, I wouldn't speak up in this ministry. You'll probably get the word will set you to the left or to the right exit. We won't stand for perverting of the word. So pervert means to warp, twist, change. Froward is the Hebrew word. So I think Jesus must not have read the other gospel or have ever read the gospel at all. I think he's following some other Jesus as it speaks of in the translated text. But he said, don't translate, don't add. Pornea is the Greek word to make your own lie and believe it. And so if you think his name, which is the word Shem, was Jesus, you're an idiot. And we don't fight over the name because it's the 66 canonized books, the ones that were blotted out of the Old Testament, laws fulfilled in flesh. Were fulfilled by this new covenant, by him being the testor of that will. It's a test of your will and your faith, but faith and faith alone, we are saved. But again, we crush these Christian and Catholic and Protestant, Presbyterian and Lutheran and Calvinists. They're all idiots. They go after a transgender Jesus birthed in the middle of the winter. We're not supposed to celebrate anything. And not too many people know that. The word is oligos. Many are called, but oligos are chosen. He said his flock is an oligos flock. So, good stuff there, Pokey. And you can do that by definition, remember? You can go back to the Hebrew lexicon and study it in the Greek, in the New lexicon, right? Testament. And you can use your dictionary in modern day English and study these words, study cultures, customs, maps. There's a lot of ways to study. And we're blessed. I was just speaking with Kevin about this earlier today. He come over and hang out for a little bit and brought the animals over. But you know how blessed we are to have so much BIS knowledge at our fingertips around us. People in the 1800s didn't have this kind of, you'd have to walk all day on foot just to hear. So you say don't translate. Why? Okay, listen, Jesus, if you can't answer my question, I'm not going to stay in here, Ruby. Okay, you got to answer the questions. So he says, and I haven't read it. So you say don't translate. Why are you trying to translate what I'm believing? Believe is not a thought in your head. You're an idiot. Leave now, Jesus. I don't even want to hear anything else you have to say. A belief is a verb. It's an action word. It's not a thought in your head. You're an idiot. You're a complete idiot, and you're making yourself look like an ass. So you're doing exactly what fighting. Yeah, all right, thanks. Get him out of here. So, you're going to have to be a little more mature. When he said, hallowed be thy Shem, that's the word name. We're not fighting over anybody's name. But how stupid are you to sit there and put the letter J, Jesus? There's a lot of other ways to come off with that word. That's a translation. And he said, do not translate, do not make up your own version. And that's what he told us not to do. So I don't think Jesus Rubio has sat down much with the word. Nobody's fighting. I don't give a crap what you think. I'm not trying to change Jesus Rubio. He can come in here and do whatever the hell he wants, but I'm not going to allow you, if you can't explain a little more detail about the name being Shem, how would be thy Shem? He didn't say name. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That Shem had authority. Law. Aleph, leader, ox, not Jesus, not God, not Yeshua, not Yahweh. Shut up. This is an idiot, childish idiot, telling me that I'm fighting over names. Nobody's fighting over names. He given a blessing just to stay here an extra minute. So I'm not going to sit there and argue with somebody over some letter. Didn't exist. If you're so foolish to do something to add a letter that was not there, that's your own damn problem, not mine. So I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep. I already did 10 years, over a dozen years, trying to bring people to God, making a mistake, thinking I'm bringing people to Jesus. That's not possible. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. There's no such thing as free will. No such thing as man-made, because God created all things. Even if you created them with your hand, he created you. So grow up, child. I can't legally spell to understand the saint didn't ride the short bus, but then again, who are you to think that you will wear a cap at brim of an advertisement? Okay, I don't think Pokey must not be talking to me. So, anyways, do appreciate people who do understand that, you're going after text that's not there. And he said, don't add any text. Don't add text to the scripture. Okay, so you add something, because people put, oh, Jesus, that's not, there was no letter J. You're putting way too much emphasis on something that was never even there, like the word Lucifer, never written in the text. Never once did the word Lucifer. Never did the word Jesus ever exist in the text either. So pound sand if you don't like it. And I'm not here to try to turn you into a goat or a sheep. It's not possible. I'm going to let you out, but you're going to want back in 2 minutes. Listen how windy it is, and you don't like the wind at all. You don't like the wind. No, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. It was already chosen from the foundation of the world. Only by the elect will not be fooled. Only by self. Wow. Pokey, that's stripes. Like rulings, like back to the like burning stripes, right? Burning. Oh, that's pretty silly. I don't know where you're going with that, but that was pretty silly. Maybe he's being comical. Yeah, nice. Yes, absolutely. I have Jordan. I have everything that you ever need right here. It's called Grace and Truth Ministries. Grace and Truth Ministries here on YouTube. It's not a church. Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. I just said Springs. It's not Springs. It's Briggs. My bad. Listen, Jordan, not Michael. That's some hang time right there, boys. Like Mars and Marv. So, okay, listen, go see Brother Jim here at Grace and Truth Ministries and come back and tell me that ain't the best thing you've ever seen, had, taste, touch, smell in your life. You'll find nothing more valuable than that. And then come back and give glory to Shiloh, to Jesus, to the Hamashiach. If you want to use that translated name of his whatever, all glory to the Hamashiach, okay? That's what you need, Jordan. You need some one-on-one time with Brother Jim right here on YouTube. You can go here at any time. He'll send you CDs. It's a classroom. It's not a church. He calls himself a Christian. I'm not. I'm your predestination. I'm your the gospel man. You have, Father has blessed you today. Let me tell you, Father has given you the biggest blessing you could ever receive. I could give you piles of money and piles of gold, but that won't give you the best, the knowledge that Brother Jim can give you. Okay, I can give you a lot of best knowledge, but not like Brother Jim can. So ask and you shall receive. Knock and I will come sup with you. Seek and you shall find. He sent you here. So thank you, Father, for sending Jordan here. And go over here to the same platform. You can, if you want to do the net, you can do graceandtruth.net. It's Grace and Truth. Tell me it's not the best thing you've ever had. Kiki was in here earlier and said they went over and saw Brother Jim and said it was outstanding. I've been doing this for years in this ministry. I mirror predestination. I've never had anybody leave over there and come back and say that was terrible. Never one time have I had one complaint about Brother Jim. Never once. So he's like not paying for the Better Business Bureau readings. These people I send over, I mirror, and I tell people, if you go over there and you never come back again, that's okay. Hey, that's all right. Understand, I've gotten hooked, addicted to Brother Jim, where I don't shut down. I don't go to any of their channels for years. You can see my feed. I don't. On the radio. He's been on radio, television. He's the most well-studied man on this rock. There's not one biblical scholar, one denomination, anybody can even hold a candle, and I don't lift him on a pedestal, but Brother Jim is not like any other teacher. And he said calling him a teacher. I just want to say his lessons are just amazing. So go over there, Jordan, anytime. And if you do come back, let me know. I've always had people come back, man. That was great. They're like, wow, you go more and more. I've had people say they've come in here and they learn more in one lesson from Jim Brown, one teaching. He normally does like a 2 or 3 hour lesson. So you got to take some time to sit down and get a piece of paper because you're going to unlearn and relearn, not some church. And man, I learned more than I did sitting down with one lesson that I've done my whole time going to church. I've been going to church for 20 years, 10 years. I've had it. It comes in here. So hopefully you glean from this ministry as well here, and you can take a bunch with you. And you can share that light with others. Heck yeah, man. So nothing like the gospel, hearing the truth. The aletheia is the word truth. Brother Jim is eloquent, and at his delivery, it's a little rough for some people, but most people can handle it, and it doesn't matter. We're all rough around the edges. We all fall short of the word. And so, Jordan, you've just been blessed. Thank Father for sending Jordan in here, and he'll go see Brother Jim Brown, and I'm sure he'll see that Pastor Jim Brown is an absolute amazing way to unlearn and relearn. So don't worry about anything. Just get a piece of paper, go over there, sit down, and take some notes, and then go back if you have some question, and then you can call him directly on the phone. He'll call if he's might have spent hours, many of hours with his wife Mary on the phone. Brother Mike will hook you up on CDs. They'll send you some of those 3-hour lessons, normally 2 of them a month. Stay in touch with the ministry. Let them know you're live. They'll keep you on the mail list. They'll just keep them coming. And those are more valuable physically possession than probably anything you've ever owned. So, but yes, go see Brother Jim Brown. Jim Brown here on YouTube at Grace and Truth Ministries or graceandtruth.net. Guys, he's been on the radio and television for decades. So, but he's really super hyper focused now on the internet. So, quote Jim Brown, the internet was made for Grace and Truth Ministries. So, well, no, it's a worldwide ministry, just like this one is. Between TikTok, the backup channels, Predestined for Light, you're looking at 50,000+ subscribers and followers here on this ministry here. So we make mega churches look puny. I'll let you out, but you're gonna want back in a few seconds. You know that, my little knuckle butts. All right. So thanks for dropping that link. Appreciate that. Good stuff. All right, let me see. We got one somebody held for review. What did I say? Pokey, you're an idiot. Nobody wants your money. They're Gumby or Pokey. So you can go ahead and exit now. If you put any more, I'll just go ahead and boot you out of here. So I don't want your money. Goodbye. So you must have went and followed the ministry, seeing that we're going to be attempting to purchase some land in South America so we can tithe food to the 50,000+ follower subscriber base here. So because they tithe food, not money. So pound sand, you idiot. You don't know anything about the channel. You must have read something and you just selective hearing, or you just don't have an IC. So take your fairy. That's a Celtic demon, fairy. So you're an idiot. You probably have no education. Probably too much tap water. Maybe you've been formally, publicly educated and to the public school system vision and been programmed and been, how many hundreds, thousands of hours do you have? Did you graduate? Did you have a diploma? Or did you GED? So they held somebody's message. Pokey Gummy was trying to be funny. So the horse, or the little floppy green dude, little floppy, maybe it was a rooster, he's a floppy cock. I'm not sure. All right. Hey, remember Giannis, the one with the cock, the rooster, January? January, that's funny. Giannis. All right. What do we got here? Crispy, what do you want, man? Somebody stick you in the deep fryer, or you been in too much sun? Are you baked? Somebody put you in the oven? What happened, man? I like my wings crispy. Heck yeah, I like them where I pull them off the... I don't like those rubber wings. What kind of critter you talk about? Pollo? Oh, wait, that's a bird. 47. Huh. Interesting. All right, we're just we're doing a little hangout here. What do we got? The Revelation 12 sign. So I thank Father that I've been blessed enough to be a witness again, to have celestial eyes, to see this firmament marker that was given over 2,600 years. A second witness. First, he said there would be the sign of the second coming of Christ in the stars. Then he gave that revelation to John at the island of Patmos, the gold mines, and where it speaks of that sign of the Virgin clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet. Remember, and again, in birth, pain, labor pains, because Jupiter, again, Melchizedek in Scripture had entered into the belly and stayed within for 40 weeks, and the crown, which at the time of Christ, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, made him the high priest. When Jupiter pointed, again, stopped at opposition, pointed to Leo, the lion. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, Leo, the lion from the tribe of Judah, till Shiloh returns. So that is the one that crowned him the high priest. This was the one that crowned a crown of 12 stars, which was those 9 stars. And then the, Venus, Mars, and Mercury, wandering stars, 3 wandering stars, wander off and on the ecliptic plane like the sun goes up and down. These stars stood still, not for 4 days, not for 4 weeks, not for 4 months, but for 40 weeks. And on 9/23 of 2017, exited the belly of the Virgin in gestation of a human child. He spoke of this 2,600 years ago, and this happened in your lifetime. And nobody cares, but I do, because I know it leads to the 923 executive orders that'll put you in a work camp. It has everything to do with it. Oh, why is it on the debt calculator then? Why am I the only man with this Revelation 12 sign tattooed on my body? Less than 1% of the populace even knows it happened, or even a witness. Like the Star of David, less than 1% of the populace even knows that happened 2,600 years ago. That's the same exact thing that birthed the HaMashiach. Then he spoke of a celestial birth in the firmament, in the stars, and then gave that revelation to John, and then it happened in your lifetime. Imagine that. He spoke of it. It was written down, and then you were a witness to the living word come to life in the celestial firmament. Hallelujah. You can't take anything from me. I don't need to see another thing. I don't need to see another sign. I was a witness too, right, of the major constellations. No, we're not living in Satan's little season. Who told you that? You've been watching that lady online? We're not living in Satan's little season. Has Father come back? Has there been a 7th seal? There can't be a 7th. There's not. The sky is not rolled back like a scroll. Blasphemy. We're not living in a little season. We come back to flesh, obviously, but we have to leave flesh for a period of time. He's inside of us, obviously, a spirit. But there's judgments, remember? The 7 shofars, the ram's horn shall sound the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Nope. Bullshit. Stop pushing your stupidity. That he has not come back. There has not been a judgment. You are playing with stuff you don't even understand celestially. See, there's a celestial clock to make sure that's not that we already know. So there's no such thing as thousand in Scripture. So your millennia shows your false teaching already. There's no such thing as 1,000. There's no such thing as 0. There's only 1 through 9. So you're out of your league. Don't speak up, Brock. You are speaking out of your league. The little season is when we come back to flesh, obviously, but we haven't gone to Father's house. He has not prepared that place. The 7th shofar, the ram's horn, the dead have not been raised from the ashes and the dust. So don't sit there and try to add. You listen to that one lady. I've been watching a little bit of her teachings, and she's a false teacher. Has the ram's horn, has the skies rolled back like a scroll? Has the Antichrist been revealed? Spiritual Antichrist? No, not yet. We're seeing that actually just play out right now. So we'll get to go be after the 7th shofar, the final trump. The dead will raise from the ashes and the dust. And will we be with Father for an undetermined time without flesh. And then we go back. No, not maybe in 70 AD. Bullshit. What happened in 79 AD? No, you're a swine. I'm not going to allow you to do that in here, Brock. What happened in 79 AD? I know exactly the timeline. Remember, I'm eternal. So I won't let you change the past, nor will I allow you to change what Scripture says that's going to happen in the future. So have we seen the final trump? No. So therefore, we cannot be in the little season. We have not seen the great and dreadful day of the Lord. No. That did not happen back in 79 AD, or nor did it happen in 70 AD. I know what happened in 70 AD because I know I did a ton of work here on this ministry about the same celestial alignment that happened at that time. The destruction of the temple by the armies, the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and the beast. I know exactly what you're speaking of. This is where the physical ritual, the physical body was destroyed. So you need to, if you're going to, no, like I said, remember, there has been no seventh horn. We have not seen the great and dreadful day of the Lord. There has been no judgments, okay? There's been no judgments. So nobody has gone to pass through the book of judgments. That hasn't happened. So therefore, there has been no little season happen. That happens after we have an undetermined time without flesh, because we come back into what makes us sin, which is the flesh. So we haven't left that. We didn't leave it in 70 AD. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Many don't even hold a candle to what you're speaking of. It's obvious you've done some research and your questions are okay, but no, the physical temple was destroyed. Yes, all physical rituals were destroyed. He made a covenant with his bride, and we're in that time. But the little season is after judgments, after we come back to flesh. Remember, it says there'll be a new earth and a new heaven. Heaven and earth shall perish, but my word shall never die. There'll be a new heaven and a new earth. You'll get a new body. Your new body doesn't exist with meat, suit. That's what the little season is about. So we're not back in the little season, back in the flesh. Stop letting that false teacher online, that harlot, teach you that bullshit. She's a harlot. Absolutely. I know her eternally. The first time I seen her online, I'm like, how do I know this woman? Because I've known her since eternity. She's spreading blasphemies. Has there been a judgment? No, there has not been judgments yet. We are only in the second rider of the apocalypse. You're out of your league. I am Pastor Revelation. I am Pastor Apocalypse. We are in the book of Revelation now. We have not seen the rider yet of the black judgments. You're an idiot. You're out of your league. Stop listening to that harlot. She's trying to teach you something that's not true. It does not follow a line celestially either as well. Remember, 2017, we just saw the Revelation 12 sign. Blasphemous, Brock. Blasphemous. Stop listening to that swine lady. She's absolute low energy, trying to convince people that we're in the little season. Father has not returned through judgments by sending his right son to, as a messenger, again, as an angel, to give the key to unlock the pit at the last trump. 1 foot on the land, 1 foot on the sea, and said, time is no more. Okay, so this all gets destroyed. We're still here. Why would you listen to somebody who would convince you of something that doesn't know anything about Revelation itself, about the book? If this person can't tell you about the triple conjunction in Aries in 1939, then don't listen to him. You don't have any idea what you're talking about. If you can't tell me about the Star of David, that took 2,600 years. That happened in 2015. That was years ago. So we ain't in no little season. You're way out of your league. Don't go telling anybody that. And those maybe were just questions, and that's okay. It's a good guy. It needed to come up sooner or later. I remember the first time I saw that teaching, I ran into it online. I seen that lady. I'm like, I know you. How do I know you? I never forget a face. I don't ever forget eyes. You harlot, what are you telling people we're in the... And I sat there and I listened to about 5 or 6 of her, because I could see what she was trying to convince people of. And now she's got quite the little following, people convincing people that we've already passed the flesh. We went through judgments. We died. We went to heaven. We're already in this new body. And no, that hasn't happened yet. No. The destruction of the physical temple back in 70 AD is the destruction because they didn't go into the wilderness and they were eating, the giants were eating human flesh. Ahab married Jezebel, married truth to a lie. not sons of God being fallen angels or giants. None of that is true. That's all bullshit. So is this. We're in a little season. So thank you for bringing it up, because it's been irking me. When I first saw the teaching and I looked in that lady's eyes, I said, how the hell do I know this woman? I said, oh, all right, I know you've known her from ever. I'm like, let it go, man. Just listen to the, you got to see both sides. Listen to what she's got to say, so. But she's got quite the following, and she's convinced a lot of people that there's already been a judgment. Dead people have already gone to the sky or whatever, to heaven. So it's blasphemy. And it's a good subject. I'm glad it's brought up, because nobody wants to talk about the fact that this is what these elite are so afraid of. See, we don't get a body after this. And normally these people know about this. They do have ability somehow to go, like they talk about Obama being this pharaoh of past, and they can kind of leap from body to body. That all ends here. He destroys everything with fire. I don't care how deep these people try to hide in these chasms, or if they go up to the firmament as high as they can get in the atmosphere. They're not going out to space. That's not even a possibility. You're not going to escape. This rock is going to arc discharge, and everything is connected in this system. There are no islands, if you will. Bend over Harley Halo Davidson, he leaks this crap, and that's what he's telling you. So it will arc discharge. That's what these cave paintings are, these petroglyphs. Most of these are these cycles, super cycles, where they go out, and that's what you're seeing in the night sky. Well, it doesn't even have to be, because the sun does get blotted out in quite a few of these cycles. It happened in 79 AD. Amid the destruction of the temple in 79 AD, we went into the four large Jovian gas giant pinch: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. So I'm very well versed on what Brock is speaking of. I am a celestial magi. He didn't birth me into this age to not be birthed right here, to be here for the birth of the end of the age and the beginning of the new, and to be a part of the last remnant, so I could declare and get in front of warp speed and show you that his house, his whole get up, and everybody around him is involved in this neuter gender it be system that's been strangling this one that you were warned of. If you fornicate with this nation, if you partake of her ways, the bowls of wrath will be poured out on all the cups. They will be poured out on all nations who fornicate with this new mystery Babylonian oil beast system. Neuter gender, that's what it is. And this seventh king now is being revealed as the eighth king. It's happening right now. You are in the second rider of Revelation. You have already seen the rider on the white horse, the one who comes with a crown, the one who brings the disease and cures the disease. That is Apollyon, the sun god, the one Donald Trump has his house decorated with. So I don't want to hear your bull about politics or none of your nonsense. You are not welcome here. If you can't see that this man decorates his house with the sun god that's locked up in Revelation and would be revealed as a spiritual antichrist, then you've fallen for some physical bull crap. And I'm not having it. And I won't. I guard what the word says. The seventh king will be revealed as the eighth king. Donald Trump is not the seventh king. Oh, Donald Trump's the Antichrist. Shut up. His house is decorated with the Antichrist. He's revealing the coming of Apollyon, the sun god. This time it's the spirit of the Antichrist, because it has to be in that remnant generation, somebody we've seen in our lifetime. So it can't be anybody else other than the seventh king. Oh. It's not anybody else. Who's the seventh king? You can figure out who the seventh king, you'll know who the eighth king is then, right? That's where people make mistakes, trying to figure out something that's not even real. Oh, Jared Kushner, he's the Antichrist. Obama's the Antichrist. King Charles is the Antichrist. You're just an idiot. Well, Kiki, remember, if you take God out of country, this is what happens, right? So obviously that had a lot to do with this apostasy, apostate nation. The oral B system is YouTube. Uh-oh. Somebody's got the fluoridated toothpaste going on in here. Well, maybe they're just the brush, so. Obviously, in the 60s, Celestially change. No, I don't know of an alignment that I can think of in the I love how God's word breaches against keyboard warriors. Yeah, keyboard warriors. That's a pretty good one. So a lot of those out there, a lot of keyboard ministers out there, brothers, sisters. Make sure you're following through with your lexicon and you're using eSword and you're using the only accepted text. There's only one version. Don't listen to anybody. He said, be sure no man deceive you. So you should run through all things through your spiritual calculator, celestially discern all these things. Don't fall for anything that man says. The traditions of men is what's going to end up, having Father tell you, depart from me, I never knew you, you worker of iniquity. Because under the Old Testament, if you rip him down from the tree he hung on, one sin. That's it. Death, wages of sin. One. Didn't matter if he was venial or mortal. So careful. A lot of YouTube teachers out there, preachers, pastors, deacons, reverends. So he said, call no man teacher, or prophet is the word teacher. So careful. There's no such thing as God. There is no O's in Hebrew. So there is no word God. There's no word Jesus. There's no word Lucifer. There's no word devil. People add a lot. There's no word planet. I could keep going. I could just keep adding words that have been added to text that were never in the original text. Not the Textus Receptus, not the interlinear, not even the rejected text. But I reject them. They're idiots. They think they talk about words like Bible. What the hell is a Bible? Bible is a piece of paper, book. It wasn't written on paper. It was written on stone tablets. I think you're stoned out of your mind. Been doing too much of that dragon dab pen oil, or you're like the Tin Man in the movie Wizard of Oz. Hey, if I just little dabble do, I'll spring into action. I just need a little dab oil. So I don't know. Too much television, too much ditty parties, I guess. What kind of disgusting world do I live in where Stinky Muskrat just come out and accuse Donald McScrooge of putting hands on children and nobody cares? No, he's EpiPen Island boy, so you know what happens when you oxidize epinephrine, right? You get what? Fear and loathing in Las Vegas. Oh, there we got some more of that lizard talk. But remember shape-shifting and all that other nonsense? These people will fall for whatever, like True Blood or whatever, right? Vampism, man, they'll drain you of your, cannibalism, vampism. They're bloodsuckers, and they'll drain you of your energy. Yeah, they are. They like to pull you into their troll. They like hook you. That's what they do. They troll. They troll YouTube. They come in, and that's what they do for a living. I guess that's their living. Somebody must be paying them. Are they paid trolls? I don't know. There was a bunch of paid protesters. They paid them $1,000 a day to go protest that No Kings festival, ritual protests, set up. What a bunch of bullshit, man. People waving Mexican flags, and 80% of the people coming across the border for decades have been other than Mexican. Well, at least since the Obama administration, and everybody wants to blame it on Mexicans. I live in the most foolish world ever. Well, country ever. I think this is the most disgusting, filthy country ever to walk this rock. It's bad. It's just bad, bad, bad. It once was a blessed nation, but it's just come. If God broke the battle of Hebrew and Greek, why should I not speak English? He didn't break the battle of Hebrew and Greek. The hell are you talking about, Pokey? And who the hell is God? Once again, I think you got to go, Pokey. I don't care who your square peg you're trying to poke in, who's round hole. You're not. I don't think you're welcome there. You're just. Where the hell? Who's God and broke the battle of Hebrew and Greek? What are you talking about? English is a translation. You can't take Hebrew and then change it into Aramaic and English. It gets lost in what is called translation. He said, don't do exactly the same thing. Don't add to my book. And English isn't the original text, so you got to go, Pokey. You're Gumby. You're just, I don't know. You got aspartame. You chewing gum or something? Too much Big Red or too much soda? I don't drink soda. Carbonic acid is not good for you. Sugar? You on the sugar? You on the tabbies? You on the Mexican American cabinet? You've been doing the Adderall? I'm not pushing on you. People constantly come in here and try to tell me I'm on some kind of illicit drugs or something. But what's wrong? What are you speaking of? English is a bastardized, watered down. It has no root in the Hebrew, value, frequency, resonant, and you're telling everybody it's okay? And he broke that? I think you've been watching too much Brokeback Mountain, man. Go on there, Pokey. You know, the horse, not Gumby. Get Gumby and, well, you can poke with your altar of Jabba, but it ain't flying in here. Warp speed. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you. Left, right, you got a horse. You can lead a horse to water, but you can make him drink. You can lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make him think. Look at that. Bis, knowledge, go. You got a hearing aid in? Let me turn it up for you. Can't hear this? You want me to turn it up? Never mind. Let me let my dogs back in. They want back in. Colton, that's disgusting. Colt 45, 2 digs eggs. Maybe that's all we need. You know, puffing on a little dank over here or something. This guy is chooching on some meat cigarettes. Nice. Good stuff. So Kiki is the one I mentioned you earlier in the stream that you went over and saw Brother Jim because Jordan Spriggs came in here. Hopefully he went over and saw Brother Jim. So let me go let these dogs come in here. And that's my dog. I'm going to probably have to feed him here in a minute, huh? Oh, yeah, it's puppy time. Puppy time, puppy time. Probably time to feed the cat, so. Good stuff. See, each letter has value, frequency, resonance, wave. And if you continue to study, Kiki, if you can stay in this, you can eventually learn the value of Yahuwah and Yahushua and all these things. But you don't need to know any of that yet. You need to go to the base first. Get your base. Do not build your house on sinking sand. I am the Petra, he said. He's the rock. That's we're supposed to build our house upon the rock, right? Yeah. So let my puppy sing. I love the word. I love it. I love it. I'm in a relationship with the word. I'm married to it. Okay, here. You guys didn't stay out there very long. I knew you wouldn't. Are you guys ready for some breakfast? Breakfast? No, it's not breakfast. It's dinner time for the puppies. I'm gonna get the boys some diamond lamb and rice. Oh, you boys are the best boys I ever did have. You're the best puppy dogs I ever did best. You were supposed to be in the kitchen. Get in the kitchen, big guy. Get in that kitchen. You need to wait. Okay, hold on. Where's your bowl? There's your bowl. Oh, for the boys. All my single guys. Oh man, you guys are gonna get a treat. Treats for the boys. Oh boy. All right. For the bats. Bobo. Got one make puppy gravy? Want puppy gravy? Some Berkey waters in there? Some Berkeys? Oh yeah, puppy gravy. Oh, puppy gravy. You guys are getting early dinner tonight, eh? Alright, pants is first. Youter boys first. Nope, Youter's first. You stay in the kitchen. There we go. Good boy. Good bone. And Mr. Tango, big old buggo. A big old buggo. You got it, buddy? There you go. Good boys. All right, what do we got here? What's going on, guys? All right. Give me a break here for 1 second. I'm trying to get these puppies fed. Trying to figure out what I'm going to make for dinner. What am I going to make for dinner? I wish I was in Tijuana eating barbecued iguana. Right? Right? Uh-oh. Come on, guys. You're making me blush here. It's not about the looks. Nobody wants to look at this old ugly bug of mine. That's why I keep my face shaved, because nobody will take me serious. Are you like the dog star serious? So, was that good dinner? Puppy dog, my best puppy dog I ever did best. My best big dingo boy. All right, what do we got here? Civilization Cycle. Oh, David Devine at Civilization Cycle with Ransom Godwin is going live here on the YouTube channel. Does anybody watch Civilization Cycle? Former, still Adapt 2030, Ransom Godwin, 420 television, I think it is. Always partly cloudy over that Mountain High television. I think it's Mountain High television. Hey, this is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. He's Mountain High television. I think he's down there in Nevada or Arizona. He might be in New Mexico. Not sure where he's at. So, well, I don't know about a good man. People talk a lot of crap about me, but that's all right. I'm not worried about what people say about me. I'm more concerned about what happens after I die. If I truly was, and I'm not trying to like gloat, but if I was truly concerned with what people have said about me, I'd have quit a long time ago. You know, oh, you need to stop it, man. Stop it. You're too much, man. People can only take little doses of me normally. So it's a good thing you don't have to live nearby me, because, man, I wear people out. Even my son's like, Dad, you just do too much Jesus, too much God, too much gospel. You just don't do anything but that anymore. You've made everything in your life about that. I do other things, you know that. I do a lot of things, so. But he gets on me about that, or, well, he had in the past. I don't know where he's at now, so. Anyways, we'll figure it out. Father is in control of this, steering this here vessel. I'm just the vessel. He's the commander, so he commands me not to take my life. I have to endure to the end. I have to suffer. I have to go through the hard and the narrow way, and in the end, I will be healed. That's what the word sozo means, to be picked up, lifted, carried. He's the one who gets my fourth point of contact out of bed every day. Carries me and lifts me to the end of the day. And I'm not done yet, obviously. So still trucking, if you will. And been through some pretty crazy times. I'm telling you, I have done some pretty amazing things. But Father has shown me things that I would never even imagined in my life. In the last 13 months have just been... Don't make any plans. God will ruin those. Guaranteed. Yeah. Don't make plans. Don't you dare, because he'll wreck them for you. So, but I do appreciate everybody coming in. I know from time to time, people disappear off the platform and come back, and it's good to see some returning people. I know that people have a life and preparedness. I'm always continuing to talk about that. So I know hopefully sometimes you turn this off for a while, and you go at the things that you got to still have extra oil. You got to be doing the things in here. You want to feed people extra fish and bread, if you will, or feed the foolish virgins. I want to feed foolish virgins. I know Father didn't feed them last time, but I'm going to make an attempt. And the Father doesn't want them. He said, do not pray for them. He will not allow it to happen. Just like most everything in my life, it'll just get taken from me. So what I've actually hoping that Father will do with this vessel of mine will allow and unchain me and to let me go see everybody in the ministry and get to travel a little bit. So I'm super excited that maybe he'll bring some more change than just shaving the face, you know. And I haven't shaved my face, but maybe a couple times in my whole life. And I think the only time I really shaved my face was before I joined the military. So you're seeing something I really haven't done since I was a teenager. And if I did it, it was just very short. And I normally would just grow back my mustache and my beard immediately. It wouldn't. So that's all right. Change is good. I like change. I like the thought of dying. I like the thought of living. And I like the thought of, you know, just knowing that this word is what this life is about. It's not about anything else. It's about the word. So it's what sets you free. I'm in love with the word. It is. Change is good. Change makes us, it's like I'm a scorpizzo by a scorpizzo molts. And with that molt would come a good analogy though. You know what I'm saying? And is that with the scorpizzo, because I am a scorpion, obviously, with the shedding of the molting of the outer layer, you grow from the inside out, which is kind of how we're supposed to be doing this. If you think about it, Christ in you, I've taught the less and less of self and the more and more of him. He's inside you. He fills you from the inside out, like a reverse layer of onion, and your skin gets so thin on the outside that you don't care anymore about these world. I don't want to go to the bar. I don't want to hang out with women. I don't want to drink. I don't want to party. I just want to sup with the word and hang out with my animals and grow food and try to live as organically as I can and share the word, just less and less of these worldly things. So it's good to see people from time to time disappear and do their life and get their life in order and, have enough time to come back in and enjoy, you know, um, supping with those that are in the narrow way. So appreciate you coming back. Good to see you return. Always like some return customers because, time is expensive. And if you waste it and spend it in the wrong place, boy, oh boy, you can truly pay for that, right? You might end up in another place if you don't spend your time wisely. So, all right. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm going to get up here and I might go start something, see if I can get something started on the stove here. So give me a minute. And I could have swore I heard something blow over out there. We've got some pretty good straight line winds coming. I don't know if we had that coronal hole stream hit us or not from the sun, but give me a minute. I'll be right back. decided to make a sandwich here real quick. I'm gonna make I've got some of the beef bacon that I got from the store the other day, and I cooked some of that up this morning. So give me a second. I'm gonna make a grilled cheddar and honey mustard beef bacon garlic sandwich. Hold on. I'll be right back. All right. All right, we got her done here. We made a, I made this, made her bacon. So I don't need pork. This is beef bacon. So we got the cheddar, beef bacon. What do we got here? And I put garlic on the top of the bread and put honey mustard and mayonnaise and cheddar. Honey mustard, mayonnaise, and cheddar. Here we go. Beef bacon, mayonnaise, honey mustard, cheddar with garlic bread and buttered bread. So, all right, there we go. Good stuff. I don't know that. Look at that color on that sandwich. Got that golden brown going there. Nice crispy. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 That beef bacon is good. That's beef bacon. A little more expensive, but good. Mm-hmm. Got my Berkey. Got the Berkeys. Oh no. Wow. Mm-hmm. Man, I wish you could try a bite of that. It's got honey mustard, mayo, garlic, cheddar, and beef bacon. Oh, I buttered the bread. Not a lot of honey mustard, just a little bit too. Not just a little bit. I just barely taste it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Or bacon on both sides, that one. All right. You know, you could butter my bread. Oh. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. That bacon's good. That's pretty close to pork bacon, man. I don't eat pork. I haven't been a long time since eating pork, but I get a good cut of meat right there. Well, I'll tell you what. I like bacon, don't it? Look just like bacon. Not quite as salty, but I'm going to eat it fast too. My texture's close to bacon, man. It is really close. It was almost $8 or something for that darn bacon, but I don't eat it very often, so. What a treat. What a treat. None of that, just like bacon. Yeah. It look like bacon. It even tastes like bacon. But it's not pork, it's beef. It's what's for dinner. I bet you can, Colton. I knew you were broke back, Matt, when you came in here. I could tell. Go take your man chowder somewhere else. You got man chowder breath, I can tell. We can smell it from here. Mm-hmm. Wow. That was I'm glad because I don't like super big. I don't eat the. I remember how much food I used to eat and was good at the buffets and just, oh my goodness. Kevin and I went to the King's Buffet at Bend the other day, and man, I would have had 8, 10 plates of food when I was younger, at least. I think I might have had 2 or 3 plates. I was like, all right, we'll stop right there. We don't want to be stuffing our face to the. I knew you were gonna say something stupid like that. Get this idiot out of here. Can't keep his hands to himself. So. Well, let me go get some more my Berkeys. We'll be going for a couple hours. Cool. All right. I was talking about earlier about the Revelation 12 sign, which is pretty awesome to be a witness to something that I don't even think 1% of the populace knows. So, what an amazing time to be on this rock. I mean, you could have put you here 100 years ago, you'd have missed it. 100 years in the future, you'd miss it pretty much, so to speak. So, what a blessing it is to be here at this time. He spoke of that celestial marker 2,600 years ago. It was putting on text, and now it's been taken from his word in the text to the celestial firmament above your head. You saw the words in the book come to life in the stars. Huh? What an amazing time to be a witness. He spoke of this sign of his second coming, and you missed it, and that's okay. Most people did. 99% of this rock does not know of the Star of David or of the Revelation 12 or 13 sign that any of those happened. So I don't care what their denomination is. They don't know Jesus. They don't know Christ. They don't know the halakha. They don't know Haggadah. So, give me a second here. I'm going to clear my spot here too. Where do we go? So, all right, I get my plate. I'll be back. I apologize. I built like what is like a movie set out here, and I unpinned one side of it, and I don't have the other side completely built, and the wind out here is ripping. And so I went out there, and it was kind of leaning a little bit, so I had to go get it pushed back over and brought back up. I should probably do some more of this worldly things that I don't like to do very often, but that's all right. So, you know, a man's got to build. So, anyways, I was out there leaning that thing back up. Apologize. Took me a minute to get it pinned back up and pushed back up. I have a large beam I had to get and kind of push it up against there, but eventually I might need even just put a bigger. It's about 13 feet tall. It's like a 2-story little general store thing that I built out here. The whole property is kind of like being on a movie set, like back in time, in the back in the 1800s or something. I don't like this modern day age. I don't blend well with this modern day society. I live more of the old ways, and that's how it's just me. Not everybody has to live that way. It's just the way I choose to live. So the hard way. There's the easy way and there's the hard way. Well, work smart, not hard, right? But yeah, just choose to live like that. I am a minimalist, so I don't need anything, very many things. It's all actually more of a burden at this point in my life. So rather just be like a bird and blow around with the wind. That would be more enticing at this point, but I have to do what Father has made me to do. So I will continue to walk this rock as I have to stay stuck, chained here where I'm at for now. But, time is temporary, so it all goes away and fades into a new day or a new doorway, if you will. So one day it too shall come to pass through like a doorway, and I will look back and it'll be behind me. It will be. So, what shall you do? You should continue to take up your cross daily, deny yourself daily. And he said, do what I did. Follow after me. So conform to my image. So that's why I don't like this modern world. And I much more prefer, when I was younger, I always thought I should have been born in the past and thought, man, I don't like this world that I'm in right now. It's like, this is going way too fast for me. So, yeah, it's okay. I'm not trying to change you into me. Don't you worry about that. I don't think they can clone me. So, all right, what do we got? How many we got left in here? Let's get the chat filter going. All right, we got all message. How do we go to top messages? What is it? It doesn't change my filter. So, what do we got going here? All right, there we go. I think we got the chat back going. All right, we're live. We're doing it live. So, all right. Let's give thanks to being here on this rock, to be a witness to the firmament marker of the Revelation 12 sign. That's awe-inspiring, staggering to see the word of the Father, written through Shiloh, through John's writings at the island of Patmos, and then to be a witness in our day of those writings come to life. The word, the book, Revelation, come to life in the firmament above your head. Wow. It's okay. You don't get it. It's all right. I'm just I get all inspired about it. Sometimes it's better to sometimes keep myself very centered on what it is that my eyes have been a witness to, and know that I've been blessed to be here amongst this generation, the remnant. The Israel, as it says in Revelation, is not some place in the middle of the desert. It is all flesh. from all countries, not just some apostate, genociding now nation that's committing war crimes against its neighbors and has been for, well, quite some time, getting a free pass. So that's the way it goes, right? I think it's written that way. Didn't it say something about fake Jews? Oh, those who say they are Jews, but they are not. So to be a Jew, you have to be spiritual Jew. And there is no physical Israel. So in that a blessing to come into that misunderstanding tree of knowledge. I think so. I don't know what you've been spacing off on, but when I look up and I see celestial star markers that were spoken of by Christ himself, visited the island of Patmos, gave John that revelation, and then those, words came to life in the firmament and the stars above your head. That's a pretty amazing time to be alive, don't you agree? Two major constellations, Virgo, the Virgin, Leo, the Lion, the star, the largest star, the sun, the moon, the second largest, Jupiter, and three stars that normally wander stay on the ecliptic plane for 40 weeks. Exit on 9/23 of 2017. Were you there? Were you a witness? Can I get a what, or can I get a witness? Anyone? Probably not. That's okay. Less than 1% of the populace even knows that it happened, but that's okay. Sometimes, things they get past us, so I don't get to see every little thing, but I'm gonna make sure that if there's more of these celestial firmament star markers that I pay attention, I let you know. So there's one coming up very soon. This Gemini coming back to this, again, place we were at back in 2014 with the starting of these tetrad blood moons, the super blood moon and the tetrad starting this series. And now we're going to come back to where we were on August of this coming up here, not too many, weeks away. So what an amazing time it is to make this revelation, if you will, back to this, like Gemini, this bookends in the celestial firmament. So most people don't know what's going on, and I can tell you that it's been a very eventful. In 2015 we saw the Star of David, and we hadn't seen that in over 2,600 years. That hadn't happened since the time of Christ, and it happened again, and nobody cares about that. And that's a pretty important celestial firmament marker, don't you agree? I mean, to see the same exact star marker that signs in the star, sun, and moon in Matthew, Genesis for times and seasons, to see the same exact celestial marker that birthed the king, birthed the age from fire to water. I mean, if you weren't there then, you got to see it again, right? So most people don't even know that it happened, and that's okay. Again, don't trip that you didn't know that it didn't. But he says, don't cause one of mine to stumble. So remember, there are stars can be corrupted. There are firmament markers that have been put above your head, and most people think, of gods and balls in the sky, and they've got it all wrong, and that's okay. There's a clock up there, and it tells time. And if he talks about a time where there's going to be a celestial marker that includes two major constellations, the largest star, the second largest, the moon, three wandering stars, and perform this tapestry, this dance, if you will, this back and forth, this Jupiter moved back and forth in opposition in Virgo and never came out of the constellation Virgo, which represents the virgin. He was birthed, remember, born of a virgin. And so you couldn't be more blessed than to be here. And if you were able to be a witness or even understand what I'm saying, it's just unfathomable that we were so blessed to be this time. We got to be this witness of these markers that were left at the time of Christ. Again, it moved past the Shiloh, that Jupiter, when it moved opposition after the Star of David, they didn't just fall asleep at the wheel. They continued to watch, and they were wise. Remember, there were many magi, but they call them wise men. But There were more than three. There were many, and they gave three gifts is what they gave. And Christ was almost 3 years old when they came into Bethlehem and not a baby. So celestially, this has been an amazing time. And I thought I'd just go ahead and name this live stream Revelation 12, because that's the sign in the celestial firmament that was left in 2017. So it leads to the internment camp of American knots. American, no, I can't, but they can, and they'll get in their work camp. So it happened before. Now they're doing this 45 ritual. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. 1945. We remember what happened in 1945. So put all the gold in Fort Knox. Remember all that? 42 to 45, clip the penny, clip the copper, clip the nickel, rusty dustpans. All right, but are we getting any guys saying anything? Are you getting any of this? No muss? No more? You guys got nothing? You are nothing? So it's all happening, man. These celestial markers have been left. And if being a witness or even to understand what has been left before your eyes in the celestial firmament, you are the one remnant that it speaks of, and you are part of this apocalypse, this revelation, the last book. The firmament declared it, not I. So I don't have to be deceived. If he spoke of something that, was over 2,600 years ago and it happened in your time and age, that's a pretty amazing time to be a witness. So I know most people are just entertained by what they see down here on this rock, right? But there is a clock. You're on the rock. If you look up, it says, right? He said, your redemption, the Redeemer, draweth nigh. So, what say you? Are you celestially wise? Do you have celestial eyes? Are you spiritually wise? Do you have spiritual eyes? Scriptural eyes? All right, you guys are being quiet. Maybe you got banned, the chat. Banned, you guys. You're all banned, huh? Are you like the Taliban? Like we got our own Taliban. It's called the state troopers and the paid mercenaries and the over there the contractors, city pigs, clown cops, state pigs, FBI, Federal Bureau of Imbeciles, to the Department of Jackasses at the top of the old one office below the old pretended mass murder in chief. Need to liven it up for you a little bit. You're a little depressed. You didn't get to be a witness. It's all right. Hey, at least you were here. At least somebody, if you have a hearing ear, and an eye to see, you'll see what I'm saying. All right? You'll hear. I don't know what your taste in music is, but what your flavor is. But that's all right. Sometimes it's not so much about flavor, it's the texture that's off. Or earlier, that sandwich was off the chain. It was fire, baby. All right. It was good. It was beef bacon, and we had garlic on the buttered bread, and that was fresh cut bread. I just cut that off the lobe there, and sweetened honey mustard with beef bacon and cheddar. Man, that was golden brown. So, not golden like the sun. The sun is not gold. It is white. White hole sun. If you get any hotter, you'll turn blue. Oh. So, you ever seen a torch? You ever cut anything with a torch? So, all right. We need to have some kind of comment. I've been in here forever and a minute. All right. There we go. Big duck. Bets. Uh-oh. He's placing his bets. I bet you. So, duck you. Hey, did you know that you can move the duck in Duck Hunt? I never knew that. You could move the duck. You could get the other controller and move the duck. I'm just learning this all these years later. Duck, yeah! All right. Hey, don't sit there like a duck in a pond now. Hey, you'll have to excuse me. I'm in Oregon, so we've got the beavers. Nice beaver, right? Remember that movie? What was that? Airplane? I just had it stuffed. No, no, Oregon, not the beavers. We're talking about the ducks. I don't really do football, but there's the ducks are so good that the Oregon does not even need. See, isn't that crazy? All right, duck, yeah, man, duck, yeah, duck, yeah. You can control the freaking duck. You know, you could. I just would have never known all these years. They got like I was this years old today. Want to learn that kind of thing, huh? How do they hide this stuff? Is it Mandela affected from us? But yes. And then all these people, like they said, oh yeah, I remember I used to steer the duck and screw with my friend and all that. Like, I don't ever remember to be able to steer the duck. So, kind of crazy. I grew up playing Pong, man. I'm old school. Pitfall, Atari, River Raid, man. That was the game right there, man. River Raid. Hey, if you didn't play River Raid, frick yeah. So, and Pitfall, well, that was a good game too. But like I said, I'm old. You know, we used to go to the arcade and nickel arcades. You know, penny arcade. What the hell is that all? Yeah. So, but remember, at the tone, the time will be. So there we go. We're gonna play. There we go. Well, those are lefty. These are the real ones too, here, boys. I tell you what. Oh, I'll tell you what. What? What? Oh, all right. Yeah, we got a little. We had a weird dude. So, but anyways, I wonder if you threw these out behind your car, if that would flatten somebody's tire. These are metal, you know. Go, gadget. Never mind. Oh, good stuff, boys. Would you look onto her? Would you look onto her? Would you look after her? Oh, well, look at that burger bar right there. That'll get you knobby. Placed in the right position. You think he picked that up like, I don't know, man. You got some different ones in here. Got a strange collection of weird things. What was going on with that one? All right. Anyways, enough of the little. All right. How about centipede? Then they came out with a BlackBerry. Oh, wait. What's wrong with this dude, man? All right. I don't know. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? I'm flawed. I know that. I'm a flawed man. So, but anyways, we're talking about not Humpty Dumpty or Jack and the Jill. We were talking about playing. No, stop playing with your balls over there. Somebody's over there playing ball camp, like in their American band camp or whatever they're playing. Band camp. This one time in band camp. All right, I never watched that, but I've seen some excerpts, some blogs about it. But hey, what duck say you? How about Pat say you? Duck, yeah. So I'm in Oregon, so I'm got the little bit of the duck language, you know. Duck off. Duck somebody you love. Duck, yeah. You ever been to a duck game? Lots in stadiums, super loud stadiums. I wouldn't go to large gatherings anymore. I don't think that's a very safe thing to be going to. Well, hey, let's not say safety, but not wise to go around a bunch of people right now. But that's all right. I'm not telling you to just go. Girl, don't go away. Man, just go away. But wow, really, man? Yeah, just do not partake in large gatherings if you can help it. That's not a very wise environment, but I have been to quite the many large establishments in my time. So I know people will gather. People love chasing around a low energy swine skin with wearing tights. And well, these are college, but millionaires in the tax exempt. Well, it's like WWE. The football games are all pre-selected and kind of like Don King with the boxing. Remember, All right, never mind. I'll flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. All right, you guys are getting quiet on me again. So, are you not entertained? You give enough bread and circus and they'll never revolt. Maybe they've all been fluoridated. They're on tap water. They've been chloridated. They're on the bromine. They're on the halogens. Terrible. Whiten your whites, brighten your brights. Oh. Got a leaky faucet over here. So what's on your one time I went to a Chili's, but that was the biggest gathering for sure. Nice. Water runners like, hey, I don't deal with large gatherings. Hey, some people don't. Some people don't like being around a lot of people. I dig that. That's me now. I don't want to be in. I live way away from people, man. I enjoy hanging out with you guys, but that's because I don't have to be right around you, and you guys probably don't want to be around me for very long. Don't worry about it. People get pretty sick of me pretty quick. I'm a lot to handle for most people. Like, dude, are you freaking? My son had to remind me, man, Dad, you're talking right over people most of the time. Don't know what the hell you're talking about. Ow. Bring it down a notch, man. I don't know. Oh, slow down. Turbo. So. Remember Ford Pintos? Heck yeah. Oh man, I had one over there. I don't think it's Pinto. I think this might be a Gremlin. Hold on. I don't know where this came from. Pinto? Or is that a Gremlin? I think, let's see what that says. That might be a Gremlin. My eyes are done, man. I got hit with the face with a grenade, and so my eyes are screwed up. It kind of look like a Pinto. I think that's a Gremlin. I think it's man, that's looking a little Pinto-esque right there. Come on, eyeballs, work. Oh no, it's a Pacer. It's the AMC, baby. It's like the AMC Pacer is what that's at AMC Pacer. I think there's a motor in the back of it. All right, that kind of looked like a Pinto though, eh? Absolutely. I remember the Ford Pinto. I remember the Gremlin too, the AMC Gremlin. And how about the what was that one? The AMC Eagle, the 4-wheel drive AMC. I think it was uglier. Oh, get out, man. Now they're kind of cool looking. Man, I hated those when I grew up. Like, that has got to be the ugliest car. Now I think it's that Aztec. So, anyway, somebody brought up a Pinto, the Ford Pinto, and I thought I had one, but I had a Pacer. So, AMC Pacer. So, your Gremlin was a pretty cool car now, too. Man, that car was uglier than piss growing up. That car is cool as hell now. I seen somebody, like, hop one of those things up, like literally, like, turned it into... That car is over the top, man. The body lines on that car are wicked. I didn't like him at all growing up, Thought that thing was all uglier than all get out. So, not a Ford Pinto, an AMC Pacer. Packet Pacer is what this one is called. Some Hot Wheels, 1970. Come on, eyeball. Work. Hold on, maybe if I close this eye. Man, my eyeballs have a hard time focusing. That right one is hammered ski 77. 77? 1977? Oh, your camera sucks, man. You got a garbage 4G camera, man. Get with the 5G, man. You got to get 5G, man. You got to go G-Whiz. No thanks. 5G Whiz for me. Here. What we got here? What's this? Was this Smokey and the Bandit? Was that what that movie has with the T-top, Smokey and the Bandit? I think this thing might have rubber tires on it. Yeah, I think this is a treasure hunt, one of those cars that has the rubber tires. Look how dusty she is, boys. You need to take her and give her a bath. I'm out here in the desert, man. Looks like it's been running through the desert. She's a desert runner. So anyways, that's some of our little silly little. Became a man. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, boys. Woo-hoo. Smokey and the Bandit. Or was that Starsky and Hutch? Comedy Guard Rice. Yes, pineapple and jalapenos is excellent. But have you ever tried pizza on pineapple? Oh. All right, enough play with little silly little toys. Add a couple of them up there on that little on a little shelf up here behind me. So, cupcake candy. Oh crap! This guy's full of hot cross bus. Oh my good, hot cross top buns, baby. Got buns in here. Some people are, but you remember, you can't argue with somebody's taste. Don't ever argue. I've been a cook. I've managed a 5-star restaurant. I've opened many food businesses, been involved in the food industry for quite some time. And do not argue with somebody's taste buds. Don't tell somebody something doesn't taste good. Somebody likes taste in music. You can't tell somebody what they like in music, right? Same thing. So maybe it's just the texture, as we said earlier. Maybe it's a texture thing. Maybe it has nothing to do with flavor. Maybe it's all about the texture, baby. Anybody disagree with that? So there's 2 kinds of people on this rock. Most people eat 3 meals a day to stay alive. Some people are just here to eat. Oh. Hey, now, I just made a pretty good sandwich out of some beef bacon. It was beef bacon. We had fresh sliced bread off the loaf with garlic on the butter bread, and then we put a little bit of honey mustard and some cheddar and mayonnaise, and we made that golden brown. And it was over the top, outstanding, good. So, heck yeah. Thank you, Father, for good victuals. All right? For good food. Good, so. Does that get a rise? Do you get a rise out of pizzas? Most people don't like, what do you think the average is? Let's ask that. How many people, if you took a poll out of 10, do you think like pineapple on pizza? We're just bouncing off the subscriber base comment here section. We'll do it live. Hey, we'll restart this live stream and we'll do something else. If you don't want to speak up here, we can go to MySpace, or you can get out of MySpace. Pineapple, yeah. Pineapple's good on pizza. I don't do pork, so pork is super based around pizza. But hey, you just had bacon. I said beef bacon, baby. But I used to love bacon on pizza. Bacon and pineapple. Wow, now that's a good combination. How about bacon, pineapple, and jalapenos? Whoa, that's a good combination. Just pineapple on pizza is good alone. Just jalapenos. Try it. Do you want a really good pizza? Want an excellent pizza? Ask them to put barbecue sauce instead of the marinara and just get jalapenos. That pizza's fire, baby. One of my favorite pizzas ever. I didn't grow up really like eating a whole lot of jalapenos. Not that I didn't. It just wasn't my, didn't eat a bunch of them. I ate a lot of hot things, but not jalapenos. Like it didn't, my brother, he'd eat the whole, I just, whatever, it was on something, nachos or something. But man, jalapenos on pizza that with barbecue sauce, those two just set each other off. Everybody ever had tried it goes, wow. That's got a lot of flavor. Don't even try to add anything else. I've done add everything to it too. I'll try this, onions or maybe a chicken or nope. It's good with pineapple and barbecue sauce instead of your marinara with jalapenos is good too. But it really truly is just by itself. Try it. You're like, damn. Yeah, just leave the onions off though. Seriously, because I've tried that before too, the onions. I mean, I've tried it that way and then try to add back and see if it, man, I'm telling you, just stand alone. The barbecue sauce, if it's a good, like maybe a sweet baby Ray's, that's all just sugar, corn, but it tastes good anyways. But I think I like the mesquite, whatever that one is, or the honey mesquite or something like that. But, most of these places that do a barbecue sauce, they do that pretty much more of that sweeter mesquite style. Barbecue sauce and the jalapenos just bounce off each other, man. The only thing I really found that I like with it quite a bit is the pineapples. But because the barbecue sauce is a little sweet, the pineapple and the jalapeno are just fire. So jalapenos, pineapple. That's a hell of a combination. But standalone, pineapple pizza, good. And with barbecue sauce, obviously, because they do many of it because I don't eat pork, and I used to, love the Hawaiian pizza with Canadian bacon. Man, I miss Canadian bacon. But that is a pizza again, and that's something to argue over, I guess. Not really. I mean, everybody's a critic or everybody indifferent. Maybe you've been Mandela affected, but butterfly affected. But oh hell yeah! See, you unleash the sweetness of an onion. Absolutely, when you grill an onion. So, totally different flavor. Absolutely. I've actually introduced people to onions and said, well, have you ever tried one grilled? No, I don't like onions. I said, have you ever tried a grilled onion? Well, no, I don't like onions. I said, have you ever tried a grilled onion? Well, no. Would you try one? I know you don't like onions, and if you don't want to buy it, I won't make you take any. Well, I might try one. That's all. Wow, that didn't taste like I thought. Where's all that onion? No, that's you remember? So, like, yeah, put some butter at that or some coconut oil, and that just all that changes the whole sear in that, turning that brown. Whole texture is different. The whole flavor turns different. So, heck yeah, I love it. If it wasn't for grilled onions, we wouldn't have patty melts. And we got to give it up for the patty melt on some pumpernickel rye bread. Oh, fire, baby. A patty melt's always good. What do you have? I have a patty melt. That's a good choice right there, especially if it's a nice, not a 1,000,000 burger, 1,000 burger, right? If it's good chuck steak or something like that, or man, the patty melt's off the chain. So we have to give thanks to the grilled onion for the patty melt, because that's kind of like the those go together so well. Nothing like rye bread, and obviously people do different. I do like, I don't know if you ever tried Munster cheese on a patty melt. That's pretty good. Provolone. There's obviously white American. There's many different ways that people like to do that. Queso on a patty melt. So, anyways, got to give it to the grilled onions, and because those hop up just about anything. And I do like just a regular burger with grilled onions as well. So, and I don't like these people who do these onions that don't grill them. You know, which ones I'm talking about? They just like put them in butter and let them just sit there, and there's no brown to them. That's not onions. Like, what the hell is that? That's some watered down onions. I want grilled onions. You didn't put those on a grill. You ever have those? Cupcake. You know, they try to pull off some grilled onion. It's not. It's some like sitting in some water bath, kind of buttery, no grilled at all, no brown to none. I'm like, that ain't no grilled onion. I kind of like, too, the grilled onions. Sometimes when I do the grilled onions, I like to chop them up really little, too. Because I do like a long, you know, cut them up, do that in way, too, maybe probably do them. But, man, sometimes if you want to make a really good grilled onion, cut them up small. So they get lots of little extra that brown on them. And, man, that gives them a little extra flavor sometimes. I think it does. Maybe it's just me. But, yeah. We're just talking about food. Don't worry about it. Nothing serious going on in here. Don't run away. Don't go away mad. Just go away. What are you doing? We're scaring people off. We're like the government. Go inside. Flatten the curve. Stand on the X. Wear a face diaper. All right. Are you afraid? Be afraid. Be very afraid. So they like to push their fear tactics. So, hey, if nothing else in life sucks, there's nothing like having good food, right? Hey, life might be a total wreck, but sometimes when you have good food, it just makes life just a little bit more tolerable. So I thank Father for good food. And people are starving. So if we're blessed to even have a meal a day, many people don't get that, afforded that opportunity. So again, some people just eat 3 meals a day to stay alive. It's kind of a bland life, isn't it? Well, kind of. But who are you to tell what somebody likes in their mouth or in their ear ball or eye or their hearing ear? What kind of flavor or taste of music they like? So what's your flavor of music? You have a certain flavor? What flavor do you like in your eyes? Flavor Flav. No, you guys are all right. Maybe we'll finish this stream up here. Take a pause here, and YouTube seems to be dragging. They're not sending any. What did we say in this live stream that already made them crush our live stream here? We've only been going for a few hours. What have we been talking about? I thought we were lighthearted, man. Somebody must have said something. And who said something in the comment section? I want to know who said it. You didn't say it. It was me. I don't know what I said. Don't worry about it. Thank you for those 18 thumbs up, too, guys. Appreciate that. Somebody's liking it, the content. Something here, something was said. I'm not the only one. Oh, maybe it's something you said. You're part of the comment section, you know. I've talked about that before, where if you go into a section, comment section, and you go, hey, the best part of the comment section is, oh, sometimes that's the best part of any blog or live stream. The people are just talking about things that the blogger is not. So, or the guest. I tried to do that the other day, and nobody come in with the guest with me. What's wrong with you guys? Or why are you so afraid? Why are you afraid to come on High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries as a guest? We're only talking about preparedness. Remember, we weren't talking about anything else. I said we won't talk about anything scriptural or biblical. We'll keep it pretty preparedness, and that's part of preparedness. But I've been doing this years, and no people on TikTok would come on the live stream. I'd get 8 people to go live with me over there. Nobody wants to go live over on this platform. So pretty sad, but it's okay. I'm not normally a man that's short of words. For I can keep the live stream up for heck when we hit what 15,000 or something on the TikTok. We did 15 hours of streaming, 16 hours of streaming, 17 hours of stream. Boy, we'll just keep going, man. This guy ever take a break? We were doing some specials, man. When we hit those numbers, it was pretty fun, watching the channel blow up. So, but then we got shadow banned, and then we got banned completely for live off TikTok. So they don't want the gospel over there. They don't want anybody knowing the gospel over there. Not too many people here too. Sometimes that's what does it. They don't want the gospel. Oh, and then they run away. Yep, that'll work too. Good. Get out of here. Well, truly, YouTube doesn't like it either. So there are certain words, if you say, you get banned. So it sparks the algorithm. Like Greta. Oh, I'm big. My puppy just looked at me. What are you looking at, Buggy? No, stay over there, Pants. You don't need to get attention too. I can pay attention to one of you at a time. You don't both need love. You just came from all the way over there. You were laying down. I can't just pet your brother. This dog, I can only all right, you're just so spoiled. That's it. That's all you get. No muss. No muss. All done. Thank you. Good boy. All right. What are you guys talking about? Give me a conversation. While I'm all done talking about food, I'll talk about tacos or something all day long. But if not, we'll take a pause and maybe we'll come back a little later-ish or something like that. Maybe-ish. I think, what is it? I'll go watch some Civilization Cycle over there at Adapt 2030. See what David Divine's talking about. I know Dabu, he does some lives. But I think he already did his live, so. No going live here with anybody. Nobody I've tried, so maybe we'll come back on and we'll spark that up on the next conversation. Maybe get somebody to come in and do some back and forth conversation. Nobody's taking me up on it. That's okay. People are afraid. They're afraid to go live. So, but if you ever did decide, or somebody could hit me up Predestined4light in the Gmail, and you don't have to put your face on the screen. I think we can do it a split screen without actually showing your mug. So, but all right, 3 hours. We'll wrap that one up. I'm not getting a whole lot of conversation. I can go on about a ton of things, but the conversation, you can't give me a little spark of the conversation. We'll end it there. It's okay. No worries. Like I said, I can go on all day. I've retired now, so I can do this. I can do it full time if Father so chooses. So isn't that a blessing? Heck yeah. Living the American dream if there ever was one. Out here at the homestead, Silver Rock Ranch, with my animals, my puppies. So they're always right next to me or nearby. So all right, much agape and phileo. Go see Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries here on YouTube. Maybe comment after the video or something. I might be on for the end of the night. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to go watch some Civilization Cycle and see what Ransom Godwin and David Divine have on their radar. See what they've got on their blog. So enjoy the rest of the night. If I don't see you again, thank you for everybody who contributes their time to this ministry. All those 19 thumbs up there. Appreciate it. Good deal. I don't know what's going on with the notification on this channel again. I think it's having issues again. So I'm not sure if it's sending out notifications when I go live, but they do unsubscribe quite a few people to this channel. So we do go backwards sometimes on the channel, volume, but definitely, if you are part of the ministry, make sure you subscribe and come back and check to make sure you are subscribed. And we even had our moderators get unsubscribed, so they don't want you to hear most of the things that are said here. So that's okay. We'll steer away from the things that would get the channel, obviously striked or something like that. But remember, you can keep it and steer it clear of that. I did TikTok, and TikTok don't like my dialect over there, but this one over here I can normally have a little bit more open conversation. So I do enjoy doing the work over here and hanging out with my brothers and sisters in the narrow way. It's always a blessing to come in here and share my time with, open up the live and do the stream with you guys. So again, the comment section is a blessing, and I have learned so much from comment sections on different blogs and whatnot. So they are the gem. Sometimes I learn way more off of the comment section than I ever do out of the blog itself that I'm watching. So pretty neat time that we live in, that we can all learn together like we do. And I'm glad that I have you guys here at the ministry to be a part of that comment section. Whatever, 21,000 here, and plus the backup channels, and the 20 plus over on TikTok. It's about 50,000 people who frequent the ministry. So what a blessing it is to be able to come in here and share that with you guys and brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way, and troll the trolls and do what we do in here. And I know it's a very wild and different channel than most, and that's a lot of the reasons why we do get the shadow banning that we do, but it's okay. Father creates all things, so I'm not anxious. I know if he wanted any of it to be different, it would. So what a blessing that is, man. What a blessing that is to know Father creates all things. Be not anxious, the writer, the author, and the editor. So all right, leave a comment if you wanted to after the live stream, and if you want to leave a tithe, there's a bio that's got a Cash App and a PayPal, but you don't have to contribute anything unless you got just a bunch of extra hanging around. Go help somebody in your local area if you have some abundance. It's okay. The ministry gets by, and we don't need the $1 million ministry like Jim Brown has. I don't pay myself a salary, and he has 4 other people other than himself on salary. So I'm retired. I don't need to take a salary. So thank you, Father, for that. So actually, too, if you do make a tithe and you've been watching the channel, we are looking at purchasing that Ecuador property down there because it has so much food on it. We can send food out to the whole world and grow it organically. So I'm excited too about that coming, hopefully, if Father has that in the cards for the ministry. So always something to look forward to. Growth here at the ministry is a good thing. New faces, new bodies, and maybe eventually some people will be able to kind of put boots on the ground and get more bodies out here in Oregon, and then have people be a part of that organic farm down there in Ecuador, so we can ship out and freeze dry and ship this stuff out all across the world. Wouldn't that be an amazing way to tithe back to the people that spent their time of tithe here at the ministry, to send them back organic food? So be a part of it. Watch it grow. Stay here, watch it grow. Make comments about it. If you have any ideas, make a tithe if you want. We're $15,000 now. I should be able to have the rest of the funding, and if not, we'll work it out. We're going to get that property in Ecuador. It's going to happen. So not going to stall on it too much longer. I have just not. It's already gone up, $20,000 since I originally looked at it, from 18 to 38. So they've done a lot of improvements to it. New driveway, whole huge, big driveway on the complete other side over near the house of the property. An above ground pool. They installed a greenhouse, a tilapia pond. I mean, they put a lot of money into it. So it's not like they're just price jacking, because, inflation, it has had a lot of, extra money put into it. So I showed it to to Kevin. He was like, wow, that's a lot of work compared to the original posting that we looked. So was quite a few more pictures in it. So it's definitely, with produced only organically has it ever had. The fruit that's there, in any fertilizer, has only ever been grown organically on that property. So that's what I look forward to, is having organic food to freeze dry, because there is power there at that property, and two springs, so plenty of way to water. And then there's 20 different fruits right now, and there is no reason why I couldn't add 20 more different kinds of fruits, not to include the vegetable garden. So one amazing way to have an amount of abundance of food that's not being able to grow in the area that I live now, just not conducive. So I appreciate everybody here in the last couple of days. We've had a couple of people make some $5 and $10 ties, so that helps. It will. We don't. I don't like the super chat because it takes about 30% of the hard-earned money from the people who make a tie to the ministry. But that's why I have the Cash App and the PayPal there, so that people don't have to pay as much, because they're still making the donation, but 30% of their hard-earned money gets taken by AdSense here on YouTube. So it is what it is. I shut the super chat off for a while, but whatever, it's okay. If people know that, and some people, that's the only way. Like, I had a couple of people from Australia that don't have any other way to donate to the ministry. So it's not like I bring in guys. I don't, remember this last time I said, hey, I need a large donor. I don't want small donations. I'm trying to pay this ministry off. I need, remember it was $47,000. So I didn't want somebody to, and I had paid on it for 10 years, but I was only calling for a large donation, and nobody donated, because that's good. And I didn't want to put anybody out like that at all. I had land up for sale and things that I could, and I did. Remember, I ended up selling the 20 acres next door. It came up, and I was able to be the one to be the big financer to be able to do it. So ministry here is paid off. That's good. I have the other 5 acres paid off now too. That is up for sale for $38,000. If it sells, bam, I'm paying that thing off immediately. So then we can get down there to Ecuador. Maybe we can get some people down there, because there are followers down there from South America, and come be a part of the ministry down there and enjoy just an amazing lifestyle. It's just, I've looked into so much of that area. It's going to be the perfect place to have another ministry, because it's all flesh under this covenant. So the physical ministry is not as important as the online ministry, to be 100% honest with you. But to have a place to tithe and grow organic food is extremely important to me. I want to eat good, and I want the ministry to be able to have tithes to these people, maybe who don't have as much abundance as others, and are, because I know I have people come in here who are struggling. I've been there myself in life. I have struggled before. Some of it was my own doing, but it's okay. I don't struggle now, and it's because I work hard for everything I have by the sweat of my brow. And 5-6 years ago, everything was taken from me. I didn't have anything. And look at now. Now I have all this land paid off. I have an abundance. I have all these cabins built. I have a $500,000, near 250,000 of $500,000 storm shelter built on this property. And archive the word of the Father. So there's been just a tremendous amount of blessings, Father, through mostly, again, the sweat of my brow. But there has been a few people here recently that have made some ties. So that's going to help, because I can give back, though. I don't want to take anything from anybody. If I had my way, I'd just give it all away and go on the road. But I can't do that yet, and just travel and just share the gospel. I don't want to own anything. I don't need to own anything. I'm all done owning stuff, dirt. I don't need to own dirt. I actually didn't even buy land. This property I'm here on now for myself, I have witness that I didn't. I bought it to build a community. So I didn't do that until I was in my 40s. So, it's hard to tie me down. And I'm more like to be a bird and fly around, and just don't have, land on the border of Mexico and America. And I don't care which one is which. Borders are stupid, if you ask me, but that's okay. A bird doesn't care where it just flies away, and more like liquid, just finds a way around. But that's more of who I am. I just, but maybe Father someday will bless me. But these ministries, I'm hoping that after I am gone, because I'm not going to live forever, that after I leave, that this will produce and bring families. This isn't AA. What's AA? So, are you talking about your alcohol? Oh, we got to talk about that. Was funny earlier. We were talking about. Oh, we just gave it away now. But anyways, we'll be able to go down there and get the like I said, there's 20 different kinds of fruit growing on that property right now. There's a massive vegetable gardens, and so we'll be able to get that freeze dryer up and running, and then send that again, those ties out to, again, there's nowhere on this rock that we don't have subscribers from here, and followers that have come over from the TikTok platform too as well. So 50,000 people, I think we can find some people that need some freeze dried papaya or guava, or somebody said pineapple earlier. They're talking about send him some freeze dried pineapple to put on his pizza. you know. So we'll see what Father has right here, right now. Like I said, this property's been paid off now, which is good. And I've been working on trying to get this underground geothermal garden up and going. And I think I'm gonna have to bring in. I have a well drilling kit that I purchased, but I'm gonna have to purchase or rent a air compressor to get the water, the well done, so that we can have an abundance of water too out here, instead of hauling in all the water that we do at this time. Um, Kevin recently showed up. When I say we, so I have him here now recently, but I have been by myself here for a decade doing it by myself, homesteading. So time to let the ministry be used by others, and in the future, I know it will be, and it will be able to produce its own income with the cabins that have been built here. I'm continuing to work on those, do work on those out here, and hopefully I'll get this rusty dragon done here real soon. I'm trying to go get another. Um, I want to find the right door for it. I built a door and I didn't like it, and then I put this other door in there, and it's just not fitting in the frame right. And so I'm gonna, and I want to do an actual. It's a beautiful building. It's all repurposed material. So I really want to find something old, something that will fit it, have a lot of character, kind of like a Victorian door or something like that. Maybe something with some glass in it. I had a huge glass door in there, but I was worried about, as I was going to rent it out at the time, um, as cabin rentals, and somebody kicking it and breaking it and hurting themselves. So I ended up taking that door out. It's been quite, this door is, everything else around it's been built pretty much, but this opening for the door. So I'm going to get that done here soon too. And I'd love for hopefully some people to come out and give people some overnight, 2 or 3, 4 nights, whatever, if they're going to be out here, to come out and stay in these cabins too, because that's a neat part. This is the largest dark sky sanctuary on this rock, 2.5 million acres, set apart, protected from light pollution. And the stars out here are just an absolute die for. I mean, they just melt. There's millions and millions of billions of stars. You can sometimes, it's hard to make out the constellations. There's just so many on some nights. It's unfathomable how beautiful the stars. So what a good place to have this ministry. And for people, and again, in the future, maybe again, we'll get families out here, coming out here eventually, doing this off-grid home style, homestead living, and the children will take over someday, and this ministry will serve until, I don't know, hundreds of years. Would that be amazing? I'm dead and gone, but the ministry still serves. That would be amazing. Food is what I'm hoping more than anything. So tithing of food is what I'm hoping that this ministry can provide. It's just food, organic food. That's it. Obviously, hopefully we can get people, that maybe somebody again will continue to, you know, share the gospel. I want people to, there is a place here, I'm sure we'll be able eventually to set up too, where we have this is going to be the classroom or the library again, as this was planned to be to begin with. And so lots of things coming, lots of things on the plate for this ministry. I am a extremely busy man. That's always, I know I spend a lot of time on here, but I do a lot of things when I'm not on here too. So uh, yeah, enjoyed having you guys here, and look forward to maybe coming back on for the end of the night. And I'm not sure if I will or not here. I've been spending a lot of time on here, but I don't have anything planned. I'm retired now. I've father said, all right, enough is enough. Just retire. Stop it. You paid everything off. You only have one other piece of property. If you don't want, I could just give it away, to somebody, or give it back to the guy that I've been paying on it for, and just let him take and eat up all my profit. But eat chocolates. Thanks, Nick. What's that all about? Um, but anyways, I look forward to that, you guys. Again, if that's what Father wills for this ministry, then thy kingdom come, thy will be done. And but I do think it serves purpose that a ministry should produce food for its, the people within the ministry, the brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way. So I know Brother Jim, he ties his lessons, and that's meat, that's food, that's spiritual food. But I literally am hoping that we can tie actual, again, food that in the United States that's really tough. If can't even, some of it can't be grown at all because it's just in the wrong climate zone. So that is unique, and that I'm looking forward to. Actually, for me, there would be a benefit is to cut out, the food that I'm eating now here in America. I can't. I need to get on a better diet. I am in my 50s. I'm not 20 anymore, although I have a very good physique and I'm strong and don't suffer with health problems. Um, I have issues because of being, beat up or whatever, hit the face with a grenade and some stuff, but I'm still healthy for my age. And um, I'm blessed to even be able to get up off, out of bed and let alone, it's hard to believe what has happened in this ministry. And 6 years ago, everything was taken from the property and we had to kind of start from scratch again. So, um, heck yeah, what a blessing. All glory to Shiloh, all glory to him to give me the strength to pick me up, lift me every single day, and carry me to whether it be the bed and or to, that my final day of death that I'll keep enduring and that'll have people around me that'll be able to, have abundance and glean, even if nobody ever comes here, even if that never happens, that the ministries already has thousands of hours off multiple platforms, channels that people will be able to have access to. As long as the internet's still up, people go back and look at these old videos that have been done or whatever blogs and the old channels, Truth Viral Television, America Ever After, Silver's Like Gold. I mean, it's hard to believe how many channels that I've done in the last dozen years. It's been, what a ride, what a wild ride it is. But what a blessing too, man. What a blessing it is to have um, a voice, if you will, a platform to be able to speak to the whole world, man. That is such a blessing. We're such blessed people in this time, to have all this at our fingertips, be able to, I'm sitting with people from all over the world. That's just unfathomable. So what amazing time that we get to be here and use all this tech and turn it on its stinking head, use it for good, not bad. So I don't know. I can't thank the Father enough for. Hey, I wouldn't even be here. I know that already. If you want to see that, go look at the SWAT rate on this ministry and look what they did to me. And I shouldn't be standing here today. I should have been taken in the emergency room and not to the county jail. But that's all right. We'll get that figured out too, and all in good time. Father's will be done, and I know that Father has his hand over this ministry and all the things that are going on with me. So that's my concern too. If something happened to me, I want this ministry to be able to continue to produce without me. It doesn't need to be here, or I don't need to be here. So, yeah, I did America Ever After. I lived in Idaho. Well, actually, America Ever After, I was in Ontario at the time. So, oh no, wait, I was in Nampa at the time. Sorry, no, I was in Nampa, and when I did America Ever After. So, yeah, I can't believe it's so hard to how long I've been doing this, like I said. And I can't believe how much YouTube of my content has been taken down through the years. They're so bad about just stripping my content back and stripping my channel down and locking. Like, I can't even get into Truth Bible. I cannot get into America Ever After or Truth Bible. They have locked me out of those. My email's locked. I can't do nothing with them. They stripped all the views back. They stripped all the, subscribers back. They stripped, there's still videos that are up though. That's what's so weird. How are those channels even still up? So, hey, what a blessing, to be able to go back and refer. So please do me a favor. If I can refer to one channel video more than any other video that I ever have done. I really like my video that I did on chemtrailing on America Ever After. But if you'll go to Truth Viral Television, that was a channel where I was doing a lot of work. InfoWars, I was doing work on InfoWars. I was doing work been on Casey at Enter the Stars, was back when he was doing work with other people. Not work directly with Victorville. Heck yeah, down in California, man. What a disgusting thing that they just did in California. I was born in Granada Hills in the valley, but wow, man, I am not pleased with what just took place in my home state. You know, I don't claim it is my home state, but it is. It is. You're born in the concrete jungle. You can't. People like, what's wrong with you? Well, I was born in the city of messengers. So, but I do appreciate if you take a look at that Truth Viral Television. I put out a video that talks about the 923 executive orders under the 44th regime, Obama, and was absolutely just all over that administration about how they had passed, you know, these executive orders are unconstitutional. Okay, they're not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. But we'll go ahead and it didn't matter. What I want you to look at is on that video. It's the oldest Truth Viral Television. You'll notice, you'll see my ugly mug. I think I might just have a mustache. I might not even be shaved in that, which would be pretty neat because I think about the only time I ever in my life that I've shaved. So it's blue. The background's blue, and it says Truth Viral Television. And it'll be the oldest Truth Viral Television on YouTube. So it's like 10 years old or something like that. Go on there and look at that video about the 923 executive orders that was passed during the 44th, the Obama administration, and you will see that I'm talking about, you guys, this is what they're doing. They're about ready to use these, and I was warning then that you guys think that this is far off, that these things are going to be used, and they used them in the next administration. Okay, and now they're about ready to put their executive order 11004 into play, because this 1945 ritual, you guys have been doing this for more than a dozen years. Okay, on and off this platform, I have been like a stinking Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I get to both sides. I want to figure this out. That's my problem in life. People say, you need to stop worrying about everybody else and trying to fix everything and fix your own problems in your own life. And you create your own problems because you're worried about everybody else. And don't tell me that. I joined the military at 17 years old. You're going to tell me I can't serve people. So it's what Father made me here to do. There's two kinds of people on this rock: service to self and service to others. So if I have blessings and knowledge, why would I sit there and hide it from you guys? And I'm not trying to, again, sway or influence. I remember doing videos on America Ever After, on Truth Viral Television. You can go back and see them. I said, if just one person hears about this on the other side, this is not vain to me. This is not worthless. This is not a waste of my time. I don't care if I produce these videos sometimes on a stinking 4G phone and it takes me 6 hours to put out a 25-minute video. I'll do it for the ministry. I'll do it for the channel. I'll do it for, being, this needs done. Somebody's got to be the voice of the people that can't speak up. Somebody's got to be the voice that, hey, that's the way I feel, but I don't have the platform. I don't have the voice. So I want you to look at that channel, because back then, I was having a large influence, kind of like what's going on with this ministry now. Why is all the work that I've done in the last 10 years on the U.S. debt calculator? Well, I think I'm not, like I said, I don't want any credit or anything like that. I don't care. I told you I want to die. I don't need anything. And I'm not asking for death. But, here's the work of this ministry: Truth Viral Television, America Ever After, Silver's Like Gold. More importantly is this Truth Viral Television video where they're going to put you into these 923, executive orders. 11004 was pointing out that they can put you in a work camp. And they've already done this before. It's already been done. I am not a prophet. I don't make predictions on my channel. I don't like doing that. I tell you about celestial alignments, things that have happened in the past, things that I see, things that I've studied. I studied the white papers. One of my best study tools that I've ever come across in my entire life is The Simpsons. And they never let me down. I don't watch The Simpsons, guys. I've never watched a whole episode of The Simpsons, but I study bloggers who do decodes like myself, who do decodes. Casey's a decoder. I'm what you would call a decoder. I do the gematria. I do things by the numbers. So I'm telling you, this 923 executive orders is this date that you that I've been trying to explain to you guys. There's no other blogger that's talking about this right now, which is so beautiful about this ministry. This action right here was the date of 2017, 9/23. And why this is so important is, if you go back to Truth Viral Television, I was telling you about these 923 executive orders. That was back 10 years ago plus. How did I know of this now? Remember, I'm the only man on this rock that actually has that celestial tattoo of that exact date of 9/23 of that celestial marker in. Okay, it's very important. If it's not important to you, don't worry about it. But this to me is the work of what I've been doing my whole life, or at least in the last 15 to 20 plus 30 years of studying. As a reconstructionist, I've been piecing together these things, as I've told you. And now hold on a second. I tried to buy a ministry and local in town. It didn't work out. So we're going to shift our efforts in another place, back to Ecuador. But again, this celestial sign that was left is everything to them. There's no other ministry right now that's putting out the content that this ministry is putting out. This 1945 replay of World War II equals World War III, meaning they're going to do the same thing they did in World War II again. They're already doing this. It's already happening. You have just not been given an eye to see. Very few in this ministry, I think, are even getting what it is that I'm explaining by this 4 plus 5, 4 plus 9, this Revelation 9 and 11, this actual, event that they're going to take and replay World War II, where they interned American citizens, put them into work camps and made them work. No, that's not going to happen. Okay, go. And when it does, you'll remember that I had said they're doing it, not me. I'm not making a prediction. They're saying they're going to do it, not me. I'm telling you what they're saying they're going to do. They do it by the number. 923 executive orders. Executive Order 11004 allows the Federal Emergency Management Agency to create whole communities and to put them into work camps. That's going to happen. Whether you like it or not, has already happened. It happened during World War II, and they're doing it again. They're doing this again. They took the copper. They took the nickel. They've already taken the copper. A nickel is 14 cents to make. And you're going to sit there and listen to this bullshit excuse about, they took the penny because it cost too much to make. It cost nearly 14 cents to make a nickel. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They're replaying the seventh king of Revelation 9 and 11 so he can be revealed as the eighth king. It has to be it has to go by that way. So they're doing it by the scripture. So I'm not some kind of prophet. I don't make predictions. Remember, I didn't get it exactly right on the 79 AD that the water did, but I think that the Hadron Colliders have a lot to do with it. And I did warn of a water event on the East Coast and said, come out here to the ministry. If it doesn't happen, you can move back. I'm not trying to charge you a dime to come here. And there's dead people in South, Carolina that could be here today, alive with their families. And yep. So I didn't get it completely right, but I got it mostly right, didn't I? Dead people that could be here today. Father doesn't want them here. But the opportunity was afforded to him, wasn't it? So many things, that have been, this ministry has been able to bless, people with, if nothing else, the celestial abyss, the spiritual abyss, the biblical understanding. So yeah, okay. So, and I'm saying, what a blessing that is. So I'm going to continue to expose this 1945 seventh king being revealed as the eighth king, 923. Rebirth. Birth. Here's another birth. And the dragon will be there to consume another birth, guys. Here we go. The birth of a new country. Right? Why is this on this debt calculator? Where do you put your treasure? So 923 executive orders. Go over and subscribe to Silver's Light Gold, the backup channel, but go to Truth Viral Television and go watch the video that goes over the 923 executive orders that I was putting out. This video explaining to you that when this is passed, the president steps down. Oh, he might still be on television. Imagine today they could just make a fake of him. You can't tell the difference between AI and regular whatever's reality hardly anymore. But I was telling you that Congress cannot go back for 6 months and dispute this. This cannot be sleeping at the wheel. And it doesn't mean that this is real and this is not really happening. Because he declared a national emergency day one when he came into office, more than one. He's been declaring national emergency after national emergency after national emergency. So when he declares a national emergency, it's actually FEMA that is running the show. Look at what they did in Hurricane Katrina, an atrocity, put people in Super Bowl, remember, in a football stadium? I'm not going to get it wrong. I'm not. They're going to do this. It's just part of this debt cycle. On the debt calculator, are you that far off what I'm trying to explain to you? There might be one of you that gets it. And remember, I'm going to have to go old school with you guys. Truth Viral Television. I am the Truth Viral Television. I'm TV, where the truth goes viral. Even if one person, I said, hears this, it's not in vain. Thank you, Father, for that. Because I really don't think most of you are getting what I'm trying to explain to you. The Revelation King of 9/11. It's right there in your face, just staring at you right there. There's your Revelation 9/11 Apollyon. Adolf, I am the Alpha. So I can't make it any more clear. If you don't see it right there, then you're never going to see it. That's what I'm saying. You're just not going to see it. So I'll continue to put out the message because that's what Father made me here to do. And, maybe if I had better vision, I had a better phone and I had a studio or something like that, I may be able to put some better visuals, but they're just going to keep doing this. So as I said, sanctions, tariffs, embargoes is how World War II was started. Then came Pearl Harbor, then came Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So expect a repeat of that. So when it happens, don't be surprised, please. Do not be anxious. Do not fear anything but the Lord. You have nothing to fear. Father has created all these things, even evil. So he's making evil men do all of these things. It is what it is. You're not going to go into a sheep. But if I bring something out, I'd ask you to look at it. I've really had nobody conversate with me and say, oh, okay, I see what you're saying, Pastor. I see you said during the Obama administration, he passed 923 executive orders. And when that happens, the president steps down, FEMA takes over. For 6 months, Congress can't go back and dispute. Now, the 923 executive orders What does 923, this celestial sign in the firmament, have to do with it? Everything. It's about birth. These people love their celebration of birth. Don't you remember what I told you? I did this whole Revelation 12, showing you what this is, the Revelation 12 sign. What the hell is it doing on the US debt calculator? Less than 1% of the population knows of it. There's only one man on this rock that has an actual physical tattoo and has explained it in the detail for thousands of hours now that I've gone over this sign. This happened back in 2017. This was something that Christ spoke of a celestial marker, which involved two major constellations, the largest star, the sun, the moon, Jupiter, three wandering stars. It's unfathomable that this could happen. And it did. And the whole world missed it. And now it's sitting right now. You can go on the US debt calculator and you can look at the secret window. Still to this day, it's sitting up there because they don't want you to know this. You know what? Most people don't know what the usdebtclock.org is. You go on there, you see this secret window. Let me tell you what their secret is. This is the right here. See this? If you have an eye to see what they're showing you on this secret window, because they're not hiding this anymore. Shh, I got a secret. See this silver round right here? If you have an eye to see, if you have a seeing eye, you'll know what this Revelation 9. Okay, here we go. So you can go back. I've done decodes on all of this. I don't have to decode anything. This is the work that I've done. I do the decode because you don't know what you're looking at. Why is no other blogger anywhere? There you go. There you go. Pisces, Vesca Pisces. So Matthew 10:34 through 39. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. It's all here. So if you click on this secret window, you can click over here and you click on it. And when you do, it opens up this window right here. And what I've been telling you is warning you that when the grid goes down, because the weakened magnetosphere has failed, this is when they're going to bring in this negation of this corporation where the dragon will be there to consume the child. Does anybody know what the great red dragon is? The great red dragon. What do you know? Did you know about the great red dragon eclipse of 2017? This same year, this same exact event happened. Enough, everybody called me crazy, and I told them, I don't care what you think of me. I don't care what you think of me. I know I've been studying this for 20 plus years. You're not going to change this on me. You're not going to change this. The sun doesn't go the wrong way. So I put this celestial star marker on my body back then to tell the whole world, Father, I'm watching. I'm watching, Father. I know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. There's no way it's impossible for the sun to go the wrong way across this corporation. And then to watch it go across 7, start in Salem, Jerusalem, Oregon, and cross 7 Salems and cut out on the 33rd parallel of South Carolina. That place I told people, come out here, please. There's something that's going to happen there. I feel this, and I knew they would. Hurricane Helene, I didn't get it wrong. I invited people to come here. I didn't want to see people die. I'm not a prophet. I pay attention to the cycles, the sun cycles, the Kali-yuga cycle. Look, I've shown you guys information that they know that you right now are in the world's 6th extinction cycle. Right now, as you speak, you're literally in the world's 6th extinction cycle. Nobody knows that. How much of the population do you think knows right now or in the world's 6th extinction cycle? Where did that go? Where did I have that? I showed you guys that earlier too. Hold on, we might have that here. Oh, I think I have that over here. Ooh, do I have that over here? Yes, I do. See, these are all the civilization ending catastrophic events of the last 160,000 years. And each one of these dots represents one of these dates in historical record back in history of all the extinction cycles, all the civilization ending cycles. Okay, I want you to notice something here. This is probably one of the most valuable things you'll ever lay your eyes on. Each one of these events is dated. So it's not like I'm picking, making this up. Here's the dates. Here's the dates. They all lead back to the time that they happened. If you'll notice, every time these happen on the line, not in the yellow, not here on the line, but not in the gray, not on the line. Not in the gray, on the line, not on the line. They know when these cycles are coming. Hey, Tango, Pants, stop trying to give him kisses. He's going to tell you no. These happen, and they know about these things thousands of years before they ever happen. Ever anybody show you this before? Probably not. You probably never ever seen this. I've asked people, where the hell did you get that? I said you can screen capture it. Can anybody find where this is at? It's not a very easy image to find. I told you, I've been off and on this internet, dark web, on this. This is all. See, look, this right here was when this rock was flooded. Right here, this is the age of Aries. This is the age of fire. 6,000 years ago, right? This rock was flooded. Okay, the Noah event. Then we came into the age of Aries. Christ was born between 2 and 3 BC in the celestial firmament. We see him, right? The Star of David, Bethlehem, birthing us into the age of Pisces. Pisces, the age of deception. On 12/21 of 2020, we came into the new age, the 6th extinction cycle. 6,000 years into the future, 12,000 year great Kali Yuga. 5th turning in the 80th year debt, remember, reserve currencies. This is a turning. Now you're in the age of Aquarius. Welcome to the new age. You're in the 6th extinction cycle. Whether you realize it or not, you've already made it. How many years into you thought you heard extinction. You thought everything was going to die. So the 6th extinction cycle is in now. Everything that made it through the last 5 extinction cycles is still here. There's still carrots and papaya and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, you don't know anything about extinction. Extinction doesn't mean that things die off completely. They die down and other species evolve. You don't know nothing about evolution. Now you're going to think I'm going to grow another thumb, huh? Or maybe a kickstand I can lean on. That's not what evolution is. Evolution is when species die down, other species flourish, and new species pop up. Not evolve like man evolved from apes. Why are there still apes? That's right. Got it. Outstanding. Somebody heard it. Edward heard what I said. Thank you, Father. Somebody's listening. Hallelujah. We were birthed into the age of deception. Now you're in the age where the veil was put over, in the age of Pisces. He had to birth a flesh vessel. He did not exist in flesh. He did not love the Gentile nation. He birthed a flesh vessel to fulfill not only the Jews, but the Jews and the Gentiles. He didn't exist in flesh. He is I am. He is Father. He is light. He is the horizo. He is the separator between the dark and the light. Well, don't give all glory to me. Give all glory to Shiloh. Give all glory to Christ Jesus. Give all glory to the Most High Father, because he's the one who brought you here. That's like Valencia, Saugus, Newhall, Canning Country. Oh, wait, that's not the same Valencia, is it? Sorry, I had to go dirty, filthy south on you there real quick for a minute. But all right, anyway, so we already know, Chris, who the Antichrist is. We already know who the Antichrist is. The Antichrist is the 7th king of Revelation 9 and 11. They have a messenger, a king over them. The angel of the abyss. Abyss is the word hell that you say in English. That's the word knowledge. No knowledge. The A negates in the Greek. It cancels. I am the Aleph or the Alpha, and the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the end. It negates. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. The angel of the abyss, Abaddon, El John. No, his house is decorated with the Satan sun god, Apollyon, Mithra. The sun god Apollyon of our day, of our Antichrist, is the seventh king. That was, yes, Time Magazine's Man of the Year 2 years in a row. This is the Antichrist that's locked up in the pit, that is the seventh king, that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Yes, he does. Revelation 9:11, yes, he does. You just don't know who he is. The seventh king will be revealed as 88. Dial 22088. 88, huh? Yeah, right. That is the seventh king, and now it is being revealed as a spiritual Antichrist. Because the Antichrist is not a physical Antichrist. There is no physical Antichrist. It's only spiritual. Okay? So the spiritual Antichrist is the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with this stinky Elon Muskrat buddy. Yeah, matter stinky can't even get a stinking rusty dustpan to go down the road at 500 miles on a single charge, and they had a car that could go a single charge 1,000 miles in the 1800s. It's John Trump that has the Tesla technology that his nephew Donald has now. They can build megalithic structures with. I can pull energy right out of the ether. Here it is. It's right here, brothers and sisters. It's right here, right in front of your face. They have got this so if you had an eye to see, you would be so blinded, you just wouldn't know what to do with yourself. Like, could they make this any more obvious? Here's your ether symbol, brothers and sisters. Here's your ether symbol. Here's your ether. Ether is 4 triangles up. I don't know if you know what the ether symbol is. It has 4 triangles up. This is your 44. This is why Vomit, right, is all in on this too. Okay, they did their 3 days of darkness, their 3 days of totality. Like Jonah was 3 days in the belly of the whale, like Christ was 3 days entombed in darkness, right? Talks about the 3 days of darkness. They did this already. The sun went the wrong way. The sun, remember, you get it first like New York on New Year's, get it? Because of the time change, the Big Apple. Then the sun started going the wrong way. It started in Salem, Oregon, and it went through 7 Salems. And it came out on the 33rd parallel. This was known as the Great Red Dragon Eclipse. Why do I have that tattooed on my body? Because I don't care what this world thinks of me. See that, how that's going diagonally? This is an eclipse, brothers and sisters. This is on a horizontal plane. And I want to let you know right now, if you have a celestial eye, you might want to wake up right now. Okay, and listen to what I'm telling you. This started in 2014. With this tetrad blood moon, okay? With the super blood moon, okay? Look, I don't have this stuff on my body for no reason, okay? We're about ready to come back on August 12th to the same exact location, brothers and sisters, like a Gemini, like bookends. So I hope you realize everything we've been working at here since that time. We've seen the Star of David, Bethlehem. We've seen, obviously, the Revelation 12 sign. We've seen the enemy footstool sign. I don't know if you know what that was. And everything that's going here on the ground, they're doing it by the celestial firmament above your head. There is a star marker to match what's going on down here. In case you ain't figured it out, these people who are running the show right now, the elitists or the purple people eaters, whatever you want to call them, the people who have like eight families, have about 50% of the world's wealth, give or take, the DuPonts, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Gates, the Trumps, the Bidens, all these people, they're all filthy rich. Look at all these people in Congress. Look at all this wealth that's been drained off of this, siphoned off this country for the last, 20, 30 years, through the wars, through all this 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Warp Speed is the man who did that. That's why we went over to the desert. Please remember General Wesley Snipes. What I call him? Wesley. Oh, darn it. How did I call him? Snipes. Darn it. No, Elon's not the mark. There's no physical mark. So, come on, guys, help me. Why did I say Snipes? God, that's Anyways, he talked about the seven nations that were going to take over in the desert, and the last one's made it. We made it. Anyway, forward here. So the sun goes the wrong way in August of 2017. That starts a 7-year count. A 7-year count. Now, this started back in 2014 with the tetrad blood moons. We had a super blood moon. Okay? And I want you to know, stop it, Tango. You're fine. 3 or 4 times today. When you see an eclipse happens, brother, if you'll notice, this on one side is called the ring, because this happens on a horizontal plane. Remember in school, it's got to be this far apart. It's got to be, Pants, would you get off of me? Get off of me, buddy. I'm trying to teach them something. I can't teach anybody if you're all up in my grill. Stop it. Silly dog. Okay. What are you doing? Stop it. Okay, so this all... You're interrupting the lesson, buddy. You've got to stop. You're just the silliest little boy I ever did have. You're the silliest boy. All right, all done. Hey, psst, all done. Pants. All done. All done. All done. Thank you. Okay, so this... Hey! You go crazy over there. This all happens on a horizontal plane. An eclipse happens at the nose. It happens on a horizontal plane. Okay? Because if you notice, when that one body passes over the other body, it rings out. It's called the wedding ring. You see that first shining of that light? That's not what happened here on the Great Red Dragon eclipse. And it went diagonal. Diagonal, which means that the moon would have to come up out of our atmosphere and come back down, and that's not what happened. So, and then the sun and the path of totality, creating a path of darkness starting in Salem, Oregon, diagonally eclipsed across this America, right? Going the wrong way. The sun doesn't go from west to east, with the moon traveling with it, creating this path totality of darkness, crossing through 7 Salems. 7 Salems. 7 Jerusalems. Are you serious? Coming out on the 33rd parallel. And I told her, but that's not an eclipse. You're like, what are you talking? I said, look, I've studied eclipse nearly for, I have a thing for the stars. You know that about me. They call me Spacey Tracy. Don't you know? I'm always talking about the stars, looking at, and I'm always, yeah, that's not an eclipse. Yes, it is. Shut up. It's not. The sun doesn't go the wrong way. And you're telling me it went through 7 Salems? That's bullshit. You're telling me these people all named these things at the same time this thing went the wrong way? You guys are crazy. I don't care what you think. This whole world could call me crazy. So I went ahead and told the world they can kiss my ass and went ahead and tattooed that on my body. And I've been teaching about it ever since. So keep August of 2017 in mind. Because it starts at 7 is the number of completion. To be matured, finished. No mas, like the Alice symbol, negates completion. It cancels, finished. None. Cancellation. To be completed. The 7th shofar. Judgments. So, what I did is I blogged. I think I was on TikTok blogging, and I held a live stream. And I said, the sun is going to do this again. You need to pay attention. The sun doesn't go the wrong way. I don't care if the whole world missed it. They missed, the Revelation 12 sign had obviously, already. No, not yet, has it? This is August, right? Oh, 2017. This was going on at the same time, huh? The whole world's sleeping on this. There's a reason why this is on this deck calculator, okay? So, 23, October 23rd, I hold a live stream and say, you guys, the sun is going to go the wrong way again. And I'm the only one with this tattoo. I've been studying this. they're going to make the sun come from the top down, because I keep seeing it in their music with their little wave. It's just all these things. I collect a massive amount. You guys don't understand the work that I do when I'm not in this ministry. And I start looking at all their symbolism and turn up and turn down for what. And I start looking at the Visa MasterCard logo. And then I see the Under Armour. I said, that's it. I see what they're doing. They're going to do this black hole sun ritual where they did this diagonal eclipse. Now it's going to come and it's going to make this black hole sun, right? I held a live stream, brothers and sisters. I'm out here at the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, 2.5 million acres set apart from light pollution. And I have hip camping out here. People can come out and bring their, their vehicle with their pooper in it or whatever, their camper, and stay out here and stay under the stars. And they pay a small fee, like $35 or so, $45. I think I have a couple of them. People want to pay more. I have one at a more expensive price for the same lot. Some people just want to pay more. So I think we had 5 separate hip campers out here, and we had, they had a couple of them had multiple people who came with them. So there was a good group of people. Now I live streamed this whole event. So this is on TikTok. So, okay. And I'm telling everybody, you guys, the sun's going to go the wrong way again. And it's going to go through Ark, Texas. It's going to pass through, and it's going to start again in Oregon for twice the judgments. I talked about this. It's going to create this X. It's going to come across the United States again the wrong way. The sun does not travel from west to east. That is not possible. I don't care. That's not an eclipse. That last one wasn't. And here they're going to do it again. And nobody cared, like I said, as far as the general masses. So I went ahead and I live streamed the event. And I said, you guys, they're going to create this black hole sun ritual where it's going to cover. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. And I'm not a prophet. I didn't make some kind of prediction. I told you what I saw them saying what they were going to do. And I put it out. And I live streamed the event. Hundreds of hours being live streamed about this particular event. And I got it 100% correct, because it did create that black hole ring sun. Won't you come wash away the rain? It's talking about this event here, right here. The age of Aquarius, black hole sun, won't you come wash away the rain? They're talking about this to come into the age of Aquarius. This is it, the apocalypse, because this is the age where the veil was put over by the church, by the deception, by the deadly head wound that was healed in Pisces, because he was birthed of a flesh vessel, Pisces, right, to bring us into the age of deception, where the veil was put over, right? So if you have a celestial understanding, brothers and sisters, for me, I've been doing this for decades. The devil's in the details. I put all these little details together and I reconstruct what it is that they're doing. So it's not hard for me to say, hey, you guys, this is what they're doing. They're next. And I didn't hear any blogger, not one other blogger anywhere on the internet that put out they were going to put out this. I had the whole board covered, the whiteboard covered with MasterCard and CBS and all these logos of all the logos that are showing you this ring and this black hole sun, and they're going to do this eye and this solid, it's in music, it's in everything. And people are like, I don't think anybody got it until it happened. And then it happened. And then I said, wow, now, okay, you got my attention, because the sun did go the wrong way again. So that, again, didn't really alarm too many people. I preluded in 2024 in April 8th. I knew that this was coming. I started blogging, I think, about it in January, and started covering it again and say, guys, the sun's going to go the wrong way again. And I started putting out what Father called out to my heart months in advance before the April 8th, even before I made any announcement about, hey, the sun's going to go the wrong way. Father, through the scripture, he didn't, hey, Tracy, hey, Pastor Revelation. He said, look, I kept reading, I kept going through, and I'm just looking, I'm going, wow, I can't believe, how far this rock has come. And he showed me through the book of Luke. He kept bringing me to Luke. I was going through Matthew like crazy, going through Luke. I'm in Romans. I'm over, but I kept going back to Luke, and he kept bringing me to this one passage, because obviously I'm a celestial magi, and I understand the celestial markers and the stars, sun, and moon. I can bring you back and understand, give you what the mysteries, schools, and the secrets, and I don't want to talk about those in here. Okay, what the magi knew is in Enoch, and I don't talk about that in here. Okay, there's a lot of things I don't. It's not important. Okay, I'm going to gospel. The gospel is written in the firmament. That's what I'm going to give you, is the gospel. Okay. So again, this firmament marker again that I'm witnessing, I said, you know what, guys, this is not possible. The sun goes this way, the sun goes this way. Now I can see this, and I'm supping with the word, and he's constantly bringing this back to me. So he brings me back to the book of Luke, and I read it over, and I said, that's what it is. There it is. And he says, that evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign, and the only sign that will be given is the sign of Jonah. And that was it. That all came very clear to me. And I started giving the parable of the fig tree, giving these parables so that you would understand on this time marker too of the December 12, 21, 2020, the reset of the new age, right? At this 5 years of producing fruit, this is that year. This is the year, because 4 years it didn't. This is the year that if it didn't, he was going to cut it down. So this led me to give you a ton of signs that was nobody else anywhere. I don't see any other blogger, any other church, ministry, platform that put out this Jonah sign, showing you the sign of Jonah, the 3 days of darkness. As he was entombed, Christ, in darkness for 3 days, so was Jonah in the belly of the whale. That's where I came up with the Honga Tonga and gave you, if you don't know anything about the Honga Tonga, this is going to bring in the Revelation 16 and 21. There's a lot of work that's been done on this ministry. If you haven't been here and you have missed, this is a standalone ministry. And I'm not trying to gain anything from you. You glean from this ministry what you can take and run it all through your spiritual filter, celestial filter, biblical filter, and be wise, because he says, believe no man. The devil comes looking exactly just like Christ. You better be careful. I am a scorpizzo. By my celestial firmament birth as this false teacher, I was born in the city of messengers. I am a messenger. I am an angel. If you've never seen an angel, physically you're looking at an angel. You just don't know what an angel is. There are physical angels. I am a spiritual angel. I come with a spiritual gospel, but you are physically seeing what in the scripture is explained as a messenger. I was born in the city of angels, the city of messengers, Los Angeles. Isn't that ironic? But anyways, as a scorpizzo is a false teacher, so be careful. He said, be sure no man deceive you, because he ain't coming wearing red leotards and spandex, okay? Scorpio is the most powerful sign in all the celestial firmament. I warn you of that. It has more power than any sign, and I don't do this Reiki, horoscope, none of that. I don't do none of that, so don't get it twisted in here. I know these celestial. I am a magi. I know what these celestial firmament markers mean. The scorpizzo is the strongest of all of the celestial firmament markers. Be very aware of what that scorpizzo sign is. But remember what it says. Like it did, Ophiuchus, you missed it, the enemy footstool sign. The enemy footstool sign. He would, right? He said he would come back and he would crush. His heel was bruised by that serpent. And that is represented in the celestial firmament is the scorpizzo, because Ophiuchus, the one with the snake around his neck wrestling the serpent, is crushing the head of the scorpizzo. You missed that, didn't you? That's when Jupiter was at the head of Ophiuchus. You keep missing these celestial star firmament markers. And they keep happening above your head. It's like a tapestry. It's like a trek through the stars, if you will, through time and space. Not literal space, by the way. Stop it, Tango. You're fine. What do you need? You've been fed. You've been outside. You got water. You're just spoiled. You know that? You're the most spoiled boy I ever did have. So, anyways, the Scorpizzo is the picture of what is known as the false teacher, the ones he warns you of. This is what he warns you of. People just like me who can talk the talk, but am I walking the walk? Can I walk on water? Oh, hey, you never know. Did you see me eat a grenade to my face? How did I do that? How's that even physically possible to do? It's not. You don't eat grenades to the face without being blinded or your hearing taken out. It's not possible. You can look on my live stream and see physically things that are not even possible to happen. Miracles, if you will. I'm not claiming to be somebody. No, I'm not. I'm just some filthy rags. Okay, so you know. But he did birth me as a Scorpizzo. He did birth me as a Magi. I know the celestial markers. I'm certain of that. I think I've had the thousands of hours of actual demonstrating that I am celestially wise to the old star markers and to the new. I gotta let this whiny dog out. This is like having a girlfriend, man. Hey, why do I need a wife? I got 2 girlfriends. I got 2 puppies out here. You are good boys. You're fine. You're fine. You're gonna want in just a minute because it's so windy out there. It's so windy out there. But all right. Either way, this what's very important that you understand here is that these celestial markers have been being left over your head, and most of you guys missed them, and that's okay. It's not the end of the world, okay? But if these celestial firmament markers were spoken of by Christ himself when he was here walking this rock, you know what I'm saying? And he spoke of this sign, and it happened in the time you were alive. I don't know how people are not just in awe. I mean, this would be something that all the churches should be just, awe-inspired. This was exactly what Christ spoke about. This Revelation 12 sign took, 2 major constellations, the largest star, the sun, the second, Jupiter, the moon, 3 wandering stars, the sign that crowned him the king, the scepter sign, and the 3 wandering stars stood still at the, like at the foot of the lion for not 4 days, not 4 weeks, but 40 weeks. The Star of David, these eclipses are not April 8th. How many people went out and got and stood on the line in Rapture, Indiana, thinking they were going to get raptured? They made a massive deal about this event. Stood here. It goes to Ark, Texas. And again, I warn about this Honga Tonga sign, about the evil and adulterous generation. We'll look for a sign. The only sign they'll begin is the sign of Jonah. Then we have that Honga Tonga eruption, okay? And then look, watch. Jonah was spewed out onto the belly of the land and to warn of the coming of destruction. In 40 days, if they did not turn from their ways, they would be destroyed. And it goes through Ark, Texas. It passes through Rapture, Indiana, and goes through 11 to even into Nova Scotia. It goes through 11 Ninevehs. Now we had 7 Salems. Okay, comes across 7. So each one of these Salems was named at a different time. And this path of totality is going to cross right over these Salems. And then it's going to go through Ark, Texas, Rapture, Indiana, which there's no such thing as rapture. That's not biblical. That's you got to be a fool. Imagine how many people showed up to Rapture, Indiana, thought they were going to get raptured. Well, that's their own damn fault. For there's something that's not even written in the scripture. But then it goes, they declared national emergencies all up and down this line, right? And I said, come out here, guys. Come out here. Something's coming on over here on this side of the U.S. I can feel it. They're doing all this. Something doesn't feel right here. Okay, the sun's going to go the wrong way again. And remember, we had Hurricane Helene. So I really wish there would have been at least one person that would have traveled over here to where I was at, because they'd still be alive today. But apparently, Father, in all our days of death are already written, so be not anxious, okay? Seriously, I invited whoever wanted to come over here, families, food. I told them they could stay here for no charge. I wouldn't charge them a dime. We could set it up a month, 2 months, 6 months, and if nothing happened, they could go back home and return back to their home right here. And look at what happened right here. So it is what it is. I'm not going to worry about things I can't change. I'm not worried about anything. So 11 Ninevehs, brothers and sisters, 11 Ninevehs. That evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign. The only sign they've given is the sign of Jonah. Jonah, brothers and sisters. Jonah was 3 days in darkness. So was Christ. 3 days in darkness. 3 days of darkness. 3 days of darkness. He was 3 days. Christ was 3 days in the tomb, entombed in darkness, and he rose. Jonah, 3 days. He rose out of the ocean, out of the belly, spewed out onto the land, and to warn of the coming destruction of Nineveh. And this passes through 11 Nineveh. How in the hell all of these towns are named at completely different times? Again, does this pass through 11 Ninevehs? Because it's a bunch of bullshit. That's not an eclipse. There's people who got seriously sick standing on that line too, because they were spraying the hell out of that line. I know that. I saw that. I watched a lot of blogs on it. People were getting sick that stood on that path of totality. So this, and remember, 2017, they made a big deal about it. Stand on the X. Here we go again. Everybody standing on the X again. Can I get a witness? Twice standing on the X. First the Vidco, now we got them standing on the X again. This actually made the Alice symbol. It took 7 years to make this Alice symbol over this corporation, which is the negation of completion. Va, 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 va. Like the 3 stakes they put in Christ, like the Monster Energy drink. I did all this. I blogged all this. Whoa, what happened there? Get it? See the triple X? 3 X's. X, X, X. Unleashing the beast. X, X, X. Twice the judgments. All the work of the ministry done right here. I am the Alpha. I am the Omega. I am the beginning. I am the end. This is the end of this corporation. It's almost over, brothers and sisters. Now look, in 2017, we started this 7 Salem's eclipse. We came through Ark, Texas in 2023. I'm telling you, the 923 executive orders, okay, please pay attention. And then on April 8th of 2024, that's 7 years it took to complete this Alpha symbol or Alice symbol. The Alpha symbol or the Alice symbol in the Greek is a cancellation. It cancels. With the line through it, no more corporation, no more. I hope you're ready because this is what they're going to do. They're going to take the straw man as soon as the grid goes down because it's failed. They're going to take the straw man like they did during World War II, and they're going to bring you. If you follow the yellow brick road, remember, Mr. Warp Speed, because he said it's the golden age because of the wonderful things he does, right? The age of the golden age. We're in the age of iron. Nope, we're not in the age of iron. We're in what age? We're in the age of clay. We're not in the golden age. That man is a liar and should be put on trial for an enemy of the state, but he's the Gentile Messiah and he loves you because he's with the government and he knows what he's doing. So he's the one behind this. He's the one doing this as well. I'm sure him and his stinky muskrat buddy had somehow to be able to do this. I called it the great deception or the great alien deception back here in 2017. I was telling there's no way they had to put something in front of the sun. This is not possible. They could have put it some disc. I don't know how. That's obviously it's not where they're telling us as far away as they're telling us. It's bullshit. It's all here within our own system. These people are crazy. I don't care what they say. NASA's a fraud, not a straight answer, not a space agency, the largest purchaser of helium. I'm not buying it. So again, 7 years it took. 7 is the number of completion. Remember, abyss, A-B-Y-S-S is the cancel. A negates the knowledge. no knowledge, no more corporation. This will all be taken away as soon as this grid goes down, which any day now this could happen, okay? I'm not picking a date. See, look, they've already shown you this. This is a full 100% circle. If it came around here, we see it comes around here, the back, but it doesn't complete because the magnetosphere has been broken. Our magnetosphere has failed. That's why they have their hadron colliders. They don't have anything to do with smashing atoms together. Those pump up our atmosphere, the magnetosphere. They don't just have one in Switzerland. They've got them all over this stinking world, okay? You're not paying attention to what they're doing. I have been for 30 plus years. So when the grid goes down, and they have their lights out, like J Helm, and then they keep pumping this out. They're going to take the straw man. If you follow the yellow brick road, let's keep following the yellow brick road. Ever it's coming around the back here. Oh, here it comes. Oh, there it is. Oh, let's go in there a little further. Look. See this line? There's an actual road that leads out of here. See this? There's a road that leads out of here. And if you follow this line, see how it comes over here? It follows all the way over. There it is along that backside. And you can go on. There it is. See, here it is. Here it is. Oh, if you'll follow the yellow brick road, like in The Wizard of Oz, you Tin Man Americans, you're an American. This is what this is referring to. You're straw man. This is you. If you're an American, you're a straw man. See this? And they're going to divide you. In the beginning, everything will look good. Oh, wow. What do we got over here? Oh, we got clouds. Hey, those aren't sprayed in. What's going on with those? Those are actual clouds. We've got clouds. So clear blue skies. Everything looks good over here. In the beginning, alpha. Then when we'll have this electrical discharge event over here, I am the omega. In the end event, there will be a discharge from the sun. Boy, those aren't clouds. Those are electric. Look at that. That's an electric event. Will end up putting you and dividing you and putting you into FEMA Walmart work camps because they did this during World War II already. So I'm not making a prediction. Which camp are you going in? Come on, there's 26 of you. 25 of you are going into a camp. Which camp are you? Are you going into Hotel California where you can check in and you can never leave? Maybe it'll be like Chicken Little and the sky will be falling in there. It'll be like the Hunger Games. Maybe remember Sticky Ruskrat. He's got his boring company. Maybe they can introduce some things from underneath too. It'd be like a Hunger Games, huh? But be careful. They're going to put you in their Super Bowl. When Trump said he was going to build the wall, this is the wall he was telling you about. This is the wall his uncle that was messing with. Millimeter wave, and so was Tesla. Tesla said, I can build a dome. Actually, I could build a death ray over your city. This is all the work of this ministry, itching to scratch. This is all the work that I've done I have the tattoos on my body. Here, I'm the only man with the Revelation 12 sign that I just showed you. Right there. Oh, what the heck just happened? There you go. Boom. There's the version, 923. So what this ends up leading to is under the 44th administration regime, they passed 923 executive orders. I encourage you to go over to the channel Truth Viral Television. That's me. I'm the host of Truth Viral Television, TV. It's about a 10-year-old. That's okay. Go on the U.S. debt calculator. It's on there. It's on usdebtcalculator.org. And you can see, it's all nice and clear. My camera sucks. I'm out here in the middle of the desert. I don't want to live near anywhere. You people are crazy to live in a city. That's cool, whatever. Good for you. I'm not trying to scare or cause anybody any fear or anything. It's going to happen. They've already done it before. They're going to do it again. So you're just not paying attention. It doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. I don't pick and make predictions. They're going to do something. They're putting in their pay. I just showed you there's 3 things that were on that, that negated the corporation. They did it. They did that. And I said they're going to do this, and they did it. And I've even tattooed my body when everybody told me I was crazy. And I went ahead and did it anyways. Just like the Revelation 12 sign. That was completed on my body before that sign had even completed in the celestial firmament. I knew what I was seeing. So, you can't stop this. You're not going to stop what's going to happen. What you can do is become your own system, Lou. You can try not to, be in the cities. Try to be one that's feral on the outside. They'll probably want to stick you like a dog and neuter you, cut your nuts off or whatever. If you're a woman, sew you up and tattoo you, put a label on you, throw you back in a cage in the city. I imagine that's what they try to do with you. They call you feral, like an animal or something. But if you're on the inside of the dome, it's Hotel California, where you can check in, but you can never leave. I'm sure they've got all kinds of things that they're going to be able to introduce, such as things above the sky that don't exist. If you walk down the street right now and you ask people, where's God at? They're going to point above their head. Father has never been in the sky. There's no such thing as aliens. Alien is a word, not a being or a species. Alien means foreign. It doesn't mean it's a species or a being. It doesn't take physical. It's not an entity. And there's no such thing as fallen angels out of the sky. That's not what fallen means. Heaven isn't above your head. Earth's not below your feet. Hell is not below your feet. So the 3 eclipses were all manufactured, so we believe in false prophecy. What do you mean you believe in false prophecy? What they did is false. The scripture's real. They're doing it by the script, making this come to pass on this rock. But the scripture itself is flawless. So they're going to make all these things in this book come to pass on this rock. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass for that 7th shofar, that ram's horn shall sound, the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Judgments, where we all pass through that book, regardless of what your faith, belief, or what you agnostic, what you are, you will pass through. Everybody's ever lived. Nobody's ever been judged. There's been no 7th shofar, the final. There has not been the 4th rider of the apocalypse. We have not seen the pale green horse. Nope. So nobody's in the sky. Nobody dead dies and goes to the sky. Dead people lay in the dirt and wait for judgments. I don't care how old you think this rock is. I don't care how many hominoid species have walked this rock before. There has been no 7th shofar. Ram's horn has not sounded. The great and dreadful day of the Lord has not happened yet. So we're only just now seeing the rider on the red horse of the apocalypse. We've already seen the rider on the white horse. The one with the crown and the bow. Not the one with the sword. That is Christ, the one who holds the inherited. There's 2 white horses. See, people get this all screwed up because they don't know how to decipher Revelation. I am Revelation. I am Apocalypse. You don't know what that means. It means to lift the cover off. That's what I do. That's what I've been sent here to do. To pull the lies off, to expose the aletheia. It doesn't need stood up like some palm tree, erected with nails and hammers. I am Pastor Revelation. I minister this gospel to you, this celestial firmament gospel that no other ministry is given you in the same fashion, if you will. That makes sense. Then we can stop it. Well, you stop it by putting on the armor of God. How about that? Worried about their bubble being in bubble trouble. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might put on the whole armor of God, that ye be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore I say unto you, put on the whole armor of God. That's your protection. That's the only thing that's going to save you. The word, that's all that's going to save you. He said, be meek, not weak. We fight with what? Let God fight all your battles. No, so you can't stop it. You're not stopping what they're doing. It's too late. They already clipped the penny. They already said Pearl Harbor twice. Sticky Muskrats said it. They said Pearl Harbor in Ukraine. Yeah, they're already started the ritual. The 1945 923 ritual, 9/11. The new 9/11 is 923. So, well, there's no foreverness. I don't think it'll be like that. It says that the devil has a short time, a season. Um, words alone doesn't fight alone. What the hell does that mean? Um, so I wouldn't worry about it. I'd seriously, if I ended up getting in camp, because I can't, I'm trying to leave the U.S. right now. If I could leave the U.S., I would leave today, and I would be gone, and I wouldn't even stay in Mexico. Um, Interesting. Nothing wrong with those. I like both of those, but I'm not sure where you're going. So, um, but either way, I would choose to leave the United States. I don't want to be here. I hate this country so much. Not the people, but the country itself, what it's become. It is an apostasy, and it is just wrecked nations for 50 plus years. And I've been a part of it, so I'd like to be able to leave, but I can't. Father has me pinned down where I can't leave this country right now. So, but when I can, I will. And if I can't and I have to stay here, that's fine. I want you to put your head under the fact that you may be in one of these places that you don't want to be. So maybe you need to be that light in that dark place. And don't worry about fighting anybody, if you will. You know, be that armor, be that light in a dark place. You know what I'm saying? Must be a Mormon? Who the fuck is a Mormon? Antichrist. That's the other Jesus that you're warned about. So apologize for the cursing. Whatever. I can't stand Mormons. Jesus, Church of Jesus Christ in their temple, Latter-day Saints. There's no such thing as prophecy. So people try to tell me I'm a prophet. I ain't no prophet. There's not one prophet walking this rock right now. Not possible. So where would you go? Well, I would go to Ecuador, where I've been trying to purchase this land for some time, and I'm not too far away. I think within the next month, I'm going to go ahead and purchase this land. I don't know where I'm going to come up with the 15,000, but that's what I'm short right now, and I know Father will provide. I have a lot of things for sale. Remember last time I needed to come up with what? It was 47,000 to pay this property off, and nobody chipped in a dime. I was able to do it on my own. So, and that so this time I will be able to hopefully get this done, and I would go there to grow food to give to you guys, because I don't want to be violent. I don't fight with anybody. I let Father fight all of my battles. I'm a trained killer. I'm a veteran. I don't need a weapon to take a life, and I'm not threatening anybody. I'm just saying I don't need weapons, but I want to grow food and farm. I'm a farmer, and I was born in the concrete jungle, but I'd like to go farm and be left to just farm and share with the ministry. Still hope have an online, and then someday I'd like to leave and let the people farm and go on the road and visit all the subscriber base, and go just stay for a couple days at people's, whoever would have me. I've gotten a lot of invites through this ministry has been up for few years at least now here on this platform, and longer on TikTok. Well, it started here, but thanks for coming in. That's right, for your redemption, your Redeemer, the one who paid the bride price. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, that's me. Hey, all right. He's got your ticket. So, but that would be a blessing for me, to not own anything ever again, to let it all go. I don't need to own anything. I could live with these clothes on the rest of my back. I would never have to change my clothes, just wash them. If I go just wash my clothes, brush my teeth, just keep my hygiene up. I would never change my clothes ever again. I don't care about clothes. I don't care about the way I look. That's the last thing I care about is what I'm wearing, right? So, hey, you have been wearing that shirt for a week. I know. So whatever. I haven't been doing anything. I'm not sweating, and it's not the only shirt I've worn. So, but yeah, I would just blow like the wind, and wherever the wind take me, I would let it, take me in that direction. That would be an amazing life to finish out my last days. But there'll probably just be hell and pain, and there'll probably be more suffering, and it probably won't happen. But if Father does will that would be a blessing to send you guys back, star fruit and papaya and guava and, lychee and all this fruit that I can't grow here in this desert, and I can grow it like I just throw a seed in the ground down there and it nearly grows, and I would have plenty of chicken feed so I can grow organic chicken, and I could grow, rabbits down there, and I can grow, ducks, and I could grow boar goats, and I can grow sheep, and there's a place to hook in a freeze dryer down there because there's power on that property, and I can ship you guys food. And I think that'll be the most awesome thing. And then I hope that if I die, that there's people staying on these properties, because there's like 4 or 5 dwellings on this property right here already. There are 5 people. I could have 2 or 3 families out here living here right now. And we'd have to finish them up, but it's here. Same thing I'm planning on doing down there, because that property actually has another flat spot that'll be building another bungalow type building down there. They're cabins here. This is like being on a John Wayne movie set or something out here on this property. It's old. I've actually built some movie set type stuff that I've been building. I had to go out earlier. Some of it was leaning over. I didn't have it all pushed, anyways. You've seen it out here on the live streams before, but ideally the idea would be to get down there, get a couple dwellings, and then bring people in from the ministry. Like, hey, would you like to come live for nothing? Pretty much, just come be a part of the ministry. You can contribute to the ministry by growing food and farming, and you get to live the organic lifestyle. Hey, you get to go out to the high desert in Silver Lake, Oregon, and be in the largest dark sky sanctuary, live in one of the cabins, grow food, grow the food in the underground geothermal garden. Pastor Revelation, he went to jail. The feds came and picked him up. Who knows what they're going to do to me? Remember, I'm already facing the rest of my life in prison already. I got 6 felony charges right now, and I don't have a record as of yet, but right now there's 6 felony pending charges against me, and I could spend the rest of my life in prison. So I'd like the ministry to hopefully serve while I'm gone. What if I go to prison? That's why I paid it all off, so the ministry continued to serve. I didn't even get myself an attorney. I paid the ministry off. Well, that wasn't very smart. You don't tell me what to do with my finances, all right? I won't tell you what to do with yours. You don't want to give me any ties, that's fine. I plan on this ministry working while I'm not here. Maybe I get shot. They already tried to come kill me once. Maybe they're going to come again tonight. Who knows? Every night I go to bed and wonder, are they going to do it to me again? Anything could happen out here. And it's because of me. It's not you. It's because of me. It's what I do. And that's fine. But I would hope that this ministry would still be blessed to continue to work, whether I'm here or not. That's what I'm hoping the ministry can do. So I'm hoping that, again, I'm in debt, I'm in prison, that the ministry still serves a purpose. I don't need to be here for the ministry to do. If I could just get a few more bodies in each location, I could just die. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? I could go be with Father, or at least wait for a minute, and it doesn't matter. I don't care how long I wait in the dirt. So it's okay. Father will provide. This ministry is already providing now. So what a blessing if we can get this remaining funding, and it's going to happen. You mark my words, unless the grid goes down or something. I said this was going to happen, and this one did. I sold it to Kevin. I gave him the property for less than half the market price. I couldn't ask for a better neighbor. Hey, I love Kevin. He's a good brother in Christ. I told him, hey, what did you want to go down there with me? And, what if something happens, and he's like, I'm just telling him I'm following my pastor. Kevin's got tons of property. He didn't need this property. He didn't need anything. He got multiple houses and retirements from farms. He's a retired man. He has plenty of money. He don't need anything. He said he just leave it all here and just pick up the books so we can go down there. He don't care. Thank you, Father. What a blessing it is to have Brother Kevin here with me. You know, a man of, he don't care. Not like that. He ain't interested. He just loves the word. And he's healing out here. He needs time to heal from this world that's just attacked him, make him feel like he's crazy. And he's not crazy. He's talking about things that people don't want to talk about. And that's what people do. When you talk about things that make people uncomfortable, they tell you you're nuts. So he talks about the hard things that nobody wants to talk about. And so I'm a blessing to have him here. He kind of like me. He's crazy, but he's right. You know, so I appreciate it. And again, with that, you know, money and the sowing of some other things, this ministry got paid off. So don't worry, brothers and sisters, it's going to happen. You know, I have precious metals right now that it's not going to cover even half of it at this point, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. You just, you know, like this, if it doesn't, it's okay if it doesn't happen either, because we still have everything here that we can work off of. We don't need that, but that will add to the ministry. Imagine to be able to grow. I can't grow food here, or if I did, I wouldn't. There is food I can't grow here. In a geothermal, I just couldn't do it, that I can go down there and grow down there. So I'm not going down there for any other reason. I have no political motivation to go down there. I mean, I like Hispanic food, so it is Ecuador, but I don't plan on meeting my wife or anything like that. I plan on going there to grow food and extending and sharing the gospel in South America. That's it. Food, organic food. That's it. Most of the scripture is about food too, brothers and sisters. Paganism, pretty much about food. You know, a lot of it's about food. So, but more of it is too about eating good, organic food and not eating basically near poison. Okay, we just eat it, and I know we shouldn't, but we do it anyways. And I'm tired of doing that on my own. If I can get a better diet, I can't imagine what my body, and I don't care what my body looks like, but what my body would look like and what my body would feel like. You know, you're already wound to the hilt, dude. You already got a six-pack. What the hell else you want to be? No, I think I could feel a lot better than I feel right now. I really do. I think my spirit would feel so much better if I never ate anything out of a box bag or a can again. That would be amazing. So, and I'd love to send you guys this food. So if you want to be a part of this, join, get a hold of me. Predestined4light in the bio. If you want to be a supporter of the ministry, maybe you got an extra boat sitting on the side of the house, you want to sell it. Think about how these fake ministries, fake churches all around the world, it don't matter where you're at, how much millions of dollars are tied to fake ministries every day, every week, every Saturday, every Friday, every Sunday. Put money in the basket, and there ain't no gospel being taught in these churches. No, there's not. You send them here, and I'll show you these people do not share the narrow way. They don't share the tribulation gospel that we should all be, you know, sharing with each other. So it doesn't matter. I don't care about staking money, guys. It don't matter, but it will happen. I want you to know that, and I feel blessed just to have you guys to be a part of that. Okay, I really do. So I can't wait to send my first bag of tithings out, man. I can't wait. And if it doesn't happen, I'm going to die trying. I got a goal, man. It's hard when your son's missing and your daughter's missing, and all you want to do is go try to figure out where they at. You know, your life just beats you down. I can't work, and I'm constantly thinking about that, you know, and I think about the word, but this ministry really helps a lot. Take a big part of the pain that I would be feeling every single day about, you know, thinking about my son constantly, and you guys help me to have a way to share it. And when I share the gospel, it eases that pain. So I never thought in my life that my son would go missing. You know, I didn't think that's the way it would go down. And then my daughter too, it just, and I was actually talking with Kevin about it. And he's like, Tracy, it just, none of it makes sense, man. And I'm so glad that he's been here to be a witness, because like I said, he's got to witness some of these things. He was here when, Elijah made that phone call. He was a witness, like, to you guys were too. That's why I live stream so much of this stuff, so that I have other people that are putting their eye on this here for me, so that I'm not this loner that separates himself from people for half a year, a period of time, won't talk to another human being, because sometimes I get in a little bit of a, Father just beats the snot out of me, and I don't want I don't want that to rub off on anybody else. People around me sometimes they have their effects. So that's why I think the best thing for me is just to get on the road. Don't stay in any one place for any too long period of time, and be like a bird and see where the wind blows me, and like a bird not worries what it's going to eat when it's in the field. I want to be that bird, if that makes sense. So I remember telling my son, when you turn 18, son, I'm out of here. I love you, son, so much, but I need to go on. I need to just put a backpack on and give everything I own away, and just go on the road and take the animals if I still have them, and see where Father will blow me, and in which direction he'll push the wind in my sails. And he's like, all right, Dad, that's if that's what you want to do, that's what and I remember when, recently when that 40 pounds of silver got taken, and I was like, man, you're such a fool. Your son sat there and told you. I remember when I showed him that gold, he was like, Dad, what the hell do you have gold for? We're silver bugs, Dad. I'm like, son, you told me to buy Bitcoin at $300 a coin, 10 of them, and I didn't buy them. We could have more money, but I didn't want to, because I told you what they were, but we need to be diverse. He goes, you got gold, Dad. That's so weird. Why would you buy gold? Son, diversify, right? So he told me to take all that silver and gold I have and buy that Tacoma double cab that I wanted to buy and go on the road. He's like, Dad, you've got everything you need right there. I know why you're saving that. Because when I showed him, because he knew I was working on paying the land off, and I'd been hard and trading and selling and working and doing what I was doing. And he came out here, and I showed him with his wife. And I don't normally like to show. I wasn't showing him that because I want him to know that I'd lost everything. I lost that 25 pounds. And he didn't really know much. And he knew, because I took a whole year off of not even buying it. I was held captive for a whole year by my damn family, helping them out and doing what I was. It is what it is. Father just always beats the snot out of me. So, but anyways, I sat him down and he said, look, Dad, I know you're saving that for me. I know you're saving that for me. And some of it was to pay off the land, but I didn't need that much. I had, 40 pounds of silver. And I mean, look at the price of silver right now. And I had some really nice, I'd collected silver for years. I've been a silver bug for decades, so I know what to collect. I mean, I had a lot of Mexican Libertads and Eagles and stuff. This just wasn't run-of-the-mill stuff. So I even had stuff that was graded. I've never sent a coin out for grading. Some of these coins I'd purchased were just not just your bullion, run-of-the-mill, bullion coin, but and gold too. So he's like, Dad, buy the truck, buy the double cab. I know you need the double cab because you want the dogs behind you, and just go on the road. You want to go get all those books. You want to put them all in the archive. So, and I didn't listen to him, and that's kind of silly because all the silver and gold got stolen from me. Maybe he wouldn't be missing now, because I'm the one, when they tried to arrest him, said, no, you're not going to arrest him, and had him come here, and then wouldn't let him get arrested. And then I now have 6 felonies, and he's missing, and my daughter is missing. So that didn't work out at all like I thought. Actually, I'm way further backwards now than I was. Remember, I could spend the rest of my life in prison. I got 6 felonies, and these are some pretty serious felonies. Menacing a police officer will get you a good 5 years in prison. And at least, harassing the police and hindering the police and interfering with the police is, so police don't treat me very nice. So, when they get around me, they don't like me. I don't like them either. Fuck the police. Never heard a song called Fuck the Firefighter, have you? Apologize, but hey, firefighter run in your building to save your wife, your dog, your house, your car. Well, maybe get your car out of your road, but maybe even your gerbil. All the officer cares about is officer safety. I've been a pig. That's the two stupidest words ever putting two words together. Find another line of work, you pig. Does a firefighter run into your building, care about his life or her life? When they go in that building, do you think they're concerned about their own life? Don't you think that's how an officer should be? What are we? Box is a sick. This person's drug pusher, guys. We got somebody working for the government in here. The largest drug dealer on this rock is the drug dealer government's. I think Skank. You guys can't see it because they're hiding this person's thing because they're being disgusting. But they must work for the government, guys. The government is the biggest drug dealer on this rock, so I think Skank works for the government. So, is that Skank or Crank? You stank like cat piss. Get out of here. You whiny puppy dogs. That didn't take you long. All right. Oh, hey, big puppy. What do you doing, big guy? Tuggy. What are you doing? Oh, hey, Mr. Pants. You come here and push your way in there. You know. You get back. You get back. You get back. Yes, you better. You better. You better. You just pushed him out of the way. That wasn't very nice of you. You need to share the dad. You need to share the dad. All right. Give me a second here. I'm going to go throw my little hoodie on here for a minute. What are we doing here? What time we got? 10. Oh, man. Hey, I didn't even see somebody send me a Cash App. When was that? 9 o'clock. Somebody an hour ago sent me Cash App. Hey, much appreciated. We'll put that to the Ecuador property. So we're working our way down from 15,000 into the 14,000 now. Heck yeah, we're gonna do it, guys. Hopefully you'll be here the day that I tell you, hey guys, because I'm not going to give them a full price offer. I got to at least try to offer under, but I don't want to give them so low of an offer that it doesn't, it insult them. They don't ever want to talk to me again because they're, I've done this before. So I think I could give them a reasonable offer. And won't that be amazing when I say, hey guys, the property has been purchased in Ecuador. As soon as we can get out of here, we're going south. We're going to be sending you pineapple and papaya and guava and star fruit and all the different fruits. Man, I had to get a list of all the different fruits that are on that property. Never has there ever been any fertilizer on that property that was not all the fertilizer. Get back. The fertilizer is only been fertilized from that property right there. Organically. So I'm looking forward to eating food off of that property, guys. I really am. Fresh fruit every day. Fresh vegetables every day. I'm going to bring the birds back in because I'm a farmer. I like to raise ducks and birds and sheep and goats, and I like taking care of animals. And I like eating them. Yeah, I like eating the animals. Where did I put my coffee? I wonder if I have any coffee left. Probably not, huh? You got any coffee? Oh, I put that through the French press. That has some coffee grounds in it. Where do we go here? Man, that's so cool. We got markers. We got markers. Markers. All right, I'm going to go outside for a minute. I'll be right back in. Give me one moment. I'm going to go out and water the bush out there. 3 of you in here. What's going on? All right. Hey, that Big Dipper is right over the top of the ministry out here. And I'll tell you what, it's freaking huge. The way it looks like it's sitting right over the top. I love it when it's right over the top of this property here. So, but anyways, so checking out the, we got a little bit of the Milky Way galaxy. It's not quite dark enough. It should get a little bit darker out here and you should be able to see that pretty well. Maybe tonight. Some nights it's better than others. So, boy, I tell you what, the, something about when that Big Dipper gets right over the top of this property, it just, there's a bit of an energy and I can feel it in the air tonight for sure when I was out there. So I get to look gazing up at the stars, and I've always been like that. They call me spacey, crazy Tracy. So Toggle, all done. You got something in your paw? All done. Maybe. So all right. Well, all right. Hey, so let's I said Wesley Snipes earlier. Wesley Clark, General Wesley Clark, talks about taking over seven countries over there in the Middle East, and the final one for them to take over was Iran, and here we are. So this is a really important time, you know. That's something that is not going to go away, you know, kind of like Ukraine. That's been going on how many years now? This isn't something's going to go away overnight. So this is the most heavily sanctioned nation of every nation out there. And these people have had a long time to get prepared for this day that, you know, warp speed is brought us into now. So I don't know how much longer before they instill the draft. I'd really start thinking about how, you know, they're going to draft your women in America. And they already passed that law, so it's too late. You didn't speak up. And think about what you're going to do when they come try to take your daughter from you or your son to go fight these banksters' wars over there in Iran. You want to send your daughter to Israel, Ukraine, Iran, Yemen, Gaza? You want to send them over there to Gaza, Palestine? Right here, you want to fight your daughters and young 18 to 30, the finest of what we got of our nation to fight right here on the streets of this country? They already put 700 battle-hardened military Marines on the streets of this country. So let's tighten this up. Here we'll have some serious conversation. See if anybody wants to stop playing little tiddlywinks, playing games. You gonna go over the recipe yet or not? Skank, get out of here, you sick pig. Iran has no military. All right, get out of here, you idiot. You don't know anything about Iran. Evidently, you don't have any idea about anything about Iran. So you can get out of here, cat. You can go. Iran has no military. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Skunk, you got to go. You are a sick, twisted. You're a drug pusher, man. You work for the government. We already said that. You're not going to get the attention in here other than I'll tell you, you're just sick. Are you getting your rocks off? Why don't you mix it with your man chowder that's in your breath? You've been gargling goo or something. You're a goo gobbler. So go gargle your goo somewhere else and go take your stanky, skanky, cranky somewhere else. Quit pushing your drugs on people in here. The number one drug dealer on this rock is the government. So, all right. Anyways, moving on. So, Americant, all these little lollipop children out here running around playing little sweet games thinking that World of Warcraft. No, they've been hardening these people to be drone operators. They can't even look a man in the eye, you know, or a woman. They're going to kill American women. They just killed a whole Ukrainian generation of women and men. And they did it with the U.S. tax dollar. It's really not hard. This person says it's really not hard to find your IP address. Are you trying to threaten me or something, skank? Go somewhere else, child. I could have just moderated you already, but I'm being patient. So go somewhere else. You're a child. This is an 18 and older stream. So stop acting like a child. You're acting like an ass. You're brutish in nature. That's what Father would, in Shiloh, in the flesh, would call you, a brute beast. Stop acting like a beast. So I can't fix stupid. You're stuck on dumb. Now leave. How many people threaten me? Stop threatening me. You ain't gonna do shit. They brought 30 men out here armed to the fucking teeth with guns, 3 heavily armored vehicles, and they couldn't kill me. So stop making threats towards my life. My day at death's already written. Stop making threats, dumbass. Nobody's threatening anybody in here but you. Stop pushing your fucking drugs on people. You're a Mexican American. Go take your Adderall and go into your Mexican cabinet and go somewhere else. So... all right. Anyways, moving on. The most weak generation to ever walk this rock is the American man. They have allowed their women to be drafted, and they didn't say anything about it. So I'm pretty sure that Skank is one of these Americans. One of these Americans is sitting there behind a computer screen, ain't doing anything. Doesn't have a DD-214 that says honorable discharge, has not served the country, done not done anything. Is sitting here as what do they call somebody, or they call them a keyboard warrior or something like that. Somebody jerking off their own chain. So, you know what I mean? So it's hilarious, well, it's kind of comical because, they could actually be doing something to produce something for their country and, make the place, better for their neighbors, their home environment. No, they're going to get their rocks off by jerking off, interrupting other people or finding pleasure out of other people's pain. And that's a generation we live in now. Used to be smile, you're on candid camera. And then they went to this extremeness and then jackass. And then it's just, smashing people with flour in their face. And they don't care. Just as long as it's funny to them, they don't care. They get their rocks off. They get their get their own happy end, and they're good. They're good. And so that's the world we live in. Like I said, the moral standard is shot. So that's why Americans, men, don't give a shit about the women in this country. They don't care anything about the women. If they did, why have the women now been able to be drafted? Why did they allow, as a veteran in the desert, remember Sharia law, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Afghanistan, only the women veil or burqa their faces, wear a face diaper. In America, the men, like children, like I said, they act like children. So they didn't even say anything. Oh, we're the freest nation. Oh, let's stand on the X. Let's go inside. Let's flatten the curve. Let's wear the face diaper. There ain't no men in America that have stood up for the right of the people, or at least the right of the women. They're part of this too, So why have women been able to be drafted, and why don't the American men care? They don't care. They don't care. So, you know what I find it rather ironic too is that a lot of the times in these wars, they really don't take out a lot of the leaders. A lot of it's most of it, it's the women and children in the 18 to 30, the best of the country. So, yeah, it's pretty sad. And now they've got, like I said, they've got a lot of these younger generations just pounded by these games where they just are literally like, if it's not a game, they're on this Adderall or whatever, and their whole life is a game. They live in this kind of alternative, reality. I'm a prior law enforcement officer, and I have prior drug recognition, training, and I've never done that, but I know again that the mindset of when I was younger, they put people on Ritalin, and that's the same thing, this Mexican American, whatever Adderall generation. These people are like, they live their whole life as a video game. It's like alternative reality to them, or some kind of almost like a video game. And you can get them playing things like Call of Duty and World of Warcraft and all these other, and they don't think anything about death. They've been desensitized, and that's how they got these drone operators. They could do these things now. Couldn't even make it a day in the battlefield. Couldn't make it a day in the battlefield. You got a job? No, I'm retired. I don't need a job. I'm retired. So, like, yeah, huh? We don't have to pay taxes to the corporation and kill Ukrainian women and children over in, with a U.S. tax dollar and paying a W-2 debt slave. You got a job somewhere here, Corp? What is that? Is that government? Oh, fuck you. Fuck the government. Get out of here, you slime ball. 40% of this populace in America can't works for the government. Subcontractor, private, over there, private contractor, overseas, 1,000+ military bases, 180 countries. Here in this corporation itself, state, federal, county, 40% of the populace works for the government. So, what a sick nation, I tell you. A bunch of pig lickers, a bunch of bootlickers is what's a pig, people in government. So, not just clown cops. Look it up, dumbass. Go find it for yourself. It's not hard. Did you hear what I just said? 1,000 military bases in 180 countries, all paid by the U.S. tax dollar. Oh, not even here, right in this corporation, huh? Grow up, child. You probably work for this pig. You got a government job too, don't you? Or you're just a pig licker or a boot licker. Allow the women to be drafted. You in America? Get out of here. Ain't said nothing about the women being drafted in America. You don't care about the women in this country. Lions from Canada. So, Lion probably cares more about the women in this country than. There's no draft. Huh. Well, as of now, right? Not since Vietnam. It's a volunteer military. I joined a volunteer military. So I don't think you know what you're talking about there, idiot. They're going to fucking draft our women. Get out of here. They already drafted them into the Ukrainian war. What? They killed all of them. They're dead, gone. Yep, no birthday next year. Average fighting age in Ukraine is what, 43? Either fled the country or dead. And you don't think it could happen here? One more military operation. I'm pretty sure they're going to have to start the draft. So leave, child. You don't care anything about women. You're going to, there's no. I just said they could draft our women if there is. They are draftable now. There's no draft. Get out of here. You're a child. You don't care about the women. You don't put women in the foxhole because all I'm going to think about is her foxhole. And I guarantee that's the same thing you would think about because you ain't even got a head on your shoulders. You ain't got no military bearing. Move out and draw fire. Go somewhere else. Up, out, face. Yeah. That means do 180 degrees and start stepping. Left, right, left. You should already be gone by now. Why are you still in my face? Get out of my space. Stro. You got to go. You're getting your rocks off there. Yep, chooching on your meat cigarettes. I got you. Take your goo gobbling, man chowder breath somewhere else, okay? You're not welcome here. I think he reached his happy ending. So, blew it all over his own face. self. Hey, some people, that's what they do. I told you, they get the rocks off on other people's pain. It's what they do. We see it. It's abundant. It's a sickness. It's rampant. A great falling away from the gospel. So it is what it is. You can't turn a goat into a sheep, right? So you'll know them by their fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So we'll get him out of here. I'll stop being so nice to the trolls. We're not getting rid of them. We should just throw them out of here immediately. Hey, you give them 2 chances and then you get rid of them. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. You're supposed to love thy neighbor like thy love thy enemy, like thy love thyself. So we don't even have to address them, but we do, right? But anyways, all right, let's talk about this Iran, Wesley Clark, 7 nations would be taken over, and here we are in Iran. So would you send your daughter to Iran? Would you send your daughter to Iran? Would you send him to Iran? Would you send your daughter to Iran? Would you send your son to Iran? What if we had a war here in America? What if the Democrats started wanting to fight the Republicans and then they wanted to draft your daughters because the donkey wanted to fight with the elephant? Or something like that. It could be something, hey, whatever. It could be here in America. American. Not me, but would you? Would you send your child to war? I'm just saying, what the hell? These are banksters' wars. Has there been a war in the last 50 years that's been worth fighting, killing over for? Most of these have been created. They sell the bullets and Band-Aids. You know that? Rockefellers, Rothschilds, DuPonts, Thumps, Gates, Clintons, they're all in on it. Kennedys, all of them. So I just think it's beyond comprehension for most people now. They don't care. They just don't care. They're in their own little bubble. So, and still they're in bubble trouble. They don't care. I told you, until they lose all hope, all the air is let out of their bubble hopium. They blow all their hope, and then they've lost it, and then they get up off their ass and do something about it, but not until then. If they've got a glimmer of hope, they'll vote for the donkey. Oh, the elephant's going to fix it this time. So it just keeps the hopium alive. They drink their Kool-Aid, now they slam their hope, and the whole hope and change. How'd that work out for you? You end up with a bunch of lit in your pocket, huh? $10 trillion in 8 years. That's insane. More money than all the other presidents ever had spent in the history of this corporation. Oh, prior constitutional republic, but now corporation. Imagine that. And then Mr. Warp Speed comes in and spends more money than his behind Buddy Berry. They were both island boys. How come nobody's talking about that either? Let's just straight talk about that. Trump went to the island. Trump went to the island. Trump went to the island. See, I told you he was an island boy. Elon said it, and nobody cares. It's just like, that's so 30 seconds ago. Well, most people knew, right? That was a Noah moment for me, right? I'm an island boys, I'm an island boys, island boy. I was telling you here on this platform. How long ago was I telling you this? That he's in on it. The little black book, how much money was it take? How many, you have to have a lot of money to have your name out of that Lolita flight list book log book? Remember what happens when you oxidize epinephrine? You get fear and loathing in Las Vegas. So, how did he get a pass like that? Elon Musk came out and said he works for the TSA. He's touching them. Well, not literally, but right. He went on the flight. He's a flight tracker. Always. He's Diddy. He needs to go to be with Diddy. He paid for the baby oil. Who do you think paid for the baby oil? Who do you think paid for the bed? There's a lot of Hollywood. That's bed, man. I tell you, it's your bed. You made it. Now sleep in it. Remember the Diddy party? I know. That's what I'm saying, Lion. Now look at that. How long on this channel have I been telling you that? How long has this ministry been saying that? You know what I'm saying? I call it the tsunami theory. Like, hey, Lion, get out, get your chair, get your wife, get your kids, get out of the water. Okay, so for a year, right? So, and I have a little bit, okay, so I've been pounding it for the last year, like doing the island boy thing, and just like, I know people think I'm crazy, right? This dude's freaking nuts. They come here, dude, honey, listen to this guy. And then Elon comes out and says it. He's an island boy. Donald Trump is an island boy. Why has nothing been, dude, this world is, dude, I'm telling you, I must have walked out that day when I got swatted and the police shot me freaking dead, man. I can't be alive. There's no way I had to get shot that day. That grenade, I must have hit in the face with a grenade, and this is all some just kind of a dream, because, we can have dreams, and they're, sometimes they get pretty real, but I had to have been shot. They had to have definitely if the grenade didn't kill me, then when I walked out that door, because remember, they never Mirandized me. There's too many variables since then. It's like the whole thing is like wrong. I mean, I know you're here, Lion, but I'm telling you, this is so like I'm totally dead. Because if I'm here, how in the hell would Elon, this is supposedly his behind buddy, right? Hey, I got your back, right? Oh my gosh. MAGA in the black MAGA hat, right? And then he comes out and says he's an island boy. And it just goes away. See, I had to get shot. I had to have been shot, man. This can't be a reality. And if I am, then how are we all? This is a crazy time to be alive then. Hold on, brothers and sisters. If we're really in this together, man, this is a crazy time. Stinky Muskrat comes out, right? And says, hey, my buddy, my buddy here, I'm going to mega, I'm a black MAGA hat. And yeah, he's an island boy. Yeah, he's a kitty. Kitty. Yeah. And nobody's like, America, everything is awesome when you're part of the team. I'm like, I must have been shot, man. My poor dogs. They probably shot my dogs that night too. Somebody, don't lie to me. I'm dead, right? They shot the dogs too. Because my dogs are here with me. They must have shot the dogs too, man. I don't want my dogs to suffer. Remember, you watch the live streams. I got dogs in here, guys. What about my dogs, guys? If I didn't have dogs, I could have just walked out the thing. I wouldn't have had to eat no tear gas. None of that, remember? Man, I had to get shot. This can't be a reality. The stinky muskrat comes out and says, the President Blind 11 is an island boy. I'm telling you, this doesn't seem right. See, remember, my son and my daughter are missing. I know they shot my son that night too. So maybe I got shot again. I know he was shot. I know I heard it on the recording. And they supposedly kidnapped my daughter. So maybe maybe that's why they're both missing now too. Man, I think I'm dead. I'm all right with that. I'm okay with that. Hey, even if my son's dead, at least he wouldn't be suffering. And now my daughter, that's what I hate, the whole thing about that thing with my daughter. The whole thing just eats me up. I think about that all the time. She's just innocent, right in the middle of it, caught. Well, anyways, I tell you, this is some weird kind of alternative reality I'm living in. Because when President Blind 11 can be an island boy and nobody cares, then what are we doing here? Whoa, what's going on, man? Some guy comes in and says I'm crazy for calling out that they're going to draft the women, right? That seems kind of crazy too to me, man. I remember talking about that. Maybe I'm just reverbing and I'm dead, and because I remember talking about it on TikTok. Going, they're going to draft the women, guys. You got to see it in the military times. We can't do that. They can't. This is crazy. You would never do this. They are doing this in Ukraine, and now there's a whole Ukrainian generation of women and men gone too. Well, women dead, gone. Sure has been a lot of death, I can tell you that. I've been around death my whole life. I grew up around it. That's all I really know. I mean, to join the military at 17 years old. I grew up in the concrete jungle. I had to fight to stay alive. I was the minority. Then I became a law enforcement officer. A lot of death. I can smell death before sometimes it ever happens. I know that sounds crazy. And I've been trying to tell people that I can smell death in the air since COVID, that it was abundant, like everywhere. Oh, you're okay. Whatever you say. So it just doesn't smell one way, by the way. So anyways, many ways, but all right, it is what it is. I just find it rather alarming that, yeah, see, there we go too. You don't send your women to war. No matter whether I'm alive or dead, I can tell you don't put women into the meat grinder. I won't have that. And I'll speak up about it until they come kill me or something. If I'm still alive, I'm not going to stop making us think about that. This is supposed to be the freest country. The hell are we doing sending our women into the meat grinder then for? If they want to volunteer, here, have a camouflage M16 and a camouflage tampon or Tampax or whatever you're. Sure. But I don't think they need to be frontline foxhole, because all I'm going to be thinking about when she in that hole is that foxhole of hers. I'm going to be very efficient, especially if I'm going to die. I'll make sure I plug that hole one more time. Well, I got to fill the gap, right? You give me a donut, I'm going to glaze it. That was a Polly Shore thing. My bad. I had to go there, guys. I had to go there. It is what it is. The opportunity was there. So it was just a Polly Shore joke. That guy's a sellout too. But either way, I'm never going to be okay with kids being touched and women being drafted to war. So if I go down speaking about it and even just one person hears me, or even if it's just spoken into existence, is okay with me, that I'm not going to be the silent majority. It's important that we use our time wisely. This is not scripted. They are scripting it. We are you doing your part? Are you playing? Are you in the play here? Are you playing their game? On YouTube, I've recommended the channel probably a half dozen times. Women can be in the military. I don't have any problem with women in the military. Women are hardcore. Women in a lot of ways are a lot hardcore than men. Lion, you think you could dislodge a near watermelon out of the crack in your body and leak 9 quarts of oil or blood a month and not die? Still stand up on your feet? I don't think I could. Women are hardcore. I give it to women. I'm telling you, their father made them have a very high pain tolerance. But we don't send them to war. And they could be in war, but we don't put them on the front lines. We don't send them into the meat grinder on the front lines. There we go. So you see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. If women decided to do, whatever, and remember, I don't think we should be outside our borders at all. That's against this covenant. Does anybody disagree with me? Can we have military? Can Canada have military outside their borders under this new covenant? If they're a blessed nation and they're doing what Father tells them under this covenant, not the old God of wrath, war, fee, fine, sacrifice, ritual, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, under this covenant, can Canada, well, let's just go Canadian prepper style, prepper new style. Canada is pretty much the U.S. Can we have military outside our border or borders, if you will, under this new covenant? No, that's not true. You were the first ones to send warplanes over to Syria. Canada. I try to tell people, they're like, no. I said, yep. First ones over to Syria was the Canadian warplanes. Your Air Force was the first ones to bomb Syria. Yep. So I didn't know Canada had an Air Force. Canada. I'll apologize. But that's what people don't understand. And if I'm the only one, pastoring this meek, no, not outside our border gospel, I will. I don't know of anybody else. Have you ever heard anybody else pastor this? They won't let me back in the military as a chaplain. I can guarantee you that. Tell everybody, you need to get out. Go join the National Guard or something. Well, if you're active duty, we're not supposed to be outside our borders. Imagine how strong our military would be if we took all 1,000 of those military bases in 180 countries and brought them home. Now, how badass our country would be here. I know that. People are like, dude, where do you get this information? Hey, I got boots on the ground, man. Remember, I'm a veteran, so I got some sources. So, but check it out. You'll see. Go research, Line. You know, we don't hand out no bullshit. Apologize, but go check it out. I was blown away when I found it. I was like, no. Get out of here. Canada, dude, no way. I mean, I knew that. I was like, dude, that's crazy. They're in it now. They're in it. Just like Nate said, Canada is America. We're kind of linked to the hip here with this NAFTA treaty and all this, Yep. It's all part of this final, it's going to come down to that. You know what I'm saying? Calf. Nice. So, plus NORAD. Yep. There we go. Yeah, we're in too deep now, guys. We're in too deep. It shouldn't surprise me. But I just think that's just absolutely astounding that the corporation pretended selected can be an island boy, and nobody cares. It didn't even do nothing. Nobody gave a rat's, and I don't even know what's. I haven't even really kept up too much. I mean, a little bit, but I haven't even heard anything about their little. Because I was starting to see memes. That's what's crazy right now. Look, guys, we got to come to a time like this too. Good thing Ecuador is not in NATO. Exactly. There's a reason why, Lion, that I picked, and you're more than welcome to meet me there. Okay. I'm gonna get this property here in the next, I'm sure, month or two at the latest. I don't think I'm gonna wait too much longer. I've spoken with Kevin. We made a decision that we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. It's going to be done. It doesn't even matter. And he agrees if we got to go in halves, if I get it, actually, we're doing some more research to try to find a little bit more, a little bit more land down there before we actually make, and pull the string, if you will, let it fall through. So, falling through is what it's, yeah, it did make an impact. Okay. So this is the other crazy thing, okay, about it, Lion, is that they did that thing, and then I start seeing all these Trump memes, about, oh, Elon, that car was a piece of shit, and, and I'm going to sell it for. I even bought one. The only reason I did it because he knew he would get me elected, and now I've got, and I'm selling one for $69, and the damn thing looked exactly like Trump. See, it's getting so hard to tell the difference between a meme. Yeah, just remember that's there. This ministry is available for you here too. You know that. You're more than welcome to come here and do your thing here. You've been part of this ministry long enough now. You're welcome here. You know that. You have it here. I don't want anything from you. You come here and make your own way. But when we set it up down there, if that's the case or some, you are welcome to come down there too. So that kind of reminds me of something too. I'm going to hold that thought for 1 second. I was listening to something earlier, and it really got me thinking about, this immigration situation, about keep people coming over here. How many stories have you ever heard of people coming to the U.S. with nothing? I came with $50 in my pocket. I came with $10 in my pocket. Have you ever heard that, that people give their testimony? I came to the America, my family, we had, immigrants. Okay, thanks, Chase. But you remember that, I'm saying, people, that was kind of the thing for a lot of people. You'd grow up and people from all kinds of countries, which was kind of neat. They weren't American. They came from some other country, and they were like, came here, my family, I whatever. And with these nothing, little, the money in my pocket, the clothes on my back, $100, $50, $1,000, always, no, come on now, Lion. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about, 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, the time I've been alive. It's, well, I was born in the 60s, first part of the 70s. But even back there's all these stories of an immigrant coming to America, maybe with their family. And I know you're from Canada, so there's a little bit, this is the melting pot here. So you know what I'm saying? So, look, there's no other country that's going to allow, and I don't mean to slip right into that, but there's no other country that would let you do that. Yeah, coming over here for work, and if you live in America, you're going to hear these stories here, okay, about and I know we're border and we're very close, but in America, you're going to hear this story a lot. No matter if you're old like me and you're 50s, you're going to hear the story, and it's a neat story to hear, because people come over here with next to nothing, and by self motivation, they set up a whole life for themselves, and many of them are very successful. I started with this in my pocket, and now here's where I'm at. And I think that's very neat, that's possible to do. But I also want to let you know that what other country can you go and do that in? Can I go to Canada and do that? Can I move to Canada with no money? Will Canada let me move to Canada as a U.S. citizen? Can I move up there to Canada? How about any other country? Can I go to any other country with no money? Like I'm trying to go to Ecuador, I was just saying. I might listen to your business there, Dominic. That's cool. A 17-year-old entrepreneur starting his own business. Very cool. Good for you. Self-employment. Heck yeah, be your own boss. You're already on your way, man. Most businesses fail within the first couple years, so make sure you do it right. Set a good foundation. You can. Nice. Up a couple years ago. Good. Past the hump, almost like a relationship. So, but But what other country can you go with nothing? To go to Ecuador, I have to have a certain amount of income to get a visa, to come live. So Canada is going to be the same way. You understand? There's no other country where you can go with nothing and just move there. They want to know your income because they don't want you to be a burden to their social programs and system. It's not like it's just, for no reason, but what are you saying there, Tiago? I can come to Brazil with nothing? I think Brazil would allow. I'd have to make a certain amount of income. Like in Ecuador, I think it's 500 monthly. You got to make it at least three times as much as the average. And I know I looked at Brazil too. There's a very similar cost of living. Considering Brazil, I think Brazil is an amazing, so beautiful. God, all of South America is so beautiful. A lot of just so much uniqueness down there. But so you got a truck and a trailer. What are you doing? Landscaping? You doing hauling? You a scrapper? You doing junk? What are you doing? So what are you doing? Are you landscaping? Oh, you're doing a little bit of everything. Okay, listen. If I can help you, Dominic, you're on your way. Scrapping obviously is hauling things. That's an amazing. Just having a truck and a trailer. You're self motivated. I do lawn care. Excellent, excellent. It sounds like what you can do if you can, Dominic, because you probably can do this. I don't think it necessarily age will be a huge difference for you at this time. And if you do landscaping, because I've had a landscape company, nice, good stuff. If you do clean outs, now look, I started a landscape company called Lanecountychoppers in Lane County, Oregon. And I got licensed, bonded, and insured. I got an inland marine policy so that I could travel that way if I was mowing somebody's yard. And I just did edge, mow, and blow. I didn't do irrigation. Maybe I threw a mower blade or something came off and it went through somebody's window in their TV. I had the insurance to cover them. So I started working for the largest property management company in Oregon called it IPMG. It's Investment Property Management Group. And where I really started making a little bit better money for them and work with them. Cool. So you'll be good. This is something for you to kind of look for. When I did that, Dominic, because you sound like me, I was a hustler. I just started with a little pickup truck and a blower and an edger and a mower. Just started landscaping. To me is an easy job because their house needs landscaping. I don't go knock on their door if it doesn't need landscape. And you could make just enough money probably just having, I don't know where you're at, with just a blower. Just a blower, just a good, maybe a Shindawa or like a Stihl, or a really good strong blower, like just doing uh, um, North Carolina. So excellent place, always more landscape jobs than there are landscapers. It's no different. It's not, I know North Carolina, I think my brother lives in he's somewhere in North Carolina. Maybe he lives in South. I can't remember where, if he moved to North or South Carolina. He's been in both. But you have the right, the grass is always going to grow. There's always going to be trees. The leaves always fall. People always want to trim. People always want to thatch. Good stuff. Did you get the sulky? Dominic, did you get a sulky mower? The one you stand behind? Did you get a rider? I don't like the riders. I'm a sulky. I do, get the sulky, the stand up with the wheels behind. You get that, man. You can take some jobs. You'll be fine. You can get some bigger. You can start taking bigger jobs. Okay, that's probably where you're going to want to head. Just so you know, that sulky mower is, yep. Okay, the sulky mower. I've done this. I've done, landscape and some big jobs. You can get jobs like, not that you do them all the time, but you can start picking up something like golf courses where you can pick up more regular work, cemeteries, schools that have things like, fields and things like that, where you can take that thing and just really do a nice, super good job. Cool. I would go with the FS90. I would stay with Stihl. Don't buy crap. People always ask me, how the hell do you work alone and you do like 2 to 3 the times as much work as I've seen some of these guys do, and you do much better quality work? Well, I have the right tool for the job. I don't buy crap. My cousin, he tried to buy cheaper stuff, but his stuff didn't last. It was breaking down, and his stuff's breaking down. Okay, cool. There you go. Even bigger, So try that bikini. That bikini cut is really nice. You can turn that thing on its side, and you can do edging with it as well. I actually quit using my edger because I had an edger, like definitely a select few are that immigrant friendly, but the U.S. is for sure the only one. Okay, cool. Thanks for that answer. Yeah, I don't know too many places you can just go and just, but that, I just quit using my blade. You know what I'm saying? Because I had both. I had, line trimmers, and I had a full landscape company, so I had access to I traded a beautiful, 25 $8,000 Volkswagen 58 ragtop for a whole landscaping trailer company. So it came with everything. I mean, I added just a couple things, but I remember I had, a couple of the line trimmers, but they had the blade on them, and I just didn't use them very much. Yep. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, that thing sits in the truck all the time. I can turn that string over and give myself a nice line. Let me tell you what I could, Dominic, because I don't want to tell you. The one thing I found too, if you do pick up a regular clients that somebody helped me a little bit, show your work. Always show your work, man. That's why I go, what do you mean show your work? Well, mow this way this time, mow this way this time. Always just find a way, especially if you get regular clients, because they don't know if you've been there, or if they get used to seeing it one way, if you've been there or not. And you want to show your work or give up a little work. You might know this too. If you give up a little work, sometimes it pays back. Like I used to take my blower. I had I had the smaller BS in the BR, excuse me, not BS, the BRs and the smaller. But I really like my Shindawa, that big blue Shindawa I had. Man, they freaking was amazing. But that blower probably made more money than any of the tools I had in landscaping. But what I would do is a lot of the times, because landscapers come in and they blow, and all that stuff, and they do the job and they get everything nice. Don't forget, do you own a blower, like a backpack blower? Do you have a backpack blower? A handheld backpack, not the little, but do you have a backpack blower yet? That's your moneymaker right there. Let me tell you, that's how you're going to be able to give away work to get work. Stihl blowers. Yes. See, you would use that, like something on like that. Okay, cool. Because I've had, like I said, I didn't pick up a lot of clients like what you're doing, and there's nothing wrong. I'll tell you where I went with mine. But when I was doing regular client, because I've worked for landscape companies too before I've ever had my own company, is I've had clients tell me, I've never seen a landscaper do what you do with that blower. I'm just like, what are you talking about? They're like, well, you always blow everything over the top of your head. Like, I blow out all those cobwebs. See, a lot of the guys, they come in, they're just blowing everything on the ground. They're trying to get out of there. And they forget that a lot of those leaves stir up and they catch in some of the cobwebs, and some of those, or even behind some of the bushes. Some guys get a little lazy, with regular work. Some people that get on a regular client list and you don't sound like you're that person already. So what I'd like to do is, a lot of the times they said, I've had 3 landscape covers. I've never seen anybody take that blower and blow over the top of their head. And I blow all those cobwebs and little things like that. They're like, I've never seen anybody do that before. But that's another little way to give away work like that. And they're like, wow, I just don't get the kind of service. And so sometimes it's good to give away a little service. I don't know if you've ever been taught that in doing that, especially when it comes to landscaping. Sometimes you got to give a little service away, and it helps. I made a bacon and cheddar with, what else we put on? Bacon, cheddar, mayonnaise, tacos. Nice. I make about $400 sometimes less, one more. Outstanding. Good for you, Dominic. Good for you, man. And probably a lot of taxes taken out of it. So hey, if you can stay doing side work, man, stick with that, man. Be a hustler. Go out there, keep hustling, get yourself some regular clients. There's nothing wrong with that. Stick with that. I wouldn't even, you don't sound like you need any help. It sounds like you got it, and I'm not saying, hey, let me give you a little thing, a little help too. I don't know where you dump, but I include my dump fees normally in my work, in my billing. It makes it much easier for them. You know what I'm saying? I just include it. I'll just charge them an extra half an hour or something. I don't like, and so sometimes a lot of people are like, well, the dump fees are included. If it's not a huge job, you know what I'm saying? If it's just a regular customer or something like that, just, or if I'm doing it in a bigger job, I might just quote an hour more of my work and just not charge them a dump fee. So I don't know where you dump, if you have a place to dump, because that's another thing as a landscaper, or if you're going to do clean outs, you've got to have a place to, dispose and do your dump fees. So that's another area where I could really shine, was my billing. My billing was so much more simpler than a lot of the clients. Man, I've never just been billed like this. Look, I charge, this is the price, here's the hourly. But when it comes to dump fees, Dominic, something that I did, because when I did landscaping, I owned what was called Lanecountychoppers. It's called Lanecountychoppers Custom Yard Care. And I had some pretty neat logos, and we all, you can kind of steal this too if you wanted to. This idea from me. I don't care, I have a landscape company anymore, but I'd only ever had one or two guys ever work for me, but I bought extras, and I'd wear a nice Dickie shirt, and I had the Maltese cross that said Lanecountychoppers, custom yard care, and I'd wear Dickies, and nice. Oh man, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so you got a place to dump that. Cool. Here, let me help you too, just because it helps a little bit on that case. Now, I was living in Eugene, where it's very green and hippie-ish and all that nonsense, right? Look, Dominic, if you can, kind of push that green on them, and this helps too a little bit when you have regular customers. Like it'll help you, because I've done this before. Tell them you'd like to start somewhere, and maybe you might already do this. You sound like you're already kind of on your way. People too, I've never had a landscaper ask me to do that. I said, hey, do you have a place where I can dump here on the property? Cool. And I convinced them to let me leave a pile of debris somewhere on that property. And I tell them, I'll do it because I'm going to service. I'll turn it over for you while I'm here. I'll turn it over while I'm here. And, it could take a little time, and we'll try to get it, you can spray with a little water, if you in this area, and then I'll just dump it on all your flower beds at the end of the year. And I'd had people go, dude, that's so freaking brilliant, dude. I've seen you leave so much behind, but you put it in that one area, and you ain't even got to put it on the truck. And you got those people convinced that at the end of the year, I can just leave it there. And sometimes if I just want to push a little more, and I could just push it over that side, because I'm really super big about making sure I don't thatch or anything like that. I mow this way, that way. I use the blower. I hydrostatic mow. I double sharpen my blades on both sides. I kind of have a way of doing things, but anyways, if you mowed and you have a good mower, I don't know if you got Hondas or what kind of mowers you got or whatever, but having the right tool for the job, again, it makes it all the world of a difference. But you might look into that and then push it the green agenda on them. Hey, I'm going to try to help you be green. You ever had anybody offer to compost? If you allow me to leave a pile somewhere here, we can compost that and we'll turn it over from time to time. And at the end of the year, we'll dump it on your audience. If not, you pick it. Well, this doesn't seem to be mulching out very much. I'm just going to pick it up and take it away. Oh, okay. So it kind of leaves you a way to leave a little area to leave some stuff to dump and, in that area. And you don't always have to pick up the smaller stuff every single time. And a lot of the times you don't have to, you can designate an area to, and I've had them build a little box area and I just turn it. So a lot of the times they turn it over for me, oh, I never thought about composting all this. So you might ask your clients there, Dominic, if they'd allow you to compost, push the green bullshit on them, and which is good too, but and save yourself some time and more dump fees from taking things off their property. Why? Why bend over and put it in a trash can when you leave it on their property? Just convince them it's the green thing to do. And they're like, oh, cool. I love that. Like, people are like, dude, I've never heard some of the stuff you do, man. I've been landscaping for 20 years. You're freaking brilliant, man. That's awesome. You save a lot of money and a lot of time. Every little bit, counts out there. So, yeah, good stuff, Dom. That's good. That's 17-year-old guys looking here, making some of you guys out here look like friggin', it sounds like you're good. Look, Dominic, always under promise and over service. That sounds like where you're at now. I've seen a lot of people get going and my cousin, he tried to steal all my clients. He got a couple of them and then he got overdone, and then they took a couple, and I was, like I said, I didn't care about regular clients. And then he just got overextended and he just could not keep up with the work. And hey, one month it's rains every week and you got to cut that thing constantly. And then some week it don't do for a month. If you've done regular landscaping, that you got to show your work during those months that it doesn't grow, right? Still got to go there and do service. But what I would tell you is that I was careful to choose my company name instead of Honeycut Lawn Care. I decided to make it Honeycut Services. Okay, cool. So I could do a little bit of everything. Nice. So, like I said, it sounds like you're on your. What I would tell you though is don't get yourself overextended. It's not hard to do, and it's not like it doesn't sound like you're like, oh my God, I need all this money, because you can't. You can just start chasing dollars, and then, like I used to explain when I'd have people with me, where I didn't work with two people too often, but I'm like, I tell them this. I said, if you work fast, I'll fire you. What do you mean? Do it right the first time. Don't miss anything, because if I got to go back out, you get to go home. I get a call from the client and you missed a little 6-inch strip of grass and I got to load the truck back up in the trailer and drive back out there. Now you lost me money because you worked fast. Some of these clients are kind of picky. Just a little strip of grass and they want it done right. They're paying for service, full service, some of them. So make sure it's done right. Don't work fast. Work smart. And do it right the first time, even if you do it a little slower. I don't care. It'd be more efficient for me to have you do it just a little bit slower than me to have to go back out there after I get the call from the client, have to go load everything back out on the truck and go out there to take the line trimmer just when you could have just done that already. So try to remember that too. You know what I'm saying? Don't get yourself overextended. Give good quality service. Always. People will give you tips. Don't be afraid to ask for tips too. If you're not asking for tips, you're missing money. You're not closed mouths don't get fed. Do you ask your clients for tips? Whatever it could be. Hey, you're like, damn, I never done that either. You tips, asking my client. They already pay me. I don't care. That's fine. If you do good service, there's nothing wrong with asking them. We take tips, we take DVDs, CDs, RV keys, anything with a title. We'll even take your kids if they work hard. I apologize, done sales too. So remember, I got to go walk on a door and get client right out the gate. So I've done more than sell landscapes. Or that was the easiest thing to sell. These bushes right up here, they're growing right up next to your house, and that could be cause pest problems. Those roots can grow in that tree right there is growing in. It could grow in the side of your gutter, rip off all your gutter. I don't know why your landscapers should all be at least about 16. That's a fire hazard. At least 16 to 18 inches off of your property, off your building, off your gutters, off. There's a whole business right there. There's a whole business right there. Okay, well, Dominic, all you have to do is just what I just said. Okay. We do take tips if you like that we work hard. We're not talking about tipping cows over. I think that's illegal. Just be fun with them. Just ask them. I do take tips if you like the work that I do. We take them in cash or gold and silver too, if you got that. Like I said, you can tell them, hey, I'll take your kids if they work hard. I can use an extra hand out here with me, So I've been in sales, so I do it a little bit easier. I know it's a little harder for some people to ask, but if you're client and you're doing good work, ask them at the end, when you're setting up payment, if you're taking a check or something, just say, well, what's the total? Well, 75, unless you want to give me a tip. And then the first person to talk loses. And I don't mean to turn you into a salesman, but you can make extra money. You live in Oregon? You're seriously in Oregon? No. Oh, no, you didn't say you lived in Oregon. I live in Oregon. So, yes. No, you said you were in North Carolina. Like, wait a minute here. Hold on a second. What a man. So I'm smoking something. I ain't smoking nothing here. But maybe I should. Bring a whole new meaning to Lanecountychoppers, doesn't it? No. We I go through grass like a mower with a Ford mower. No. Sorry. Anyways, good stuff. But you can just ask them, like I said, that's how I have generally done it with my clients. Whenever they're making the total out, they might ask you. You gotta kind of open the door for them too a little bit sometimes. And, it's, hey, we take baked goods too. We take cookies. Your clients will probably feed you if they like you, and you have some regular clients and stuff, and they'll offer you food. But that's a good way to maybe break open the door with them a little bit. But we take cookies or iced tea. I like iced tea, or cash if you got extra $5 bills or whatever. If you think it's worth it, if you like the service, you can. It's okay. I will accept tips. It helps me pay for the gas. It actually helps pay for the maintenance on the equipment, so I can bring you the better equipment out here. I have to buy the more expensive gas. I don't buy the cheap gas. I buy the aviation fuel that's got no ethanol in it. So I don't just get to buy the cheaper gas. Everything I run out here is a small engine. So I hope that you do know that too, Dominic. Do not run anything but non-ethanol equipment in all your small engines. Do not run super unleaded. See what I'm saying? I love it. That's what's nice about regular service, man. Especially some of the old ladies that need it. They can't do it anymore. They can't push the mower. And they are more than happy if you give them good service to give you some cookies and some milk and iced tea or something. Man, I'd be like, man, I missed having regular service, man, because some of them customers, they see you there and they're happy to see you, and good stuff. Yeah, don't even waste your time. Not. I know some people that can cut corners. Then. I know it's more expensive and it sucks, but it's gonna make your equipment last. It's not gonna eat up. This stuff is not meant to have corn in the frickin' fuel inside of a small engine. So you got that, you're well on your way. Your equipment will be taken care of, and it does cost considerably out more. So that's another reason why you too want to go out there and try to scoop up a couple extra tips, because people forget, the seals in it do not last at all. Even if you don't let it sit, that will just tear it up. But the seals are not meant to have all that, That's what it is. They're little small. They're just, it's a small engine. I'm not sure how much you break your equipment down or service your equipment. But again, do ask for those tips, Dominic. It's not, don't be afraid. Like I said, just ask them. And again, it's normally when they're paying you, and you just break it open pretty simply like that. It's, well, I, 75 unless you want to give me a tip. Or you can tell them, your total is, $175 for the, bow, but we do accept tips too. If you want to make it for 200. First person to talk loses. That's a sales tactic. That's why I close everybody. So, hey, it's my close. People are like, Dad, I've never seen anybody close everybody the same way. Well, pretty much everybody. How does anybody need to be closed any different? So, you can close people like that too. I don't know if you know how to close people kind of from the beginning too. If you pitch a job, Dominic, if you've done, obviously sounds like you've done, knocked on some younger doors, and you can pitch them right out the gate, but you just pitch them right out the beginning with, you close them from the beginning, Hey, I just noticed to stop by. It looks like you guys, your lawn's a little bit long and you can use some edging, you guys that do this, you need landscaper, right? You can use somebody to come help you out today, right? So you assume the sale, right? And you guys could do it for $100, right? I take tips too, by the way, right? So if you were to do this, would you put it on cash, check, or charge today? I've got the Venmo app or the cash, or, okay, we take cash with 5 pieces ID. Go get your cash. I'll start working. Thanks. And close them right out the gate, because some people wait to negotiate after they're done doing the work. So I'm not sure how, each client's gonna be a little bit different, but what a hustler you are there, Dominic. Good for you, man. Good for you. 17 years old out there living the American dream, if there ever was. Not getting taxed on a lot of it too. Good for you, man. Fuck taxes. And oh wait, did you say you're 17? How the hell did you get in here? This is an 18 and older stream. Damn it, Jim. All right, whatever. Sounds like he's a hustler. Sounds like an adult to me. So act like much more an adult than a lot of adults. But good for you, Dominic. Yeah, just like punctuality helps too. You know what I'm saying? Show up when you say you're going to show up. Do what you say you're going to do. Under promise and over service, and you'll do good. Because remember, when you're servicing a client, a lot of the times the neighbor comes over and wants some service too. So if you do good work and you show your work, the neighbor will be, hey, when can I get some of that done too? All right. Or you just go over and knock on the neighbor's yard. Hey, your neighbor sent me over here to talk to you. You guys use the same service over here too, right? You want your guys to look like that? Most of the time, let's come over and walk over and ask you. 9/23/2017 was the date of the exit of Jupiter after being in the belly of the Virgin Virgo for 40 weeks, as she wore a crown of 12 stars. Leo has 9. Venus, Mars, and Mercury created the 11, 9, 10, 11, 12. 9 with Leo. It's the birth of the Revelation 12 sign. So, but anyways, good for you, Dominic. Keep doing. And then, like I said, man, I got a job for you. Yeah, I'm retired. I'll never stop working, but I'm retired. I want you to get into the business of golden, of change. I'm going to give you a business right now. Yes, 923 is a very important number, Paradox. It truly is. It is the equinox number at the celestial equinox right here. That's why you're seeing it everywhere, because it's so important. This is the equinox at 923. It's equal day, equal night, like on your yin yang symbol. Starts over here with a little bit of light, more and more light, more and more light, more and more light, and then darkness, a little bit of dark. 623, not that Tesla said the secrets to the universe are 3, 6, and 9. 1223, that's the day my dad died on this rock. He died at 37 years old. He was born in 1952. I'll be 52 next month or next year. I was born in 1973. So I'm hoping next year I'll die to complete the cycle. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Your father was your dad. My father is in heaven inside me. Heaven is within. My dad was birthed in 1952 and died at the age of 37 years old. I was born in 1973. That should make me, maybe I told you, maybe I'm already dead. But if I died at 52, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? You see the cycle there? It would complete the cycle. I'm a cycle guy. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? You guys could tell everybody. Wouldn't that be awesome? 52, 73, 73, 52, or 52, 37, 73, 52. So my day of death is already written, so I can't determine my day of death. So it probably won't happen that way. It'll probably keep me here for another 50 years. Damn! Oh, I gotta get out of here early, huh? Nope, my dad got out of here early. So, oh no. Don't worry about sisters. That's it. I just said it's something. Hey, I told myself when I was 45, it was a 45 or 45. So that didn't happen. So I'm never going to check out early. That's just, I'm a numbers guy. You know, if you follow the ministry and the channel, I love the numbers. And so I think that's kind of ironic that if it happened, it would be like, oh, look at this, you know? So, I'm excited about death, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I love the thought of dying. I love the thought of being out of this meat suit and getting free of this busted up old, you know, I'm strong and healthy and stuff, but I have messed my body up too much. I have just beat myself to a pulp, and thinking about being without this flesh is exciting. I've thought about it so much. I think about it more than anything that I've ever thought my entire life. I consistently think about death all the time. I'm infatuated with the idea of I've been so close to it so many times and have actually, you know, in dream and in, you know, have been there. And it is the one of the most amazing feat, you know, just you just can't free feeling is just so light. When you don't have this flesh, you're alive. You think you're alive because you have this flesh and you're just afraid to die. You're alive when you're not with this flesh. So just because you have the flesh doesn't mean you're dead, if that makes any sense. So death is not what you're thinking. It's just an illusion. If you're eternal, you only have, you know, but a moment in time is a flash in the pan in this flesh, if you really look at what eternity is. So death is something to me that I have looked forward to since I was a child, because I was around it so much consistently, it was always on my mind anyways. And I had to constantly think about it, whether I liked it about it or not. But then the idea of not being here anymore was actually very like, that's where I need to be, because that's where I feel like I am who I am. See, when I come into this flesh, this isn't who I am. I'm not Tracy. I've even left that name. Most people have never even called me by that name. I've been called Terry, Stacy, Sean, Jeremy, Crazy, Spacey, more than I've ever been called Tracy. Well, it is. It's not that. Death is only scary if you haven't lived enough. You know what I'm saying? And I understand why people are afraid to die. Go live some more, but when you've lived enough, and I'm not done. I'll live another 150 billion years if Father keeps me here. I don't want to be here, but if you've not lived enough, I'd understand that death would be scary. Like, I need to do this bucket list before I die. All I need to do is what Father makes me do. Cool, right? Nice, Dominic. I didn't mean to go off on this, but hey, you're young. You don't want to pass yet. You need to go out there and get it, man. You're an inspiration to me. I remember, I joined the military at 17, so I was very motivated and scored really high on ASVAB, and because I was motivated, and you couldn't tie me down. Every time I see you pop up, I swear you're more and more pixelated. Well, that happens, man. My quality is, I'm slowly fading here. You're supposed to be like wine. You're supposed to get better with age. I don't know. I'm in my 50s, so we'll see. We'll get there. Don't make me pull my shirt up and show you my six pack. No. Do I sleep? Yeah, I sleep 4 hours a day. How many hours do you sleep? Nobody ever slept for 8 hours a day, especially in a row. I mean, people did sleep, but never for 8 hours in a row. Nobody's ever afraid of the dark. Nobody ever slept for 8 hours. They traveled by the dark, fished by the dark, navigated by the dark. Remember, it was in the desert. Anyways, do you sleep? I'm awake at every single witching hour of I can wake up at any time and tell you within 3 minutes what time it is. Can you do that? Most of the time I get it exactly the time. From a dead sleep. Can you do that? I'm asking you. Can you tell me what time it is when you wake up? Look at your clock and tell me what time it is. Every time within 5 minutes. We'll say 5 minutes. Sometimes I get a little off, but not too. Can you wake up from a dead sleep? Because I don't fall asleep. I pass out. Okay, sometimes you get into so, but I'm always up at the same time. I'm always up at 3 o'clock in the morning or the AM because I don't mourn. And that's my favorite time because I have the whole world to myself. I feel like everybody's sleeping and the world is my home. I get more time and what I used to not channel, but incoming, information where nobody's distracting me. The dogs are sleeping. The children are all tucked in their little beds. My children are grown. I only have one. Sometimes some of us only need one black eye. What's the difference between having one black eye and two black eyes? You didn't listen the first time, did you? No. All right. But anyways, I have a tendency to have a regular schedule, and I am always awake at that 3 o'clock. And a lot of times I get out of bed and just get up for a couple hours. And I lay back down for about an hour at the most and get back up. So I'll lay down for a couple hours and get up. And that's how people always did. Nobody ever, yeah, no, I love that. I just absolutely love it at, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning in the AM. It's just like, it's so quiet. The world is so, yes. come to me now. So it comes in waves, and especially get to sit with Father and sup with Father. So it's a very relaxing feeling. And then about 4 o'clock, the whole world starts going again. Everybody gets up for work, and we're back to the daily grind again. Here we go. So, I don't know. Sleep's overrated. Like, people sleep a little bit too much, if you ask me, but that's okay. I know most people do need a considerable amount more rest than. I've had 3 jobs. You know what I'm saying? It does really quick. It doesn't take long to go from about like 3:30, 4 o'clock, and it's like, oh my God, who turned on the damn noise? Where'd all that? I mean, it go like bam, and it's on. I'm like, whoa, all right, we're up. Sometime I'm laying in bed at 4. I'm like, I'm not going back to bed. Get the hell out of bed. So, hey, whatever. Everybody's weird. You do your sleep schedule. I do mine. But I generally, what made you find God or be reborn? Neither of those things are possible, Crispy. You can't find God. Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. Since the beginning of time. So he's doing it. And you can't be reborn. You have to be born from above daily, not again. So, and what you're talking about is a baptism, and it's a process, and it takes time. If you're going to become a cucumber growing on the vine, and you would like to become a pickle, you must go through the brine. And you can't be jumping out of the pickle brine daily, dipped in water or brine, and become a pickle can. Now you cannot. You must go through the fire and be stuck down in the trials and tribulation for an extended. You ever make pickles? If you keep taking it out and don't stick that and keep that down inside of that brine, it's not ever going to turn into a pickle now, is it? It must be completely overcome. So to be reborn is a process, and it's not reborn, it's to be born from above. So daily, if that answers your question. So that's the aletheia. That is the truth. So now you know. Great rising. Hey, top of the day to you there, Crispy. Top of the day. That's a good one. It's very hard to get that out of your dialect. You're try it. It's near impossible. We get so used. I say it to the dogs. Hey, good morning. Oh, I didn't mean that. Sorry, puppies. I'm not sorry, puppies. I apologize. I'm not sorry about anything. There's another one that's quite difficult to get out of your mouth. How about the word deserve? I wish I could just stitch my mouth shut so I'd never say the word deserve ever again. I literally would just stitch it shut if I could, and never ever open up ever again, so it would never say the word deserve. I don't deserve anything. You know what I'm saying? I've already been more abundant and given things in my life that I don't accountability that are not of that it doesn't measure up to me. So kind of crazy, huh? Here's another one very hard to take out of a man or a woman's mouth. If you're not proud, then what are you? If you're not proud, I'm so to see my kids graduate from school. Well, if you're not proud, what? That's another hard one to get out of your mouth, because we know pride is a sin. So what word would you, there we go. And not dead yet comes in with the little slow to the type. I think you were typing that right as I was saying it. Thanks for letting us know that. So what word would you use other than pride? Thanks for letting everybody in the room know not dead yet. Hey, he's still got skin in the game. Not dead yet's not checking out early. He's not one of these zombies. So what word would you say other than pride? Because pride is a sin. What word would you replace that with? Because a lot of people say that. Oh, well, I'm so proud. What would you say? It's another one that's quite difficult to get out of your vocabulary because we've just been so used to saying things that the way that we kind of a slang dialect, if you will. So it's a difficult one to replace. So what would you replace it with? If you were not proud, what are you then? So not easy, I can tell you that. And don't ever tell anybody you're sorry. I'm happy. No, hey, whatever that's a good way. I'm honored. I'm happy. But it's difficult when you're in the moment when it almost wants to come out of your mouth. It's like, oh, you're all. I'm so honored. I'm so happy. I'm delighted. But in the moment, your brain doesn't fire off like that. It's almost difficult to come up with something to replace that word. Now, I've had a lot of practice because I've thought about it for a long time. I'm serious. But most people, if I put them on the spot, they're just, well, if I'm not proud, then so this is what I'm saying. So, but it's so crazy how our words, are we just come accustomed to saying things like "good morning," when that's not easy to get out of your mouth. You're so used to saying it. Well, what are you upset about? I say to people like, "What do you mean?" Well, you're mourning. Haven't you read the book of Ecclesiastes 7:1? He tells us it'd be better to write. Well, these people have it backwards, right? They celebrate birth and mourn death. And mourn death. We're supposed to celebrate death, right? And not supposed to celebrate birth. We're not actually supposed to celebrate anything. But they got it backwards. They're mourning. Oh, he died. You're supposed to have a celebration of life. And then they celebrate birth. We're not supposed to celebrate birth. Haven't you ever read the book of Ecclesiastes 7:1? So, anyways, it's a little difficult with people, if you tell them that, they don't understand. What? How you doing today? Top of the day to you. Good morning. What's wrong? Nothing. I say, your morning. Is there a funeral or something? Who died? Huh? So it just catches them off guard. Why are you mourning? What do you, I know you're supposed to die daily to flesh, self, but what's going on? Talk to me, man. I'll be your bro. What's going on, man? Why are you mourning? Come in here every day all upset. Mourning. So another one of those really difficult things to get out of your mouth, guys. So appreciate you sharing that, guys, because I know that's something that it's just some of these things we just get habitual. The other one I really encourage you to try never say again is don't say sorry to anybody. Sorry is a lame ass word. It doesn't come with anything normally other than a single word. And an apology normally comes with a sincere apology. So you can apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry for anything. I'm not. I don't have regrets, but I do. I apologize because of the wonderful things he does. But try to use that word too instead of using sorry, because I still, I don't really use it very often, but every once in a while it slips up and I normally catch it very fast. No, I'm not sorry. Well, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry. I want to tell you I am not sorry because that's just but I do apologize, and because and like, oh, so, and then I will try to tell people that don't tell me you're sorry. Don't tell me you're sorry. I might accept an apology from you, but I don't want to hear the word that I'm sorry. That's sorry for what? You're sorry, right? You're sorry enough not to even tell me why you. That's lame. So try not to let that one come out of your mouth too, man. That's another one that we do from time to time. Oh man, I'm sorry. So there's a bunch of them. I'm telling you, or the way we, just been taught to speak these things and not even think about what we're saying. Like another one, people say that I guess people forget, but you're not supposed to bless somebody when they sneeze. They used to think people were having some kind of porthole or some demon was going to enter their body because they had sneezed and some doorway, or we were talking about death here, was going to come in and yep. Yeah, it really is. Because it's like a culture thing. Oh, I'm sorry. It's lame. It's lame to me. It's just like, okay, that's nice. Sorry. Sorry's a word. What are you sorry for? Do you have any reason why you're sorry, or you're just, hello, probably want a cracker? Yes. What? So, but that's another one. People bless people when they sneeze. Don't do that. They used to think they had a demon. The demon was going to enter into their body because when they sneezed, this demon was going to enter their body, so they blessed them so they would protect them from. What the hell is that all about? Don't bless people when they sneeze. That's not something you should. And it's kind of funny because somebody will sneeze and look at you like, what, you're not going to bless me? People are really accustomed to that, you know what I mean? Try to see somebody around you that sneezes and don't bless them. They'll freak out on you. People are so used to blessing people when they sneeze. I mean, what? Don't do it. Have somebody sneeze in front of you, dude. And you're like, dude, aren't you going to say something, man? There's your way to open up the doorway to teach them, man, right there. There's your chance. The demon is going to enter, right? Oh my gosh. So there's a lot of things, if you think about right now, that we just so take for granted, the way that we speak to each other. And like I said, our slang, it's just slang. There's so much slang in our vocabulary now. There's very little. The language has been washed down. This is the time it talks about where it's almost hard to speak with people because we've become so accustomed to these weird, and yet we do. Some of us understand some of the most random things, but we don't even understand the base core of what we're talking about most of the time. Well, I mean, the root of the words, and the meaning, and the frequency and the value, but yet we, what is Bob calls it, Babylonian brain waves. We got the Babylonian brain waves going. So pretty, hey, I'll stop, but I can keep going. Sometimes I think about some of the things we say are so freaking off the wall. And again, too, a lot of these are, just things we've grown accustomed. Like the English language has just been washed nearly out of all its value. Here we go. What time is it here? 11:43. We'll go here for a little bit more time here. A whole lot more time. I don't know how many hours have we streamed today. We do another 10 or 12 hour day in here today. Good stuff. No, I pretty much been, Father has really been pressing me to spend time here with you guys. This 9/23, 2017 is so important, to just be alert that it's there. It happened, and you're not going to change anything that's happened in the past. And I can tell you, you're not going to change anything these people are doing in the future. What you can change, though, is probably your own little bubble around you. You know what I mean? Your own little group of people within your own area is much more ability to, it's normally the smallest people throughout history who make the greatest changes. It isn't large groups of people who make mass changes in history. And I'm not trying to tell you to change the world, or, I'm saying change anybody, but, there are things that we can do to kind of jump this, time we're in right now, this cycle, to get ahead of this. It's quite madness, again, when Elon Musk can come out and just straight outright say that Donald Trump is an island boy, pretty much in layman terms here, as we put it here. How does the world just go on like nothing's going on, man? This is the really near perfect time, if there's anything perfect, to get ready and plan and kind of, because the captain has not put the fasten seatbelt sights on as of yet. Kind of, but not really. So as Nate, a Canadian prepper, or Prepper News would say, you know, what you could get done today would take you 100 days after the lights go out to accomplish. Nearly a third of a year, what one day you could accomplish in one day. So I don't know, man. What a unique time to be here, to have such access to information, and to other, like I said, others that are in the same narrow way, if you will, that are in this mindset that nothing you see right now is truly as it seems. It's completely been flipped upside down. There's nothing really wholesome about much of anything anymore. And I'm not trying to be a stick in the mud, but can you tell me where you're going to find truth in this world? Where do you find truth? Do you find it on television? You find it in music? You find it on radio? You find it in schooling? You find it in colleges? Where do you find truth anymore? Some kind of reality to grab on hold to, like we were talking about earlier. Who was in the stream? Not Dominic, but somebody was in here. And how would you want to grow up into this world where I live in Oregon, and in Bend, Oregon, every third home sold for $1 million. How the hell do you get ahead in that world? You know what I mean? How do you even start? So think about that. I used to go around and explain to people, because of the economic cycles, that more millionaires were made during the Great Depression than any other time in history. And that don't seem like jack diddly squat. $1 million to most people isn't anything. Their house costs them $1 million. How does somebody growing up, I guess, be like Dominic and be a hustler, man? Get out there and get it. I don't think I'd ever want to be 17 again. Oh my gosh. Oh, Father, please don't do that to me ever again. Don't make me 17. Don't make me 17 again. Hell, make me 100, make me die before you make me 17. Hey, would you want to go back to being 17? Tell me, would you want to go back to being 17? Anyone? 18? Anybody 18? Anybody 18? Anybody 19? I'm 19. Anybody 19? Everybody 75? 1975? Anyone? $20 bill? Y'all in? Y'all done? Anybody won? $3 bill? All right. I'm going to auction you guys to the end of the stream here, I guess. Anybody? Nobody. All right, that's all right. $3 bill didn't get her sold in here, or did it? All right, good live stream, guys. All right, let's wrap it up. Much agape, guys. Appreciate it. Look at that. We got 35 likes. This is so cool being able to see this, because I couldn't see this before, guys. This whole, when I re-uploaded YouTube and they did an update, I actually can see the thumbs up now, which is cool. I wasn't able to see that. So, and I can see how many bodies were in here. That thing was all over here like this. I was showing Kevin. It was like, it was all crunched over there. So I appreciate that. I finally got an update that I can see your guys's thumbs up, and I can see how many people are in the chat. So we didn't get any super chats on this one, but it's okay. No worries. We did get a super chat, I think, on the last one. And somebody gave us a PayPal. So, I mean, a Cash App. Appreciate that too. We'll put that towards getting this property in Ecuador. So stay with the ministry, and we'll be able to show you where your dollars and cents are going out here. And if you do tithe the money, if not, You don't have to tithe any money to be a part of this ministry ever. And if you even tithe $100,000, it's not going to get you any. Not going to put up a special brownie button for you or anything. Probably it just be part. And we don't need that kind of money anyway. So don't anybody donate any kind of money like that. There's nobody. We don't need that kind of money. I will be able to create abundance already with what I have and what is here. And we need more bodies here eventually, and we'll be fine. But that will all come in Father's time, due process. He's the one who's doing this. So I will continue to try to be patient with him. 10 years is a long time to wait. But he did send me Kevin out here, so I got Kevin's. But I'm excited about bringing more bodies in eventually. And again, the remaining 15,000 to get this property down there in Ecuador. And maybe someday I'll be able to go there. I don't care if I ever go there or not. I will purchase the property for the ministry, though. I did talk to Kevin about that today, and he's on board with me about how we're going to make this work no matter what. So I actually have him looking for an additional properties to the east, west, and south of this property to see if there's any other properties available before we make any offers on the property. It'd be kind of important to me to do that for, I want to be able to, again, I plan on donating the property that I have to the ministry. He has the property next to this one, the ministry. I got to make sure it's the right, because I'm sure he's going down there as well. And so I'm excited for all the changes that are coming. I need change, and I'm hoping Father will make that happen for the ministry and make it happen for me. If not, we're going to stay here, settle what we're doing here, and finish up what we got going here. We got more work than I can ever do by myself here. I just extend myself a little bit sometimes in directions, and I can complete most everything I do, but a lot of the things on this property were not completed because I wanted people to come here and finish them with me, by my side, and then have their own so they would feel at home here, that this was their property, because they didn't buy it for me. So anyways, good times, excellent live stream, good conversation. Thank you for the thumbs up. And if you want to leave a comment after the chat, that's a great way to tie this ministry as well. You can't print time, so thank you for that. And you can't make it unless you got the way to make time. You can let me know. We can go into business there. That's a business venture. I'd like to see you make time. So make up time. I don't know about that, but making time not happened yet. They can print money, and they can't print time though, can they? So thank you for that. All the time you've given. Again, make sure you're subscribed to the channel on a regular basis, because we do get people unsubscribed pretty regularly, even our moderators from time to time. Lady in Red's been unsubscribed to this channel multiple times. So make sure you do stay subscribed, and links are in the description or in the bio if you want to leave a monetary tie to the chat, but not required, not part of to be a part of it. It's there if you want to use it. And we do think that we have had 2 or 3 Cash App and super chats, which is cool, because like I said, to just add to that little, whatever. Again, I got a piece of property out here for sale right now for $38,000. If it sells, we're buying it. You know what I'm saying? So I have more land for sale out here. And if you know somebody's is looking for land in this area, I do have some land for sale, and I have another property that could potentially, if it is the right person, get them into much, much more reasonable than that. Obviously, this is a land sale property that I'm still on paper, but I can move them over and take a small down from them and give them, more than half of the interest I already have in the property. It's a beautiful 20-acre property, but it'd have to be the right person. But I do have a couple, a 20-acre parcel and a 5-acre parcel in this valley available. So I'm not just trying to grip people in here. I'm trying to sell the assets that I have. And last time I was able to do that by this other 20-acre parcel that I paid off to pay this ministry for a total of, was it $43,000 on this one. So paid off. Father just keeps working. I just keep grinding away for the ministry. This is what I do. People ask, you got a job? Yeah, I work for the ministry. Well, what do you get paid? I don't get paid anything. I work for the ministry. So my job is the ministry. That's what I do. It's what I do. I got a lot of things I do out here, but I'm a man of many hats. But eventually, hopefully, one day this ministry will pay you back by sending you organic food grown from Ecuador or right here in the high desert. So thanks for being a part of it, guys. I do appreciate it. The comment section is a tremendous part of the ministry. The 21,000 is you. I'm just one of that larger number. You know, I just bring it open and get it up, and then we iron sharpens iron. So thanks for being a part of that. Again, blessings to all those who come back on a regular basis to this ministry, and those who can filter out all my rough ways and sometimes my cursing. I apologize for that, but I'm not sorry. Love you, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.